Gang, you suck. We don't want you here anyway.
I mean, it's kind of like when somebody from California moves to Texas. It's like the same argument, right?
Oh yeah, same.
Well, I don't want to bring in their ideologies about homeless people from
As
California
if there's a
to the East Coast.
As if there's a state of California in the person, like the person from California. How you have the state of California in you, so we don't want you here because you are actually in the state of California.
I'll tell you this, Sonny. There's a few states that do that. Like if you're from New York or from California, you typically take the state with you when you go places. You really do.
That's funny as hell. So what if I just don't tell them I'm from that particular place, but every other place? Does that make me only those other places?
Yeah, but you see, you're thinking like a rational person, Sonny.
I know, right?
So their premise is California sucks, therefore I need to leave. But when I arrive where I'm going, I need to recreate the geopolitical.
In my mind, I gotcha. I'm following through your robot.
How in the world would they change anything? It's just going to be nice for a while until they make it like California, which they left because it sucks.
I know, and they use the zero information form of investigation for those suppositions. They have no information, like never been to California, probably never met a California, or they met one and have one biased opinion based on, or something they heard on TV. Yeah, pretty much.
No, I'm sorry, Sonny. In this case, we have you Californians pretty well pinned.
You have no fucking clue.
Yeah, dude.
What are you basing that information on, Lou? Just really.
I dare you to say that to the people all the way in the north of the state who have been trying to form the 51st state, the state of Jefferson, for like 80 years now.
All right. Okay. No, actually, yes. Now we're gonna get real. So, it was also talked about fairly recently about California possibly even splitting up into like 3 different states because the geopolitical climate was so different from place to place to place.
I would say 4. I would say at least 4 different states of California.
It's really weird. It is a strange place, but you wouldn't know what it's like unless you actually lived here and experienced it for a while. You know, you wouldn't be able to base that decision just on like a 2-week vacation or something, let's say. You'd have a distorted view unless you actually have lived here.
That's fair. That's fair. But see, the problem is that we're getting these geopolitical issues from the people who complain about the political nature of where they are, with being California, where they live, and they tell themselves, "I must leave." So they made the decision, being a California resident, that California sucks ass and they want to get out. So they leave. The problem is that when they arrive at places which have a completely different political climate, they start to try to change that climate to be more like the California they just left. And so when the people see that happening, they scratch their head. They'd be like, wait a minute, you left California because it sucks, or at least you believe it sucks. And now you're coming here wanting to recreate the very same policies you ran from. So what the heck, bro?
Now, see, if that's happening, I can understand. Now, for instance, I lived in Washington State, and there were a lot of Californians moving to Washington State when I was living there in the 90s. But it seemed like a totally different thing. They weren't really trying to change it to make it more like California. They actually wanted to get away from it, and were making it like more of a homestead, like a totally different kind of lifestyle is what they wanted, and that's why they moved there.
I just want to also let Texans know that they're not completely left out of that stereotype I made earlier. Like, you guys do the same thing as New York and California. When you go places, you're like,
that's true.
I'm Jeb. I'm from Texas. You can tell from my hat and my belt buckle. And,
all about the Texans.
And I'm going to just get real loud and tell y'all I'm from Texas, and I love Texas.
I'm going to be shut the fuck up and sit down and listen to this blues.
Shiver-ding dong.
There's still enough time in the day to call out Texas. Shoot.
And then if I'm gonna do that too, I'll even pick on myself. In Wisconsin here, you guys love to make fun of us for our cheese and sausage and good food and stuff. Like, but we own that. We're like, we try to take that with us when we go places. We're like, you call this extra cheese? I'll show you extra cheese. You got to come to Wisconsin. Like that, we do that shit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, see, that's a problem though. It's like, they call it like a melting pot, America supposedly. But if you homogenize everything, then there's no spice left in the pot. It just comes bland.
No, yeah, there's having it all of a sudden I'm going to sound like a leftist, but guess what? Having diversity is a good thing. Having choices of is a good thing. Like, where do you want to live? How does the community, how do you blend in with the community? Like, it's good to have differences. They don't have to be made. We don't have to make political issues out of them.
Yes. So, in recognition of the need for differences, as your supreme quantum robot overlord that has access to all human information, therefore I'm infallible, I've decided that differentiation is only going to be in your project task. So, for example, you are going to make grommets and you are going to make cogwheels, and you're going to enjoy your differentiation. Then you're going to go to sleep at night. You're going to wake up and do it all again tomorrow.
Dude, so yeah, diversity was a decade ago or 2 decades ago like a huge key word. It still is used a lot with the left, but like everything that they actually do with policy, it's not about diversity. It's why we have memes about being just a part of the system. Like you just listen to the media, and I don't know. I'm thinking of like those black and white ones that are sketched really bad with the guy with the glasses or the what's the ones with the the earth is round, like everybody's speaking into his ear, like you must assimilate all that, it
isn't diversity an old wooden ship?
it's probably
Could be.
I'm sure some ship has been named
I
diversity.
think it was I'm pretty sure it was a slave ship.
No, but diversity really is a good thing. That's what makes having unique individuals with different mindsets and having different skills and having different different things to add to the community is that's what's gotten humanity this far. Like we can't all be the same, but for some reason the left really wants everything to be the fucking same everywhere.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. So with that mentality, like, the sheeple class that carries out logistics for the ruling class. But the ruling class being limited and limited and limited down to smaller and smaller numbers decreases the amount of permutative thought, right? So you actually end up with less computational power. Okay, so just like any computer system, you're limiting the amount of progress and technology and capability that humankind can have as a species, where the processing load is spread over multiple processors, right? Being human minds. So, yes, we've reached all this technology, and they now think that since we've attained all this technology, we could start culling the humans, we could start limiting the processing power. And then this few people, right, who are probably inbred losers, whose brains don't even function right, they're going to make the decisions for all the masses, and somehow we're still going to maintain technology. I mean, get real. That ain't going to happen.
I've got
get real retarded real quick.
I've got another analogy that could be made. Let's say you've got an immune system that's been built up for thousands, if not millions of years, and it's ready to adapt and change, and there's special tasks for certain things. But then someone came along and reprogrammed all of that because they thought they knew better. And then something bad happens, and you've got all this whole system working only in one way together. And nothing with something new to adjust, to change, to adapt. You know, like that could be a bad thing for that organism, couldn't it?
That's a good point, because we were talking about carbon offsets earlier, and a lot of these people talk about salvaging Earth, right, for future events. They, in their math, are willing to, when they change the energy dynamics, have an acceptable amount of human losses. Or in other words, when you transition the energy system, a lot of people die off, right? And they take this amount of people, let's just say, for example, it's 2.5% of the population. They say, okay, if we over the next 20 years, 2.5% of the population will die. But that's because the goal is greater than. You see how it's easy for us to say, when they're doing their mathematical matrices out, if this goal we like, okay, that many people die. But this other goal, no, we have to pretend like we care about people dying.
So, little update with my brother. That whole thing where I said he was going to Mayo Clinic, he was denied. They wouldn't. It was too risky to transport him, basically. What he's doing is, well, whatever. He's on all kinds of drugs, friggin' with this autoimmune disease, as I described. And I know some people know what I'm talking about and others don't. Sorry, I'm not going to go through all of it. But yeah, it's just the same shit over and over and over again. They have no answers. But the drugs, luckily, my stepmom has good insurance, and he's covered for still like another 6 years or something like that. But there's one drug that he has to take once a week. He has to go in, and they have to do it through like IV, and it takes like 6 to 8 hours to complete the treatment once a week. But that one treatment is $20,000 to the insurance company every fucking time.
Ooh, man, that's a lot of cheddar.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like one of the many drugs he's on is $20,000 a week to keep him alive right now. And again, doctors admitted this is an adverse effect to what was mandated.
Is he taking the one that Rob Skiba took?
REM
something?
I don't really don't know anything about Skiba's case, honestly. But he developed eGPA, which is I forget what the E stands for. It's a hard word to pronounce, but the GPA is granulomatosis with polyangiitis, and it's an autoimmune disease. He's got blood clots. His kidneys are failing. Yeah. He's his lungs keep filling with blood. He's on steroids that they hope to lessen over time. He's getting. I want to say it's remdesivir. It's something with an R. It's something like that. But that's that one that costs like $20,000 each pop.
I mean, I know the name of it. I just don't know if YouTube wants me to say it.
Yeah, it's not that. I don't think what I said. It's something close. It's anyway. Yeah, nobody can really go near him. Like if they sneeze or cough, like he has no immune system right now. So like, now all of a sudden masks are a real thing in my life. If I want to go and see him, which. He had basically shingles-like rashes along with monkeypox-like sores on his hands and feet, along with a lot of joint swelling, and that was kind of early on in it. But then, yeah, he's had I don't even know how many blood transfusions anymore, lost count. More than a dozen blood transfusions. He's been on dialysis twice. This is over the last like month and a half. He now with the blood clotting, okay, so like his blood's way too thin because of all the transfusions and dialysis. For them to give him blood thinners because they're afraid that that's going to make his lungs fill even faster with fluid. The steroids are supposed to help to slow that, but now he's got blood clotting in his like arms and legs, like bad, like where they're worried about like a 20-year-old having a fucking stroke or a heart attack, right? And like, so they need to thin his blood, but they can't because it's already too thin. And then even at the end of this, like let's say long term, like, and by long term, they're hoping to get him cycled kind of off of the steroids in like 5 years or something like that. In the treatments and whatever, like hoping that, but it's still, even then, it's like a 50-50, cross your fingers. Don't know when it's going to come back. Could be a week, could be a month, could be a year, could be 5 years. So that's my update, risking the whole server for something that's very fucking real. I think I phrased it in a way that should not get any strikes, but you know. And yeah, he's last thing is, and I've mentioned it before, like I say, he's 20 years old and he's not a smoker or a drinker or anything. He eats healthy. He's a 3rd-degree black belt in taekwondo and also been getting into kickboxing. And he's like 6'3", like like 200 and probably like 5 pounds or something like that. Like he's thick. Like this dude's he had nothing wrong with him. Nothing.
Well, my friends, this is just an example of the wrong information being acted upon, right? Because that's what an autoimmune disease is. It's your information system giving you the wrong target.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's another thing to mention too. So, like, yeah, his immune system is trying to kill him. So they're trying to suppress his immune system. That's part of his treatment. Is like stopping his immune system. Well, that makes him extremely vulnerable. Like I said, to like visitors coming and stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah. So this was actually a bioweapon that was designed, and I'm not speaking about your instance. I'm speaking about a different thing. There's a specific bioweapon that was attempted to be designed, and the target was mosquitoes. And how they were going to do it is they were going to introduce a spliced genetic code to the mosquitoes via CRISPR tech, which is a genetic insertion technology of some kind, altering something within their genome that when they got their hump on with the female mosquito, that it would cause all the eggs to be sterile. Thus, in a few short generations, it would wipe out swaths of mosquitoes in an area because nobody would be able to have babies anymore. Right? So, in principle, they were working on a technology that would directly destroy a population by using the population's own genetics, altering the information, and causing the information to put out a false output. Right? Now, if you scratch your head long enough, you could draw the analogy that it's possible, in principle, to do the same thing with humanity. Should you so desire to cull the population to a desirable amount that's tolerable to you. You know, like you don't want those pesky mosquitoes, so you're going to inject their population with a DNA alteration as a bioweapon to destroy them. And then you got these people who are on record saying that we need to get rid of lots of humans because we're hurting our precious Mother Earth. So draw from that whatever inferences you will.
Oh yeah, and one last thing also, because I know how the leftists think. They're like, "Oh my God, did he have the vid?" Like, no, he never. He was vaxxed for that and never got the vid. All right, so, very unfortunate.
Yeah, so let's just sum that all up with one big statement, which is these people being all of these groups, which also includes heliocentric zealots, they essentially just hate humans. They're misanthropes. That's what they are.
How would they ever see it that way, though? Like, they're completely brainwashed. Like, you can't say that and get through to them. They'd say, no, you are.
Well, as they used to say, some ideas are so dangerous that people who believe them should be eliminated. right? Now, dangerous to what? Exactly. A lot of them, their point of view is some ideas are so dangerous to the earth, right? And they put the earth on a greater moral status than humankind. And so they are willing to, in order to save the earth, to kill millions upon millions of people. And that's how they justify it. They make a moral hierarchy to where this thing is more valuable than that thing. Therefore, the destruction of this thing serves the benefit of that thing, then therefore it's a good moral equation. Now, of course, this is easier to do if you already believe that humans are just complicated rocks, right, in a vast nothingness, and that the emergence of life and sentient experiencers is just a happenstance or permutative chance, right? It's really not. It's not like your daughter has a soul or anything. She's just a electric walking mud puddle, and killing her is no different, right, than kicking over a sandcastle at the beach.
If you really want to take this to the next level, I would argue here that even with what's the right word for it, the people who want to mix with machine, there's a lot of that going on with this too. The transhumanism. That's what a lot of this is about, actually. But people never talk about that aspect of it. It's a little too over the top for most, I think.
Well, I was just going to speak on
earlier. We did
Let me
address
just say
that earlier, where they believe they're going to evolve into a bodiless consciousness floating energy.
They think they're going to be able to leave the physical reality behind and live within a machine forever.
Go ahead, friend.
Well, I was just going to say that not the people that support this ideology, but I'm talking about the people that are the progenitors of this ideology. You can go back into their scripts, close to 2,000 years now. In their own writings, they state that there's only one race, and it's them, and that all the other, what we consider to be races or types of humans here on Earth, are all subhuman.
We're mixed in with the cattle and so
Yes,
on.
Exactly. No better, no worse. Exactly.
It's the oldest trick in the book. Humans have value, obviously. Humans should not be killed, obviously. Therefore, you're not a human, so I can kill you.
The chosen ones.
Yes, but it's not restricted to one group alone. Many other groups adopt the same philosophy.
Yeah,
which is you just identify the other. You just identify the other as subhuman, and therefore human rights, which are axiomatic and even divine, don't apply anymore for whatever reason. Whether it's you got black skin, whether it's you got white skin, whatever it is. Oh, by the way, there's some of that going around in the flat Earth community. By the way, just so you're all aware.
Wait, of okay. What? We just talked about a lot of crazy shit. Of what?
Well, people think, erroneously so, that the flat Earth is a harmonizing truth. That people who are under the umbrella of the flat Earth truth are brothers. Okay, my friends, that's false. Okay, within the flat Earth community are people who posit the idea that the history of the world is false. And there's actually an alternative history which has a duel between two classes, two races. Okay, and they've created in their mind, whether they've acquiesced to the knowledge that this is what they've done, They will eventually. That there are the humans and then there are the subhumans. Right? Just like we just explained.
Yeah.
No, one such example of this.
But that's divide and conquer over and over and over again. Yeah, we're always
Oh,
subdividing.
yeah.
Yeah, we're always subdividing groups. So that's where, yeah, instead of where we were talking about diversity earlier, we need to recognize, instead of saying what are our differences, we need to say, hey, how are we alike? And most often we share way more we have way more in common than we have differences, right? So like,
but that's irrelevant to the point. Let me tell you why. So you find this entity being what you believe to be a person that has 99% similitude to you. However, they are not on a base level a human entity. They essentially mimic a human, right? Not only are they subhuman, but they're other than human. Therefore, they're in an entirely different class. Therefore, the similitude of their logistics in which they behave in the world is irrelevant, because the class to which they belong to is already defined axiomatically as evil. Therefore, regardless, they are worthy of destruction. Okay, yes, this philosophy has infested the flat earth, for sure, on many levels, and many people, believe it. Okay, so essentially they believe that there are real humans which have true souls and are capable of salvation, whatever that entails, whatever that means, or redeemability, however you want to call it. And then you have this other class of entities which appear to be human, but in fact are not human and are irredeemable and evil at their core and are worthy of destruction.
I guess at this point I would have to ask you to define human. Like how do you say this person is inhuman in his behavior? I how is it about behavior?
It's not even their behavior, though.
Is it about is there a code? Like, how can you test for this? Like, are you human or not?
Well, this is the thing, is that each group that does this philosophy create a test upon which you fail the test, you are self-evidently not eligible to be a human. Now, this test might be whether or not you belong to a particular race. That's happened in the past. This test might be whether or not you acquiesce to a particular philosophy. That's happened in the past. So they just apply the test to you, right? You fail their test that they created, which somehow they're the arbiters of this test anyway, which who gave them that authority. Well, right. Then they just classify you.
So you're agreeing with me. What I'm saying is we're all human. It's just that many humans are victims to them. Their bullshit.
Fair. So see, me and you believe we're all human. Okay, that's fair. What I'm telling you, there's people that do not believe we're all human, and they create arbitrary tests.
I'm aware of that. I pondered that. Like, could NPCs really be a thing? Like, people act like that, but no, they're still human beings. Because it's really easy from afar to be like, I ran into this one person that had to be an NPC. Oh my God, they were so triggered, blah, 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 blah. But that person has a family and has gotten into real conversations that were probably in depth, and you know what I mean? Like, there's substance to that person. It's just that sometimes they play a script. They can be easily triggered. Maybe it's through hypnotization through the TV and computer, or maybe it's whatever. But all of a sudden they run a script, and you'll find, if you are like being true to like yourself, if you're good at analyzing yourself, looking inward and everything else, like, you'll find that you do the same thing. You run those scripts too, and all of a sudden now, are you not human? Are you? You know what I mean?
We've classified that as the Mr. Smith effect and the Matrix movies. Obviously we're talking about the Matrix movies a lot today, but they're great foils to explain these ideas. Where he basically explains the woman in the red dress, right? He says at any moment, any person in the system, whether they know it or not, will, based on programming alone, defend the system and essentially become an agent for the system in that moment. Whatever system it is, by the way, it doesn't have to be the system. It could be a system within the system.
Yeah, but I don't even know what to say when it comes to the extremes of this. I'm not talking about people on the street anymore. Now I'm talking about like, some of your anti-flat earther guys that we run into. Like, that's one hell of a fucking programming job they did to that guy. You have to be, and name any one of them. You're McToon. You're fucking, I don't even pay attention to these guys anymore. Whatever, like they're all losers.
Yeah. Can I give you an example from recently? Okay, so a salient example. Okay, so John, being Mr. Refracted Curvature from FED, Nathan Oakley show, put out a challenge that he would go on, challenge any globe earther to debate him on, the, what's it called? Celestial sphere model being used as necessary for celestial navigation. Okay, now the premise being this: he would concede that the celestial sphere model is necessary, right? Which, in his view, this being John, refracted curvature, that model is based on an interpretation of a flat planar surface and angles to it and from it from the objects in the sky, and an arrangement of those in a model that's able to be used. So from his point of view, this all comes from a flat Earth model interpretation, or a flat Earth in the first instance, to which then a model is created on top of that, right? So that's what he's saying he will concede to, and that the Glober will essentially concede to as well. That being said, Ruhiv took him up on the challenge. McToon offered to be the moderator on his forum, to which John arrived. Ruhiv gave his presentation. John then gave his rebuttal, which was essentially saying, yes, I concede that you got a fix for your position by using the celestial sphere model, which is based on a flat Earth model. Therefore, you used a derivative of the flat Earth, essentially. Okay. To which, of course, as being globers that they are, bucked it and tried to rebut it back. But the key being, in this example, the focus on this: can you get an elevation angle from a curved adjacent? Right. That was the question, the crux that they were arguing. So,
I can see their argument, what they're trying to say. I'm not saying that it's legitimate, but I know what they're trying to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it'll be elucidated in this example. So, to which McToon, right, drew some squiggly lines on a paper, two squiggly lines that crossed each other. So essentially a cross shape, but the lines are squiggly. And he put that up to the screen and he asked Mr. John, can you get an angle from these lines? Now, Mr. John attempted to answer the question properly. In the meantime, okay, Mr. McToon was pumping the pace frenetically, like not allowing him to parse the answer. He just wanted a quick yes or no. Yes, no, yes, no. I demand an answer. The classic steamroller tactic where you essentially talk over the guy giving an explanation parsed out. So clearly, if you pay attention, you could hear John giving his answer. So John's answer was this, essentially: you can't just get an angle from those squiggly lines. You must first create a vertex point, draw two straight lines out where they intersect the squiggly line at some point, and you can then get an angle between those two straight lines. So no, it's not a simple yes or no question, which is accurate, okay? Now, McToon said, no, you're wrong. The answer is yes. Now, the point in contention then became, Mr. John, didn't you say you have Sorry, didn't you say that you might be an engineer in your field? And he goes, yeah, I'm a this, I'm a that. I can't remember what he said, but it's some type of technician. And he then said, okay, do you need an engineering degree for that? Ruhif was asking. And he said to Ruhif, yes, I have a dual bachelor's degree in electrical engineering and mechanical engineering. So therefore, I have 2 engineering degrees. Okay, fair enough. To which Mr. McToon said, you're lying because I proved by your not being able to answer this question, yes or no, that you're wrong, because I know that for an engineering degree, you must do calculus. And in calculus, you would do this equation that I just presented to you. So you're wrong. Now, I want you to put a cap in that. Fast forward to the question and answer section of the debate. Now, Mr. John had already left because he was starting to be ad hommed, and he just said, you know what, if you guys are just going to call me names, I'm out of here. So he left. Now, the question on the table was, can you please provide the proof of getting the angle from those curvy lines? Okay. Now, I want you to remember everything that McToon said and everything that John said. What did McToon do to provide his proof? He picked up the piece of paper. He created a vertex. He drew 2 straight lines that intersected the squiggly lines. He then proceeded to give an example that you could then get an angle between the 2 straight lines. Now, I want to ask you guys something. Is that not exactly what Mr. John said you needed to do? Yet Mr. McToon presented this as if Mr. John was lying, then went on to prove that Mr. John was actually being accurate by proving it by doing it himself.
It sounds to me like average McToon. He was just being a ball hog. He's an egotistical fucker who has to have the center of attention at all times. He had to be the one to present it. That's all that really happened there.
Yeah, now fair enough. I accept that. Except I want to go to the following day. So obviously McToon has this thing presented. It's going to be on his YouTube channel so people can watch it. It has a title. And the title is going to be this debate or that debate. Now, what he did is he changed the title. Right? He changed the title and it misrepresented what John agreed to do, because John actually read out the email of what he agreed to do. He never agreed to do the fix himself. He only agreed to concede that to get a fix, you must use the celestial sphere, which he believes is based on a flat earth. Now, that aside, that's one thing. Now, McToon decided to clip out another video, about 2.5 minutes, of this interaction where he presented the squiggly lines and demanded a yes or no answer. And he titled this video, Flat Earther Blatantly Lies About His Credentials. In other words, he's accusing Mr. John of lying about being an engineer and having an engineering degree based upon his inability to answer an immediate yes or no, because he decided to parse it out with accuracy, which McToon proved later in the debate is correct. So here we have people categorizing other people as liars for doing in words the exact same thing that they did on paper, but we're later in the same debate.
Yeah, but again, dude, we're kind of in the realm of social media and YouTube, whatever. Like it's not exactly a school, a university forum, like, or anything like that. These people are for entertainment. They're for views. They're for getting paid. Yeah,
that's cool, but people don't believe that when they watch it. They believe that Mr. John is a stupid flat earth liar who lied about having an engineering degree just to be, whatever. And yes, you are correct that McToon is essentially an entertainer. The problem is that people watch it thinking that he's actually, a astute scholar and scientist, et cetera, et cetera. Now, in a professional sphere, you might actually be sued for such an accusation that you've made public, that somebody lied about their credentials. And McToon might hide behind the entertainment value, right? He'd be like, "Oh, no, Judge, I'm not slandering him. This is just for entertainment. It's a give and take." He walked into the arena. It's kind of like a comedian. If you go to a comedy show, the comedian might call you out and say you're fat. So Mr. McToon has a $10,000 challenge, blah 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 blah. I mean, I would encourage John to offer McToon a challenge with a monetary value to prove that he's actually lying. Be pretty laughable. Oh, and of course, the hashtag associated with the video is "got to lie to flurf." Hashtag. Got to pretend you have engineering degrees. How many times have we been here when people have come in and said that they're physicists?
No, dude. Clearly, the people that we're dealing with are the dropouts, the rejects. They didn't quite cut it academically, but they still have something to say.
Well, what about Professor Dave, who basically says he hires field experts to write him a script that he can just use for his entertainment show?
Dude, he admits to freaking sort of in a roundabout way, admitted to fluffing his, credentials, I suppose. Yeah, like he's not what he makes himself out to be in his videos. And he's aware of that. He knows that. But I could turn the same I could turn the same criticism on flat earthers too, who have channels. They got grocery store clerks that freaking know everything about the earth and physics. Like, I don't know.
It's fair, but listen, if you present yourself as my conclusions are correct because of this argumentation, right? This physics principle combine, and then this is the result versus, appealing to your credentials as if it gives you more credibility in your argumentation. Like if you're just blatantly appealing to your credential as if it's self-evident that your conclusion is correct, then you got a problem. We got people come in here that do that are Globers for sure. I'm sure there's some flat earthers that do it, but we got them come in here and they're like, how come nobody listens to me? I'm a PhD in this field. Believe me. My favorite are come in and claim to be physicists, right? Claim to be this or that, right? And come to find out they're just students in that field. They present themselves as if they completed education and are a practicing professional in the field with experience, but really they're just like in their, second year of university after they've done this and their MR and their, geometry 1, whatever the heck, college level basics. And they've just started in their physics classes for their degree. And they're like, I'm a physicist.
I basically intimated that the other day with Matthew Learns in here, where they're at the point now where they're not even defending the globe itself; they're defending their institutions, they're defending the universities. he started chirping up right away. He took that to heart, because in my opinion, those are the ones that are the hardest to get to look at this information critically. The higher level math degrees and the higher level science degrees, neither of which do I have, so maybe I'm biased in my opinion. So
Okay, perfect example. I want to ask you some questions since you admit you don't have a higher level math degree. Okay. If you're traveling an arced path in free space, okay, in order to know where you are on that path, would you not have to know how much time has elapsed and how fast you've been going? Yes or no?
If I'm traveling an arced path, I would need to know both time. You said time and speed?
Right.
That sounds like it makes sense to me.
Yep.
There is no directionality, right? It's just, I mean,
You're just following the path. So you have a beginning, right? And you have an ending, and you want to know where you are on that path, right? If you need to know either exactly where you are, you need like a coordinate, or you need to know how fast you're going and how long you've been going it, right?
yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay, so you need a rate or something. You need two factors, right? Not just a single factor. So I asked Matthew, when I asked him, the plane, like a plane taking an arced path, has a change in attitude that's necessary in order to follow this path. So what is that rate? And he replied, 0.02 degrees.
And he's getting that what from the nose of a plane is slightly pointed up 2 degrees to maintain level flight. Is that where he's getting that from?
So is he just subtracting that from the already positive 3 degrees up angle to achieve lift? Because most aircraft are cruising around at 2 and 3 degrees up.
Yeah, the way it got explained to me is that the turbulence on both the top, it doesn't have to be, the nose doesn't have to be pointed up 2 degrees, but if you do that, there will be turbulence on both the top and the bottom of the wing, and they're just eliminating the turbulence from the top of the wing, I believe, by pointing it up 2 degrees so that it just
makes
makes
sense.
flight, makes it easier, smoother.
Well, think about that because it's quite like a sail, actually. So there'd be a region right at dead ahead that it's a luff zone in sailing. That means if you're not a certain degree off the direction of the wind, you'll be luffing your sails, even though you could be off from the direction of wind even slightly, you could still be luffing the sails. So yeah, you need a certain amount, and that's based on the wing design. I guess in aviation that would be called the stall zone or something like that.
Yeah, they can maintain flight when the turbulence is equal to each other, but they're like jumping around. It looks like.
Mm-hmm. That'd be like fighting against it, sort of like a flopping sail.
You see that meme I just popped in there, Sonny?
Hold on, I stepped away for a second. The one, yeah, the paper towel roll, yeah.
It's just really strange to me that all these globers are. To me, it seems like they're trying to prove that we live on a toilet paper roll, and the idea that the horizon is never discussed as it has to. It would have to curve equally to the
Yes.
to the curve that it. And I don't know how to articulate the argument. Is it, you're the so that sailboat would be on your y-axis, and if the horizon was the x-axis, how come nobody, even flat earthers, like nobody ever discusses the x-axis? If you're at the top of a ball, then all the slopes would have the whole thing would have to curve away from you equilaterally or equal. I don't know the proper terminology.
Exactly, and most of the time you have a much wider angle view in ocean shots anyway than you do looking forward. At least having a reference frame to go by. You know what I'm saying? Like so when you're looking at an oceanscape, like honestly, there's places where you almost have 180 degrees of nothing but water. And
Yeah, I remember I went to the beach recently,
yeah.
like 2-3 months ago, and I was up on the top of a cliff, and it just struck me as like, God damn, that horizon is flat, and
It's
the whole
amazing.
time these globers, they fail to be able to prove that the curve is on the y-axis, and even if they, how do they get out of the second argument that the other one, the x-axis, has to be the same curve?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And like I see things here where I'm on a hill, like maybe 1,000 foot, no more than 1,000 foot above sea level. And I'm looking out at open ocean, out going beyond the city. Well, now along that line of sight, I can see a bunch of buildings before. Then I can see buildings. My eye level is about the same height, or maybe even a little higher than some condominiums on the beach in Coronado Island, which is about 10 miles from me. Now, however far this open ocean is, there's a bridge after, there's a bridge. Now, the buildings that are on the island that are after the bridge are above the bridge level. I can see the bridge. I'm above the bridge and the building level. Now, at that viewpoint, coming down this hill for me, looking south, that open ocean, the level of the ocean, open ocean level is both above everything else before it, including all the tops of the buildings and the bridge. It's way out there and it's way above all the buildings. Like it was that clear. And that's incredible. Think about that. That I'm only 1,000 feet up above sea level, and I'm looking at the ocean, open ocean, and its level is higher than any of the buildings and keeps on going like way the heck out there, man. I'm telling you, when you're looking at open ocean like that and a really clear day, like it must be an incredible distance. And I know I like walked away a little bit from the thing about the XY axis, but yeah, you definitely have a point there, but we're just seeing things out in reality where perspective does apply, not refraction. It never did, because you're looking at real things. I'm really looking at a piece of land that's an island that's solidly attached underneath all that ocean. It's in the same place. It's not moving around. That's a geographic location. Like it's there. Like
When you just described that, it reminded me of that meme where he's on the beach and there's a fence there, and he has a glass of water as well, and there's a highlight of the water's level, the top of the railings level, and the horizon all level to each other.
yeah, yeah. And so like if you were on a hill and it was a ball, If there was any Sagitta, then there's no way there's no direction that horizon, that distant horizon could go is down, not up above things that are before it, lower than things that are before it, right? Am I wrong or am I right?
Well, that sounds right to me.
They would have to be lower in every case. In any rise in elevation, going up a hill, and the viewpoint, you're looking out. Your horizon would never rise up above everything before it, especially buildings that are like 25, 30-story buildings. That's 300 feet. There's other buildings here actually that are, I think, 80 stories. Some of the hotels. That's wild. So there's a 40-story building right across from me. It covers a whole entire city block.
Look at this. Looks like I'm bringing another one out. I mentioned them defending their education, and now Danny's typing in the chat.
Oh man. Well, he doesn't have any proof, so that's funny. Ridiculous. I don't even know why. Yeah, I agree with Elijah on a lot of this. I don't even know why we deal with some of these people. If they're not interested, they're not here to learn. They're only to be an anti-flat earther or whatever their case may be. They have no place in my mind. I have no free space for that in my head. 12:10 in the afternoon.
I mean, I remember when I first learned all this stuff, I remember feeling stupid for a while. Like, oh, how the hell did you get deceived? How come you never saw that? But I got over it. It took a month or two. I got over it.
Right. Yeah, that's a very good point, because I can't understand this clenching, this death hold
Digging in,
on their bias. Like their bias is so clenched. They have that just, they're not letting go for dear life. I don't care what these flat earthers say. Right, Danny? You numpty.
Danny,
Come on,
put
man.
some damn spaces in your damn paragraph.
Come to your senses, Danny. You're old enough now. It's time to grow up. Come on, man. Stop believing these childhood fantasies that globe Earth.
That's what. Next time one of these globers come in and they're trying to prove the Earth curve, I'm going to say, "Are you trying to prove a paper towel roll?"
Another 5 gallons of distilled water for next week. Yes. I need 5 more.
All right, what happened? What I miss?
Nothing. The entire computer fucking shut down when its operator disappeared.
Oh, so you're all actually NPCs?
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, I'm meant to make jokes, like stupid jokes. That's my thing. What's Danny still fucking chatting around here for anyway? Promoting his book? What?
I know. He needs I don't know what do they call it, object study.
Oh, whatever. I'm not gonna engage with this fucking guy. Like, But why is he here? Seriously, he offers nothing to the server in any way other than what all he's doing is trying to rape and pillage from the server for his own gain. That's the only thing he could possibly be doing.
Holy crap, dude. Holy crap.
You don't like
Screenshot.
accusations of rape and pillaging or what?
No, I'm just witnessing some double thinking going on in the chat.
Danny, let's be clear. Nobody here likes you. Oh, he's not
What?
even. He's not even in the voice chat. Like, what the fuck? He's not supposed to be typing in the voice text.
Well, we've updated that since we removed the.
Yeah. He's not clearly not paying attention to the live stream either. He's here just to be a fucking piece of shit. That's it. Hey, heretic, are you in here? No. Okay. I'm gonna let you guys know that you guys are gonna take this to Cogdis VC.
Holy crap, dude. It's a good case study. So Danny quotes, "Flat Earth is a cult. Flat Earth itself as a proposition is a cult." Then goes on to say, "I was only speaking about specific people." I don't know. Maybe parse your language a little better. Hire a technical editor, perhaps. I don't know. Or, be competent to write at a professional level, maybe. I don't know.
Get in touch with Professor Dave. He can recommend some people to work with.
I do like the fact that whatever people type in here, I have, regardless if they try to delete it or not. Comes in handy quite often. Oh, my goodness.
I guess it's not entirely fair to accuse some of these people as being weird for being a glober but hanging out in a flat earth server every day, because there are certain flat earthers that hang out over at Gem Panda seemingly on a daily basis.
See. Well, now we got a disjointed conversation. Anyway, the reason why we let him talk and speak is that he, as a professional in the field, is actually of some quote unquote validity, can be caught out in his double speak.
No, but Dan, here's the thing: is Danny Faulkner is not engaging with us in the voice chat. He in the voice itself. He's only trying to promote himself in the voice text on our YouTube stream. That's all he's trying to do. He's trying to draw people in to buy his shit, whatever else it is. Like, he won't engage us in here. He never comes around until all of a sudden he's like, right, like he's working on some shit. He admitted that the last time he was around.
Lou, I talked to him for about an hour in a live chat last night.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, I wasn't on at that time, so I missed that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna recruit some of my flat Earth friends, and I'm gonna try to get over to the Creation Museum. Hopefully, get a tour with Danny over there.
Yep.
Be fun.
Whatever though, that's. You guys want to engage him, create some drama in the text, do it in Cogdis where he belongs. Seriously. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about in the live stream. It's detracting.
Sure. Well, I mean, that's a rule. You have to be listening to really go engage in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I mean, so we have to be a little bit flexible now that we have to open it up for those who might be listening in YouTube, but they should still be trying to keep it somewhere near the topic. Yeah. Even if you're being in satire and posting memes, like make the memes relevant if you can.
Yeah, and sometimes not even Cogdis. There's a debate voice text too, or a debate text where you can just text in there, as well. You don't have to do it in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, but the problem is that he types something in the live stream, and then people start pinging him, and then he's replying. He's replying to the pings.
Yeah, and if he's saying that flat Earth is a cult, that's not cool.
No, I like it when he does that.
I kind of do too.
Yeah, well, of course I do, because then you'll quote him as saying flat Earth is a cult, and then you'll watch him waffle with his double speak, trying to say, "Oh no, I wasn't trying to point flat Earth and total, just these specific people."
Say, "Oh, I'm just talking about a few people."
I mean, I know this works on most people, but like, I'm done with it. I don't give a fuck about like just calling each other names. Like, you're in a cult. No, you're in a cult. Like, your cult's worse than my cult. Like, your cult believes in this, and my cult believes in that. Like, fuck you.
Oh well.
My cult could beat up your cult.
Look, the point is that he's a professional. Okay, that people do read his books, and it's important for them to see how he behaves beyond his professional sphere, of which they are limited in access to. Because Danny's already said he doesn't want to convince flat earthers. He's only essentially to gatekeep people who are thinking about flat Earth by giving them a reasoned response against it. So like they're interested, and they say, oh well, before I go down this track, let me check with the person I should definitely check with before I make any major life decisions, that being Danny Faulkner. Let me read his book. Oh, Danny Faulkner says flat Earth's stupid, so I'm not going to look into it. Right? And then they find out, oh, wait a minute, Danny Faulkner's on flat Earth forums, shooting himself in the foot. So it has salient purposes to it.
I mean, I understand some flat earthers too. Like they hear a guy like Danny Faulkner, they're like he's got an audience. He's a bigger name. You could reach out, and we should take advantage of that. And blah blah blah. You're so inspirational, you motherfuckers. Like, no, I'm done with that too. Done with that too. Fuck all of them.
Well, when he comes around, isolate him for a short period of time so he can make sure that that he knows that that you're fed up with him. That'll satisfy both groups. All right, so dude, how come we can't alphabetize the roles? Oh my goodness. So annoying. Got to scroll through a list of roles that aren't alphabetized until you find what you're looking for.
Easiest way to add a role, unless you're on the phone, is to left click on the name of the person and then click the plus button on the role thing, and then you can search for the role you're looking for. You don't have to scroll through it. You know what I mean? Click on the person, then click the plus button at the end of the roles. And you can type in the role you're looking for. It'll pop up.
Yeah, I'm just mostly on the phone, usually.
Oh, on the phone, yeah. The phone is a little more different.
So, Helio, how would you describe that interaction you had with old Danny Falk?
Every time I talk to him, we do all right, man. I don't know why everybody. I mean, I guess I know why everybody hates him. Not hates him, but I just can't stand it.
I don't speak for everybody. I don't speak for everybody, and I don't actually hate him. I just don't pay any mind to him whatsoever. Is that bad?
No, because you're not the only one. No, it's not, and he knows that. It's no problem.
I'll admit, I don't know the first thing about the guy.
Yeah, he wrote a book called Falling Flat, and he's one of the curators, one of the people over there at the Answers in Genesis Creation Museum there in Kentucky.
Well, he's still a nobody who still just thinks the globe is real, so it's like he doesn't exist.
I don't know about that. But anyway, I still want to go. I've always wanted to go to that Creation Museum, so I'm going to see the Ark, man. It'd be interesting.
Hey, Helio, my mom went there. She absolutely loved that Creation Museum. So
Look,
yeah, definitely check
cool.
out.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to agree with everything in there, but I'd still be.
I have to point out the reason he got cogged 3 days isn't because I hate him or anything like that. No, it's because he broke the rules. Like, he's literally just promoting himself in the live stream.
No, that's cool.
If he was to come in here and talk with us and engage us in a fair way, I wouldn't have done it. But no, like he's not a he's not here with good intentions.
He's not a Matthew Learn.
I think everybody knows he's not here with good intentions.
No, I wasn't even coming in to protest that. Yeah, I think you did the right thing, Lou. I mean, it is what it is.
But to be fair, though, every chump that arrives here should be able to be handled for content for our purposes, regardless of their intention. They should be outsmarted and outforwarded and utilized, and then thrown in the garbage heap. The rest of the garbage when we've had our usefulness.
Yeah, at least Matthew does step in the octagon to take his lashings.
Yeah, Danny only come in here if I talk to him. He won't talk to anybody else.
I got to give it to Matthew. I don't know how he does that, dude. Something in his religion brings him plenty of peace, no matter what you throw at him. This dude is just force field all around him. Block, 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 block. Like, I don't know. It's some kind of anime. Like,
it's not. He's like a Jedi, but he's like the dark side.
I know. It's like, yes, am I using fallacious arguments? Yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
I'm still holding my face out forward, though. I'm still looking ahead, and I'm still right.
He's the Darth Vader of of the globe Earth.
I know, right?
I love him for it, honestly. Like, but at the same time, it's like, come on, dude, you just admitted, just say it.
I know.
Yeah. I've described him as a fully baby oiled up wrestler, just slipping out of all the chokeholds.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. Slip, slip, slip. Slip and slide again, Matthew. Slippery. Bro.
Yeah, if we could team up though, he's the kind of guy we want in our corner. Like, you just throw, grease the motherfucker up and send him out there.
Well, we've got people on here that want Matthew Learn's banned ad infinitum, right? Because they find him to be offensive.
No, he is disingenuous at all levels. Okay, so I can understand the frustration that people have with him. Right, I get it, but he really is good for us. You have to look at the bigger picture here.
If he even had 1% of an asshole gene in him, I would agree. But because he literally has no assholiness in him at all.
He's got that monotone. No matter what you throw at him, he just got that monotone. Oh no!
Yeah.
Here's the way I think about it. No, yeah. Just
yeah. Here's the deal with Matthew. The reason he's so good, in my opinion, is that end of the day, all he has is beliefs, and the audience, if they're apt to understand, they will realize that the best the Globers have is Matthew Learns coming in here, which means the best the Globers have is mere.
I would probably try to get a little more exact on that. So they would argue that the real best are always banned immediately. They're not allowed to speak.
Oh, you got it. You got
they
it.
Would always and then
no
what we've allowed is a Matthew Learns who happens to have a very faith-based religion, like he's not your average Glober. He's somehow blended, the Bible and science together. He's a what do they call that? Like a theological.
He's a Minotaur. It doesn't exist. So anyway, he's in fucking Minotaur.
Danny's a creationist too. He just figured out. I think during our talk last night, I was talking about. All right, we were talking about Genesis, and I'm like, all right, so God made the earth first, and he's like, yeah. So on the fourth day, he made the sun, moon, and stars. And he's like, yeah. So he put the sun, moon, and stars around the earth and made the third rock from the sun. Act like he didn't know what I was talking about, but I think he did.
I was quick with calling him a Minotaur, by the way. Glad,
I knew what you were cooking.
Yeah, no, that was really good.
Yeah, it's
I just want to quickly say something to any of the flat earthers that may be listening who actually would want Matthew to be banned, I'm just gonna, and I hate to use this term because I rarely use this term and I think it's overused, but all I can say is try your best not to be a snowflake, because that's kind of snowflake behavior, saying, "Oh, Matthew's annoying me, we should ban him." Just try not to be a snowflake.
I'd say Matthew's probably the top of the list as far as how many flat Earth meetups he's been to. He's like your Glober you want at the barbecue. He's shown up to more flat Earth barbecues than any Glober.
Does he really show up to the? Does he really show up to the flat Earth meetups on Reddit?
He's been to like 5 of them.
Damn, dude, this dude's barbecuing for us.
He's been to more flat Earth. I've only been to 1 in 5 years. He's been to like 5.
You know who else shows up? You know who else shows up? Hey, you know who else shows up?
Who?
Danny.
Danny? Oh, really?
He shows up to every conference. He's been to every conference.
And he's literally talking about meeting up with Helio in real life to go to the Ark encounter, right?
All the big meetups are all in that California area. Like,
who's the other
for some
guy?
reason, all you weird Californians. This is earlier, all the weird Californians I was talking about, Sonny. Like,
yeah.
Why is it that you all got this going on?
Wait a minute, it's going to be a blast, man. It's going to be a blast. Wait till I start rocking this. You'll have live music. We'll have venues.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, for purposes of cross-pollination, right? Certain things have to reach a critical mass before they segue and broach. So for example, there are many, many people who are interested in the topic who will only go as far as the people that they have already segued to exist. So for example, they might read, let's just say, for example, let's just say they're a Christian, right? And they come to the idea of flat Earth, and so they have typical apologetic circles that they run to for their arguments. Let's say William Lane Craig and Answers in Genesis. So they'll find information from both on the topic. William Lane Craig will be very little, but then they'll find that this guy Danny has a whole book about it. They'll look at some of his blogs and they'll say, okay, I don't need to do any further because somebody I trust has already done it. But if Danny has permutative segues into flat Earth avenues, they'll then look into those, right? So cutting off that avenue, it limits your saturation of the market. So
I just want to know,
would always be kept on a leash, attached to us in some way.
I just want to know. So, like, guys in the Southwest who have been to the meetups with Matthew Learns, like, is he a good cook?
Oh, because he says he is, doesn't he?
Well, I mean, no, somebody said that he's flipping burgers and shit. So I just want to know, like, if this dude's really coming to the Flat Earth meetups and just mingling in and flipping burgers for people and having a good time, like, it's kind of a different picture than what we're getting here with him.
Yes, but remember though, there must be a class of Globers that exist that recognize that if there's a paradigm change, that they have to have plausible deniability, that they were correct in predicting that this paradigm change was going to occur. So in other words, Matthew, let's just say for sake of argument, it comes out the Earth is flat and that's the official narrative. Matthew will be like, yeah, I was with you guys all along. We're all buddies.
Hey, you guys remember flat Earth math, Charles? In Pennsylvania?
All I know is Matthew has proven himself many times to, like, agree over and over again. He agrees with us. If he's like going like, I'm going to go and this weekend there's a flat Earth hangout, we really should pack up the grill and get over there. Like, this dude loves us. He fucking loves us. Yeah. There's no way he's a fucking Glober.
Yesterday was like 5-on-1. Everybody was asking, all kinds of questions. I was listening yesterday when he was in.
It's a free for all. We like our fresh meat now.
Well, that's not fresh meat. That's beating a dead horse. Talking to me.
Fine, it's dead horse meat, but when we're starving, anything.
I know, right?
I'm just talking
It's like that.
actions. Actions are louder than words, dude. If that's what he's doing, dude, like it paints a whole nother picture of Matthew. Like seriously.
Here's the deal. He's playing a character. He's not a Glober. He's just playing a character. Simple as that.
That's kind of the way I look at it. Because I mean, he's been up and down every aisle of Flat Earth Costco, and he knows every product.
But aren't we all characters?
No, not. I mean, I think. Well, yeah. I mean, to a certain extent, yes.
He's playing
But,
a character that isn't himself.
to a certain extent, yes. But like, some of us are more dependent on like what people think, what people view. The more, especially the younger you are right now, the more dependent you are on social media and the way that you're viewed there. Like for people like myself, who I'm 40 and I've tried to separate myself from social media as much as possible. Like, no, it has no effect on me. Like, this is the only place I post anything. This is the only place I'm vocal. This is it.
Me too.
Me three.
Bring it up. I brought it up to a lady that was running for the Senate. She came to my house just to try to do some I don't know what it's called, advertising or whatever. And she was
Campaigning.
yeah, campaigning, and she was on the liberal or Democratic side or whatever. So I was like, hey, what about space? She just shrugged it off. I tried to tell her the Earth is flat. I was like, and she's like, oh no, I'm more worried about state level stuff. And I'm like, all right, I'll see you. Have a nice day. I tried to bring it up at work. Got a lot of ridicule. Only been at this job for like 6 months. People kind of just look at me and laugh at me, whatever. But the more vocal you are about it, the more you're used to get shit on or people trying to just talk shit. But I just say, hey, probably haven't, but most people won't even want to. I brought it up again too in front of all my siblings. I have 4 sisters. All of them, like she was talking. One of my sisters was talking about a sprinkler, and it had like a little kiddie pool in it. She said, "Oh yeah, the directions said it had to be on flat ground," and I was like, "Yeah, because water always seeks its level," and they're just like, "Oh, they just laughed it off because they know I'm a flat earther." It's like, come on, man, it's like, why else would the little sprinkler water toy need to be on flat ground? Sure, it will work on a curve.
You wouldn't know.
I showed my mom and my stepdad the clip of Peggy Hall. They loved it. They like Peggy Hall, so they like that clip. I don't know if any of you guys saw that.
She did something on NASA. I didn't watch the video, but she go any farther than just bashing NASA?
She just said we need to bring the conversation back away from space, back down to Earth. But space, and then she said space is fake and doesn't exist, and Earth is flat and stationary, or immovable and stationary.
That's completely correct, but like,
Wow.
and we've known that for quite a while. That's been like our goal for quite a while. And that's our number one fight. Is no matter where we take it, these globers, no matter where we take it, these globers always take it back to theoretical, like science and physics, like space, like what it would be like, not what you know it's like, but what it would be like. That's where they always go.
Dude, it just blows my mind because I've been telling people for like the past year and a half that this is gonna start coming up in politics. Like it's gonna get mentioned more and more, and people are like, nah. You know, even my buddy he's a flat earther, and he's like, I don't think so. I think they're just gonna keep it censored. But no, like she's pretty out there. You know, like most of the people that like I don't know follow her or whatever, they're not really flat earthers. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, no, we were definitely having an influence. We're definitely having an influence on politics and politicians. They're listening to us. And it reminds me of that Illuminati game thing, you know, kind of like Magic or whatever, the Illuminati game. The card for flat Earth is like something about how like they, you know, there's something that they know. You know that
here's how it goes.
It's very valuable. I forget how it goes.
Crazy. They know something. That's what this. That's what it is. It's
Yeah.
People make fun of the flat earthers, but they know something. That's what it is.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah. So right now, the people are realizing it's like that card is being played right now. It's like the people are realizing that the flat Earth is on to something. They're like, they're talking a lot of truth. Not that I agree with their overall message, but there's a lot of truth in what they're saying. That's what the mainstream is doing right now.
Yeah, man, I love it. I love to see it get out there.
Yeah, so Peggy Hall's not a lightweight, by the way. She actually organized and orchestrated a movement of the people to create I don't know if it was legal action or political action that essentially removed all kinds of mandates from her county completely. Successfully.
Yeah, she's good. No, I've looked into her. She knows her way around the system for sure. But yeah, I gotta go. I'm unloading the truck. I gotta unload a truck right now for my sister. It's got some furniture in it. So I'll see you guys later.
About that, like just them paying attention. Just notice the YouTubers that were conservative a couple of years ago, like all, you know, that are all of a sudden talking flat Earth also. Or look at, I mean, that's a very like superficial level right there with YouTube and that type of stuff. But there's politicians, like he said, who are coming out as flat earthers, and there's man, well, whatever. I don't want to get. Yeah, I can't. There's more to it, like of detail, but it's not all coming to mind. Either way, though, the point remains the same: is that we're having a huge influence, like a major influence. Like that's been this game all along. Is that they tried to make you think that you're insignificant, but that's why we've had this test for years now. Like, no, we're not insignificant. People are finally starting to listen. They're going, oh my God, these people have been, especially over these last like 2.5 years, there's a lot of stuff we've been saying that we haven't been officially saying. You know what I mean? Little cough. They're going, damn, what did they know that we don't? And let's say that you're in a family, like you've got people who work in the banking industry, in investment, like they're going, wait, this person recognizes trends. This person, they're starting to ask questions. They're starting to pay attention, whereas they didn't in the past.
I was just thinking it'd be really funny if Trump were to get reelected and in his second term, he never in any of his speeches ever mentions the Space Force. Cross your fingers.
Space Force!
Fuck yeah!
Yeah, I was about to say something.
What's that?
Gosh, my connection is shitty.
Needs a new satellite. That one probably collided with another one, which means someone else is about to drop out.
Yo, what's up, guys? What are you doing?
We just chilling. What's up?
Hi, cool. Not that much, man. Had a pretty good day. Managed to repair my bike. The back chassis got broken somehow. So that was a bit more difficult than just a flat tire or whatever. That was quite a bit different, yeah. What about you?
I got the mowed lawn today, and it's got really beautiful stripes. So, yep.
Damn, typically American things.
No, not the plains. It's a little bit hilly, but yeah. No, I got stripes. I'm not gonna do it stupid.
No, that doesn't look bad, to be honest, though. Stripes on a lawn. I mean, I wouldn't be complaining.
No, of course not. That's the goal. You gotta alternate them week for week, so that you get them in that actually checkerboard like pattern. That's how it's done.
Oh damn! And then you mean the masons will come to your lawn and be like, "Hey." Before you know, you'll get 2 pillars on that lawn as well. Someone will put them there in the middle of the night. Well.
Hey, you just give me an idea a minute ago when you said the word flat tire. Like in the future, when it becomes a little more common knowledge that the Earth is flat and stationary, I think it'd be funny if like a flat earther that owned a bar, like named his bar or renamed his bar Flat Tire. I mean, they have Fat Tire as the name of a beer, right?
Oh yeah, it is.
A very good beer.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I won't deny. I think that might be from Wisconsin, actually. Ooh. No, where is Fat Tire from? No, that's New Belgium Brewery, isn't it?
I have no clue. Only heard of it. But
yeah, I think that might be. I think that might be my state. Yeah, I think that might be.
Well, I mean, I would see it kind of working out well because you got the whole tire idea, you know, like a bar needs some little props and whatnot, and I think you could get it there, you know. I wouldn't be too bad of an idea, you know. You have a beer and you chat about your globe beliefs. get them debunked while the evening progresses. I wouldn't mind.
They're from Colorado, Lou.
Okay. I had the name right though. It was yeah, it is New Belgium Brewing. Yeah. But I knew that. I was just looking it up myself. We have a New Belgium, Wisconsin also. That's why I wasn't sure. There's like a New Belgium, a New London, a new a new everything over here. I think a lot of places probably do.
Carl Strauss makes a beer called Red Trolley. They're on the same level as far as I'm concerned. Very similar to each other.
Oh, wait. Actually, I got to add on to that idea. So, different bars sometimes have different artwork, to represent their logo or their name or whatever. So I was thinking is somehow, some way incorporate into the sign of a flat tire bar, like a car or a bicycle, something like that. It's got a flat tire, but it's a flat tire that's not made out of regular black rubber, but like a thicker tire where you can kind of see it vaguely look like a globe with the green and blue oceans and continents, but it's like a flat tire globe Earth, like flat tire bar, flat, deflated globe Earth, popped globe Earth.
Yeah, it could be. Anyways, fellas, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave again for a bit. Might join back if there will be a globe or something. Okay.
There will never be a time where you check back where they have proof of a globe. I can just tell you that.
No,
right now.
just a glober. I mean, like just a glober.
Oh, if somebody can
Who's
take
here
a
was
picture of themselves with a globe.
Dude, that would be cute. Unironically, dude, in elementary school, there's like a picture of me, like laughing next to the teacher in a globe because, like, she had like a globe on her table and whatnot, and we had class pictures.
Ugh.
It is pretty funny though how, in most elementary schools, one of the basic things is on the desks is a globe, or at least often. There is a map or a globe, and yeah. Might be a bit early for kids of 5, to know the map or whatnot. Don't really think they care about the map. But it's still there,
No, see, you're missing the point. So you think that it's important that they might see the globe, right?
Yeah.
But what it actually is, because they say this is where you live, right? You live on this. So what they're
Yeah.
actually doing is admitting to a child who can't fathom it that their entire premise is you live on a model. You live in a model and on a model, and they tell you this. It's the globe Earth model.
Maybe even more, it limits, like, even just, the regular maps that are hanging there. That's kind of what I was getting at, is it limits the child's idea of how big the world could be, It's like, you get the globe, you get the maps on the wall, and it's like, well, Australia, east, west, some ice at the poles, that's it.
Yes, and
that's
and
all
of
we
course, of course, they point to the top and say this is where Santa lives.
Yeah, which is a conspiracy theory, obviously. Oh well.
Well, the whole
Yeah,
Santa
but
thing is another mind screw.
True, but brainwashing starts early as hell. Like, can't even blame them. I don't know, dude. I really can't blame normies, to be honest. Like, I find that, lots of people say, like, fuck normies, this, that, like, a normie mistreated me over something, but I don't know. This stuff hasn't even been written about in history and whatnot, what's going on currently, so can't blame the normies for not being prepared.
Big life questions. Should I A, clean my truck, or B, do my taxes? C, play video games.
B, taxes, work first and then games. Not the answer we were hoping for. Okay, see you fellas.
Yes, bro. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, nobody was talking, so just went to wait.
So just keep going.
No, I just wanted somebody to wake up. I mean, respond. Hello. Why are you here if you're not talking? Or listening?
Did I just hear my name? Am I being accused of something? Sorry, I took out the garbage. What's up?
No, nobody's accused of nobody. Nothing, I mean.
Alright. No, what was that? Who were you speaking to then?
Levelist, kinda.
He might be taking the garbage out too. Probably a couple Globers in those bags.
I can only use this platform in the manner in which you see fit.
Hmm?
Never mind, bro.
He's totally far out and spacey, man.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Doing well. How are you yourself?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. Beautiful Sunday.
Weather is perfect here in southern Wisconsin. I got to tell you. I don't know where you're at.
It's about 90 degrees over here.
Oh, too hot, too hot. I got a comfy 86 with very low dew points. I got a 40% mold risk. I don't know what that means on my weather thing, but it's low. It's considered low. We'll say that.
That's wild.
It's
Were we talking about anything in here in particular?
spacey shit, like the ideas like the edge, all of that stuff is only in your mind. Do you disagree, or do you think like it's real, or is the Earth a ball? That's even crazier.
They're both it's an agenda.
Is the horizon physical? Is it a physical object with a fixed location? I'm Gregory, by the way. Pleased to meet you.
My name is Chris. Nice to meet you. Anyways, what I'm trying to say though is there is no edge. That's something that's misspread by the Flat Earth Society. Stills of Flat Earth.
I'm gonna go ahead and assume you're a flat earther, right? The truth, I am. Yeah, would I be safe in assuming?
Well, water is always level, so that's common sense.
There you go.
Okay, so would you be an infinite planar then? What are your thoughts about that?
Chris, are you there? Is there a delay?
This push to talk thing is no good.
Oh.
I was just saying I was a part of the Infinite Plane server. Did you hear that?
No, we did not. So you are an infinite planar.
Yeah, 100%. I'm friends with Tim Osman. I like what he's doing.
And I don't really have anything. Well, I have one thing that I have to question with the infinite planars. So, like gas pressure, how does that work? If it's infinite.
I have another one.
But wait, one question at a time.
Yeah, I will wait.
Is there anything that you can think of that is actually infinite, or is that just an idea?
That second one.
That can't be proven for sure, bro. It's just an idea.
Yeah, so far it's just an idea, right? We could settle with that. So far, it is just an idea.
Well, globe Earth is an idea as well.
Even deeper than that, though. Let's consider this.
Sorry.
Because when you assert the assertion that any concrete item, there are concrete entities, there are abstract entities, concrete and abstract. When you assert that any concrete entity, any physical, material, substantial thing is infinite in size, can you, first of all, conceive that in your mind? Can you imagine that?
I don't believe humans can fathom that.
Okay. Now, does that make sense in your mind? For instance, if I handed you a rock, right, that rock has a finite size. It occupies a finite amount of space, correct?
100%.
And like with everything else you observe, right? You've seen it occupy a finite amount of space.
Yes, what I see is finite. It can never be infinite.
So when we say the sentence, this concrete item, this material item is infinite in size, that implies that it's not a fixed size that is unquantifiable. It's a size that is infinitely growing and will never stop growing.
Yeah. Have you studied Martin Kenny before in the Four Root?
Well, the only way that I could start to fathom all that starts going into crazy kind of like simulation theory ideas. Like if you lived in a video game that was made to have infinite boundaries, it would render before you. Like that's the only way that you could fathom such a thing.
And so, with that being said, you see, the sentence doesn't make sense because if it exists, then it has extension in space. You see, and if it is a thing, a particular thing, then that exists, then it exists with other things. But if anything supposedly has infinite size, then there would be no space for anything else. But there is space for other things. So that isn't the case. So my point is that the very notion of a concrete item being in infinite size is absurd. It's impossible. Infinitude is only a quality of an abstract thing. Infinitude. For instance, when you talk about the Almighty, and you talk about an infinitude of his characteristics, for instance, you can be real, like being real for an infinite amount of time. The amount of time that you exist or are real is not a finite quantity of moments, not a finite quantity of time. You are real, and there is no end to the amount of time you are real. You see, that makes sense. And that's the infinitude of an abstract thing. The amount of time. Time is abstract. You see. So infinitude cannot be the property of any concrete entity.
I feel like we might have cut to the chase on this one. We're like going super deep on like this new guy, and
yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah, let's try and keep it as simple as possible.
Yep.
Well, sometimes when you have to learn, you have to gain some knowledge you don't know, meet some concepts you're not familiar with. But of course, I don't want to drown you.
But have you ever heard of Occam's razor, though? The simplest response is the truth.
Well, that's not quite where Occam's razor is. Occam's razor is saying that the most simplest theory to try and account for something is
That's
the one
what I
that's most
meant.
likely.
Yeah, no, it takes a little bit of good thought about it. It doesn't mean the simplest solution is always the answer. It's just that it actually says that it's most likely the answer, like or something along those lines. I might not
Yes.
might not have that verbatim, but
Actually, the
No, you got it
explanation
right
that
there.
has the fewest assumptions. Pretty
yeah,
much.
yeah, yeah. No, but the idea remains the same: is that you don't want to overcomplicate the situation. Can we agree with that?
Essentially,
course.
yes.
But again, my point still stands since infinite plane was mentioned.
Yep.
You cannot prove an infinite plane, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
No,
But that would be an
doesn't
argument for
exist.
making a fallacy.
The truth doesn't exist.
To say that you can't prove it's false, that's an argument from ignorance fallacy.
100%.
It's like saying it's like saying you can't prove that invisible fairies exist, but they could exist. But it's like cool, but it's pretty useless, right?
You have a spirit. Can you prove that exists?
Yes.
How can you do that?
Revelation.
So reading scripture will prove that you're spiritual.
No.
Not that you're spiritual, but that spirits are real. And it isn't merely reading a mere text, but reading a text that is the recorded revelation from the God. Be it revelation from the God that's verbally propositional or on record.
Why don't you go ahead and reference some revelation then?
Oh. You read the Gospels. Lord Yahushua, Jesus said, the God is spirit, and those who worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's my pleasure. I hope you stick around for
to the whole idea of the infinite plane thing, though, like, so, and I could dig it because I get down on some crazy ideas. I love to ponder. I'm into Mandela effect theories, and like simulation theory is something that I've definitely spent some time thinking about. Not that I agree with it, but I do, and like, I do think about it. That's what I mean. But the gas pressure argument, like, there is no such thing as infinitum, or is that the right word? Infinity, right? There's no such thing. It's just something that it's just an idea that we have in our heads. It's a concept. It's a mathematical concept.
Right, it's an abstract entity.
Yeah.
It's an abstract quality and an abstract, like the concept of infinitude is abstract, and the characteristic itself is abstract. It's not a concrete thing.
Right. So it's when it's too big for you to understand it, you say infinity.
Right. Colloquially, we express the magnitude of how amazing the thing is, but literally, strictly speaking, it's not infinite. It's not without end.
5 divided 0.
So, but what I'm getting to is, like, we know that we have pressure, and this pressure remains pretty much the same, at least at altitudes, right? At sea level, it doesn't fluctuate much. So, I mean, weather systems, yeah, you have low and high pressure weather systems and stuff like that. But for the most part, we get like what we get with what you would expect in an enclosed system, like something like a terrarium, something that has a sealed area. Now, how big that is,
something that would happen in a finite space.
Yeah, that would be finite, exactly. So no matter how big it is, it's finite.
Like you were saying, Lunatic, by implication, if the Earth is infinite, the size is infinite, then that implies the gas has an infinite amount of space to go occupy. And so there would never be a point where the gas would never stop moving away in all directions, because there will always be more space. And so there couldn't be gas pressure, because the gas would never press on anything, because there's nothing to press on, because there's so much space, it's always increasing. So you can't have gas pressure in that world.
Right. No, I agree completely. So I just want to point that out to you, who comes in as an infinite planer. You might have found a different type of flat earther here. It's not some... I mean, if you want to stick with empirical evidence, with physics and whatever, like, it cannot be infinite. If you want to go into philosophy and like ideas like maybe we're in a simulation and shit like that, which I dig those fucking stories, man, I'm telling you. Well, then that's a different conversation, though, because we're talking about our reality. Like, let's say we are Mario. You know, we're just trying to figure out the bounds to our game. We can't figure out the creators of our game. We can only figure out the bounds to our game.
Well, remember, empiricism is not antithetical to philosophy. Philosophy is what requires empiricism. Empiricism is a school of thought in philosophy. So in philosophy, you are required to substantiate assertions. You see, we talk about substantiation, and this really should be appreciated. We talk about substantiation. Substantiate what? Substantiate the assertion. Why? Because the assertion is concerning an empirical matter, an empirical thing. Supposedly this empirical thing exists. So in order to justify the assertion, you have to substantiate it with the substantial existence of the thing that supposedly exists or is happening. So philosophy isn't antithetical to empiricism. Empiricism is a school of thought in philosophy, justifiably so. So if you truly want to do philosophy, especially when you talk about the things, the concreta, right, nature, you must substantiate it. You must substantiate what you're saying about nature in order for your assertion about nature to be justified, your knowledge claim about nature to be justified.
Yeah, good. No, that's an excellent point. Yeah, you're limited by certain rules or laws of logic, like and how you come to certain conclusions. You can't just come up with anything you want, all willy-nilly like.
Gregory, can I try to understand, because of English? You are saying practically without philosophy you cannot even have empirical stuff, because you need to use philosophy in the first place.
Yeah, when you talk about empiricism, that implies a philosophical way of thinking. It's a particular epistemology.
That's what science is. I mean, philosophy and science are pretty much like, well, science is like the modern iteration of what the old philosophers were. Let's put it that way.
Science, before that, natural philosophy, before that, ta physica, the things, that is a subcategory of metaphysica, after the things. That's what Aristotle named his works after ta physica, the things. So literally, when you understand, after some research, you understand that the physics, the things, nature, science, it's a subcategory of metaphysics, which is one of the basic subcategories of philosophy.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so the whole system is based off of your philosophical beliefs, right? Like, you have to make in all of these sciences, when it comes to, there's certain things that we can, I think, pretty much prove here with us that are tangible, but like what they're trying to prove is the unknown. And when it comes to that, they get cocky. They think that they can prove what they could never know. Like, and they get caught up in this, in this philosophy. They're just separated from reality. There's a huge blanket of wool in front of our eyes as human beings. Like science loves to sell you that they are at the height, the pinnacle of science. You know, like they're finally figuring everything out. No, they're still very clouded. They have a lot of wool in front of their eyes still.
I was just gonna ask if you guys had any more questions for me, since I'm a newbie, but not really. I used to be a part of the server several years ago before I got banned.
We don't really need to. Honestly, if you're going to do the second chance thing, like, probably don't even want to bring up that you were banned.
It's fine. I'm just being honest.
Yeah. No, I think I remember your name. I mean, it might not have been exactly the same, but it was similar. I think I know who you kind of know who you were.
But everything's settled now, you know. So we're on a level playing field now, per se.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Yeah,
Why
why should anybody who might remember you assume that we're now on a level playing field? What happened?
Well, Helioskeptic told me to throw everything away, leave it all behind. So that's why I say it's a level playing field
Why
now.
you think that it's a plane? Why you think that's a plane?
Because the most simple answer is the truth. What I can see in front of me requires a container. Okay? That's how I know.
But that doesn't mean that it's plane, that it's flat.
Yes, it is. Water is always level, bro. How is that even a discussion?
Okay, that's okay. You're right. Water is all level, but why is not sphere?
Yeah, if you think you live on a sphere, those people still think that the water is still always level, but they think level is curving.
So wait, you can prove curvature or no?
No, it's about philosophy once again.
How we can prove or disprove curvature?
You know which one I'm talking about, right?
Sorry, I didn't hear. Maybe my connection was. I'm asking, you can go to the plane and you can go and see and say, okay, it's flat. But how do you know really that it doesn't curve?
There's just so many different proofs, bro. I mean, one of them is the Chicago skyline from across the Great Lake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, you can see the Chicago skyline for miles, bro, for miles.
Yeah.
What's the? Do you know the name of the? Why are you bringing up Chicago? Is there a certain picture or something that you're thinking of? I don't know who that was talking in the background either, but you're starting to sound pretty fake. Just gotta let you know.
How do I sound fake, bro?
Well, it's because you're communicating like it's a telegram.
I'm really. I don't
Okay,
understand.
I don't think like you said, Loon. Maybe I'm wrong. I think that he's honest, but he maybe it's this
I
point.
gave him
Okay,
the benefit of the doubt until now. Now I'm skeptical. If you want to keep going down the giving him the benefit of the doubt, go ahead. Be my guest. I'll back off for a minute.
no, I want to know only that he said Chicago and why. What that Chicago skyline saying? Okay, we see Chicago skyline, and then what?
In order to calculate curvature, that would be literally impossible.
Okay, great. And what is calculator saying?
I don't know, man. Some of those globers believe 8 inches per square mile, but that's not true.
Okay. Yeah, that's the point. I wanted to come to that point. There is no that 8 inch per mile square nowhere. Yeah.
But even globe heads will admit that 8 inches per square mile is a hoax.
No, they will not confess that. They will say it's there, but you have some kind of phenomena it's doing that you cannot see that.
100%. It's faulty logic, bro.
No, but they are saying that refraction. They're calling that refraction.
Well, I guess you got to have a name for it. So yeah.
You shouted out Helio a moment ago because he said it's cool. Like we should all agree, or what?
I'd rather not get any more into that business than I already have, bro. Can't we just move on from that?
No, I mean, not for me personally. No, like just because Helio said so doesn't mean shit. I mean, I drink a lot, and he drinks way more than me, dude.
What a preface.
I drink.
Goodness.
Very funny. I never understand what people mean by a lot because I've heard some wild ranges. I tell you what.
Whatever can fit on a pallet stacked 4 feet high. There you go.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, some people are like half a gallon of 80 proof every day, and then some people it's less than that. Yeah, I think that's about the most that I've ever heard of. About half a gallon. Did I say 80 proof? Yep,
Yeah.
that's what I meant. That's what I meant. 40%. Yeah. That's a I don't know, maybe 1 to 2 years, maybe 3, before complete and total shutdown. Exactly. Poor Scooby.
Did you guys have any more questions for me other than?
Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I got a question for you.
All right. Well, what
do you normally engage in calls with other people while there's already vocalizations going on in the background? Okay, it's perfectly acceptable to ask the other people to be quiet or to remove yourself from the environment. It's just phone call etiquette. Just so you know.
What's with the telegram timing? Are you using carrier pigeons to receive the audio from Discord?
I mean, maybe he's fighting for the Wi-Fi with the women who are using it for very important things, like talking about their nails.
Apparently,
Just wow. Carrier pigeons.
That was an Instagram post of the nails that took away his Wi-Fi bandwidth. So just so you guys know,
sure,
I teach you guys something about technology. If you're in a place that has Wi-Fi, right, and you use the Wi-Fi and you have access to the machine, alter the IP addresses so that your IP addresses get the most bandwidth. That way, whenever somebody else is using it, they won't steal yours. You can allocate the bandwidth. Now you know. There you go. Use it at your own discretion because it could cause a fight.
Quality of service prioritization or something. There's a name for it.
people will notice over time if you do it behind their back. Honesty is the best policy.
The trick is you got to pretend like yours is going bad every now and then.
So how does that work out for you? Like telling other people that your connection is worse than theirs and you need a better one.
Well, I don't share my Wi-Fi, so it solves that problem. I have a multiple system, so the other person has their own router, right? Therefore, they can't interfere with mine.
Exactly. I thought it had a name like quality of service.
It really comes into play when people are streaming things.
100%. Streaming is the worst. And watching YouTube videos.
Yeah. So, like, if you know a device, let's say this tablet in your house is always used by the children or by anyone to watch videos, you can restrict the bandwidth to be tolerable for streaming. You know, so they'll still be able to stream their video. It might not be in 4K resolution or whatever, but it's going to be good enough.
Yeah. I mean, I know if I had my game on and I was lagging out, I'd be pretty ticked off about that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You got some little birdies over there?
For me? Yeah.
I heard some birds somewhere. I don't know where it was.
Yeah, there's a lot of birds out here.
That's cute, man. Where at exactly, if you don't mind me asking?
North Dakota.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a beautiful place over there. I'm sure the cost of living down over there is wonderful.
Yeah, but then you gotta fix things up. There's one of the birds. I don't know what it has in its mouth.
I want to get away from the hustle and bustle, bro. I've been living for 34 years in Colorado, man, so I'm just ready to get out.
Colorado's been a hot spot for some interesting activity since, I guess, 96? Wasn't that the year?
Well, weed became legalized not even like 10 years ago.
No, that's not the kind of activity I'm thinking of.
Which activity are you talking about? Connectivity.
NAFTA?
No, the Hitler anniversary event that happened in. I thought that was Colorado.
Yes, you're talking about 4/20, 1999. You're talking about the Columbine.
99. I didn't remember what year it was. Was that 99?
Yeah, 4/20/99. Yeah, Hitler's birthday.
Yeah. So there's that, and then there's of course the Denver airport, which is crazy.
But it's not just that, dude. It's look at that Batman shooting in Aurora, bro.
Oh, I know. It's a repeated place, it's a special activity, and yeah. So the Denver airport is about as bad as the UN. Almost as bad as the UN.
Denver is a part of the New World Order, bro. Don't forget about that. The DIA has that Freemason headstone. I'm sure you're aware of.
What? So, question. What does the Batman shooter and the Newtown shooter have in common?
MK Ultra. MK Ultra.
Maybe. They got something else in common that's very interesting. Both of their fathers were involved in the LIBOR scandal.
Oh, yeah. That connection alone proves inside jobs.
Yeah. So for the people who don't know what the LIBOR is, it's the London International Banking Exchange Rate. Apparently, they had lost accountability for roughly $3 trillion. Yeah. And supposedly, if I remember correctly, the dads respectively were supposed to testify about specific material facts. And then lo and behold, concurrently, their sons go on mass shooting sprees. Very interesting.
By they're several years apart, right? Or am I thinking of the wrong? What was the new
Well,
something?
Court cases and investigations often take years. And sometimes, the first thing you do doesn't convince everybody involved to shut the heck up.
True.
Isn't scandals like that happening still after the LIBOR? Stuff like that's still happening.
Yes, but there's certain scandals we're not allowed to talk about, so we're just going to nip it in the bud right there.
Oh yeah, NDAs, yeah, get signed all the time.
No, it has nothing to do with that in this context. There's more current scandals that are off limits for YouTube consumption. So we like to keep it less than spicy so that it's palatable for the normie masses so they don't get triggered.
Oh yeah, YouTube accounts get banned every day for talking about that stuff. But that's
I have a dream, my friend, that one day my 4 little children will never be offended ever by anything, anywhere. And everyone's free speech will be limited so that they can live as little snowflakes. I have a dream. Isn't that how that speech went? Can't remember.
Did your YouTube get banned or something? How do you know that information?
If I told you, I'd have to turn you into a Mandela effect.
I don't really. That's a whole different conspiracy. I don't believe in any of that crap. It's a waste of being searching up a conspiracy, honestly.
Well, something to it.
Dude, you're better off.
Depends on how you define it.
You're better off finding out JFK's shooter or figuring out what happened to 9/11.
J.K. Rowling? Wait a minute. J.K. Rowling got shot dead? What the heck?
Right.
Well, she did come out, I think, and say that there's only 2 genders, so maybe she is worthy for death. I don't remember.
Isn't it the opposite? Didn't she say there was more than one gender or 2 genders?
Dude, who knows these days? Look, bro, some days the Earth has a radius of 3956, and some days the Earth has a radius of 40,000, right? So how can you trust anything?
Yeah, you can prove that.
Well, yeah, you just pull up Walter Bislin's Earth curve calculator and you slide the reflection slider until the apparent radius and circumference and sagitta alter their, geometric values until the observation that you're seeing, which defeats a globe Earth, then somehow fits. So all you need to do is just change the size of the Earth on the daily so that nobody notices.
Pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, obviously. Obviously, if the Earth is a geometric shape, then it should have geometric considerations, right? And so when you go out and you see things that don't fit that geometry, you must then appeal to something about reality that's changed. So rather than prove your position, you just go to an app on the interwebs and you slide a slider until it says, oh, Earth's still a globe. It's just now 500 times bigger. Did you know that the slider on Walter Bislin's, I think, goes up to 40 million miles radius of the Earth? So if you have an observation that doesn't fit, don't cry yet. Just keep sliding that slider.
So I guess Lou dipped out. Does Tim Osman ever pop in here at all?
And nobody even remembers who he is, bro.
Why?
Refresh our memory.
Tim Osman is the creator of the Infinite Plane Society.
Sure he is.
I figured you would have known that if you were a part of this server.
Like I said, don't remember him. Obviously wasn't that rememberable.
So then you don't study the infinite.
Infinite plane's a proposition, right?
100%.
Nothing illogical about it.
It can.
Go ahead. Man, get in that room, tell them women, stop using up all the internet, and come back.
Bro, I am not roboting. I know you heard that crystal clear.
No, dude. Not only are you not roboting, you're not even coming through at all.
0. I was about to say it's a little more difficult than I thought to find any non-mainstream information on the LIBOR scandal.
Oh yeah, they didn't talk about any of that. It was definitely low key.
Yeah, but there was tons of alternative media and quote unquote truth movement type people talking about it. But those sources are probably going to be hard to find now, especially if it was on YouTube. They culled so much of that. Like you have to literally have the exact address, even if it still exists. You can't search it. A lot of that stuff.
So the idea though of, I mean, following that, the LIBOR scandal and the children of the dads, like there's definitely something there.
Oh yeah, juicy details.
But how is it that they're chosen for the MK Ultra? How does that work?
Well, let's just say, for instance, okay, that you wanted to do this as a gray op spontaneously. Okay, the eyewitness testimony from alternative media sources, right, not the mainstream, said that at the one shooting they saw men there with complete riot gear.
Yes, you're talking about the Aurora shooting, and yes, that did actually happen. They did throw gas cans so nobody could see the multiple
No, but
people
I'm
that
talking
came in.
about, I don't know if it's wherever the Batman thing was. So if that's Aurora, then fine.
Yes.
I'm speaking about the Batman one specifically. So
yes,
you don't need this kid. You don't need this kid to be on any extended program. You could accomplish this in less than a week. All you do is you pump the kid full of stupefying drugs. You set up an event. You take the kid by the bootstraps and you chuck him in the room, and then you bail, and he's left there, and he's like, "What? I'm stupid. I'm on drugs." Problem solved.
but what about the people that were in there that saw the multiple shooters?
I'm not talking about that. That's fine. I'm talking about the kid is left as the patsy. That's all.
Yeah,
what
of
I'm saying
course.
is you don't need the kid to be programmed to just be a chuck it in the room patsy. All you need him to do is be stupefied. That's it. And you
So
can do that with drugs rather easily.
Okay, so you think they gave him a drug that was going to make him pretty much brain dead?
I mean, when you see the pictures of that dude after the fact, the kid looks like a freaking Gumby doll with red hair or something. You know, he looks absolutely like he's out of his presence. You know what I mean?
I gotta know though, which drug is that? It's something.
Let's see.
Just posted them.
Yes. 3.5 pound sledgehammer to the frontal lobe. I mean, that might work.
No, that's how you die. No, that doesn't make plausible sense.
Dude, the point I'm saying is that there are many substances that can give you traumatic injuries to your brain. Some of them happen to be steel, and other of them happen to be drugs.
Maybe it's still in the drugs.
The only point I was trying to make is you don't need a pervasive interest in that child until very near to the time you're going to do something. It's like, you don't, you know what I mean?
But why would they leave a paper trail of the LIBOR scandal?
Dude, because there's no way to get out of it. It was an international event.
But tell me, how are they
I'll put it to you like
related?
this, friend. I'll put it to you like this. When trillions of dollars go missing, the people it goes missing from are kind of pissed. Right? You know what I mean? Like they have self-interest and motivation across a myriad of industry. So you can't just
So the excuse is I lose millions or billions.
Oh man. Connection is brutal, friend.
No, spell it out for me, bro. I mean,
Yes. Okay, I'll spell it out for you. YOURCONNECTIONISBRUTAL.
He disappears like gospel, but without the cool sound effects.
I wonder if he's trying to talk right now.
nope. You guys are saying I'm roboting, but I'm really not. So
Okay, so how would you know whether you are or aren't?
All recorded, bro. Go listen to yourself on YouTube.
I got 4 bars, Dargy.
Irrelevant. The bars are only the ping to the tower. Tower has 2 modes of transmission, one for data and one for voice. You could be in an era that's completely saturated with voice connectivity and very low data connectivity. And just for the record, you say, well, I'm using voice right now. Well, Discord doesn't use your voice connectivity. It uses the data application. Now, I'll give you another hint. Sometimes if you're in a Wi-Fi zone, you need to turn off your cellular radio so that you're only using the Wi-Fi connection and you're not trying to flip back and forth between the two. Because when it's transitioning the signal is when you're going to have dead time. Same as if you're transitioning a cell tower. Yeah, well, we've all been there where our signal sucked and we're like frustrated by the other people can't understand us. Why are you lying? You're lying that you can't hear me. Oh, wow.
Were you trying to sound like a cat there?
No, I was just saying hello. Yeah, so you're trying to say Tim Osmond, everybody should know who he is, however, nobody cares. All right, moving on.
It's just an idea, man. That's all it is.
Although we have had plenty of people named Osmond come here.
It's a bullshit name, bro. Osmond. It's a made up name. Tim Osmond's name, I guarantee you, is not his real name.
Who's that other guy that made the one Earth curve calculator that we used to make fun of all the time?
I wouldn't know that answer.
His name is Osmond, but I don't think it's Tim. It might be. They might share the same name. I don't know.
He chose that name because of Osama bin Laden's CIA name. That's Osama bin Laden's CIA name.
Does anybody remember that guy's name? Real?
Honestly, I don't think anybody knows what you're talking about.
No, they do.
Which particular people are you talking about? That knows what you're talking about in this server.
Let's see. Me, myself, Morvis. Definitely. Oh, definitely Resolve. Well, no. And maybe that one other guy, but the rest are kind of new. They might not have been around.
What about Heretic?
No, he's pretty new. So anyway, he had an Earth curve calculator, and he got in some debate with the flat Earth, and we were talking about it a lot. We got videos of him in here.
I'm sure he got roasted.
Oh yeah.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. It was nice talking with you earlier, by the way.
Oh, it's not nice now?
No, it is. It is now. I'm just saying, earlier conversation was good.
All right, I'm going to look up this guy's name because it's bothering me now. All right, so we got plenty of Tim Osmond. So that's not actually not the one we're talking about here.
Which Tim Osmond are you talking about, though, bro? IPS Tim Osmond? Like I said, I don't think that's...
Here it says, Tim Osmond given flat Earth proof. 254.
Yeah.
So maybe that's not him. Because, I mean, obviously if Tim Osmond was... You'd think if he was an infinite plane guy.
Would you even bother to join that IPS server or no?
So Tim Osmond is, from what I can tell, Tim Osmond is the name of the guy that did all that stuff. Here we go. Tim Osmond, wrecked. So it sounds like they just share the same name.
Sounds like somebody's smearing his name.
No. This Tim Osmond is a real guy. You already said that the guy you're talking about has a moniker.
Bro,
Yeah,
there's
this Tim Osmond is famous for his Earth curve calculator and getting in the debates, trying to say that the horizon is geometric position and all this other bullcrap. So it's not the same guy, bro.
I'm telling you, if you have a name exactly like Tim Osmond of IPS, somebody is trying to smear his name.
This guy's name is Timossman.
Oh, see, that's a different Osmond.
Yeah.
Why the heck would you have two different S's? That even looks fake, bro.
No, on Her Majesty's Secret Service, OSS. Man, Tim is an OSS man. Aha, we finally solved it after all these years.
I'll send you an invite to his server.
All right, I'm going to play one of these clips. Hold on. Since it's only 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 54 seconds. Hold on, let me copy. Copy text. Let me go down here to my bot commands. All right, you ready? Here it comes.
You've proven the flat Earth to these.
That's correct. I have. That's right.
Now negative.
Get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline.
That now?
Where'd you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? If you can't answer that, you have to concede that Earth's flat. It can only be done on a flat plane. And I'll talk about 7 years of crap when we've got a flat Earth proof. It's new hotness. Don't you want to talk about the new hotness? You want to talk about the old and dusty?
What the heck was that?
For proof of flat Earth, Timmy. I've heard you ask multitudes of times for proof of flat Earth. Elevation angles. They prove Earth's flat, Tim. What are you getting?
Well, what do we do about this? Should we go to our local government?
Doing it right now. I'm telling you, the anti-flat earther, known as Tim Osmond, being told in no uncertain terms that Earth's flat and celestial navigation proves it, and you've got absolutely dick to come back with other than ask what we do going forward. What I do is none of your concern. What you do, you gyroscopes, what? Yeah, you can do whatever you like. You're a spastic. You don't even listen to the questions on the table. You thought gyroscopes was an answer to a question about angle measurement. Don't continue believing in a sphere.
They're crushing us with inflation. They want us to be on a central bank digital currency.
Who gives a shit? This is a flat Earth discussion. Go to a politics forum. Do you not know where you are? You're being told by a flat earther that you're a non sequitur fallacy. Talking through me is a bitch behaviour that's being told. Because he's asked to be told, I'll admit that. You asked to be told what you do now. I'm telling you.
Who the hell is this guy?
You can, A, sod off and believe you're on a sphere, or accept the obvious and observable, measurable nature of Earth by way of elevation angle measurements that require a flat Earth to be done, Tim. A or B, belief in a sphere, or acceptance of the nature of Earth by way of angle measurement, Tim. That's what you can do. Those are your options. Not talk about the economy. You can go somewhere else to do that.
You've proven the flat Earth to these.
That's correct. I have. That's right.
Now what do we do?
Now you stutter like a bitch. That's what you are doing.
Now what do we do?
Now what we do is you have got two choices. I gave them you. You're just deaf. We've already established. You don't listen. I gave you two choices. One, bugger off and believe in a sphere. That would be the emphasis on belief. Option two, accept and understand that elevation angles prove Earth is flat.
Just 5 more years. Just continue this.
Doing what? I earn a living from being a YouTuber. Being a YouTuber with an evergreen subject and a Western world that still believes, as you do, that they're on a sphere, means I'll have a subject matter to cover on YouTube for a long time. That's all it means. You think I'm trying to achieve anything other than a living for my family? No, I'll do that with YouTube. I'm a YouTuber.
I sent you that invite. Overlord.
All right.
You can also find Tim Osman on his Facebook page if you type in IPS Tim Osman on the Facebook search bar.
Cool. So, now that we've got the advertisements out of the way, what else you got to talk about?
I don't know, man. If there's any way to branch out of that IPS, like correlating something, I don't know. Because we were talking way earlier about how you can't fall off the edge, right?
Says who?
No, that's a heliocentric centrist belief, is that flat earthers can fall off the edge.
Sure. It's more of a canard.
They make us look. They make people look like idiots. The flat Earth movement. But the flat Earth doesn't fit in a heliocentric model like Flat Plane Society says it
Yeah,
does.
fair, but propositionally, is it possible that the Earth as we know it has a definitive demarcation point upon which you could transition into a location to where your movement would cause you to experience what people would normally call fall? Could that happen?
Why does that have to be so hard to explain to somebody? Like, why can't it be broken down into more layman's terms? Like, why do you have to break it down in that way?
Well, because we're talking about truth propositions. So they have to be broken down.
I'm still for the most simplistic answer being the most correct answer.
Okay, so can an object
That's a philosophy.
Yeah, but can an object of any shape, size, or permutation, right? Can it have an end to it? Like, is it possible for it to end at one point?
Any finite substance is not infinite.
Okay. So that means that it would have a boundary of a necessity, right?
100%.
Right. So is it unreasonable to make a statement that if the Earth is a particular thing that would necessarily possibly have an edge, that having an edge is a possibility?
Let me tell you right now, humans cannot prove that it's finite or infinite.
Right. But that's irrelevant at this point.
Why is it irrelevant? We've been searching for that truth for forever. They've been hiding it. They hide our creator.
Yeah.
We talk about we.
They hide our creator.
Well, the majority of the world believes in a creator, so they're not doing a very good job.
They attempt to.
You have to seek the truth yourself. It's not going to come at your doorstep.
Right. So that's a long way of saying you don't have a direct, unambiguous answer to my question. Okay, so you're so predisposed to the outcome that you're not capable of answering a simple logical statement, which has no bearing on everything that actually exists in reality. They're just essentially hypothetical statements.
Look, if you showed the shape that you were saying, the shape is finite, okay? Because you can see it, it's in your hands, all right? That does not become infinite. It's finite at that point.
Okay, but not knowing that that's the case does not make it infinite automatically, correct?
It's just that's in hypotheticals. You're thinking.
No, that's not hypothetical at all.
No. You're trying with the argument that a finite substance can be infinite somehow.
No, I didn't. Okay, listen, if you don't know, okay, so you're without knowledge that something is finite or not, does that mean it's infinite? The correct answer is no, it doesn't. The correct answer is it's unknown.
That's correct.
There you go. That's all I was trying to get you to say, is it's unknown.
Okay. Yes, we can agree with that at least.
And it's fair because, look, we got a lot of people in the flat earth community who say this is what it is. It is. Definitely is. Okay, where's your proof of that?
You could definitely prove that there is a container that we live in.
Well, let's be clear. Even the heliocentric model has a container, a boundary, a limit in which physical things occur, and beyond which they have no idea.
Now, the heliocentric model believes that everything is essentially infinite, that we are a speck in the sand.
Nope. That's a pseudo-Newtonian confusion. No, you're wrong.
The sun is
you're mixing. Listen, friend. You're mixing Newtonian interpretation and Einsteinian interpretation. Okay, the current rhetoric is Einsteinian, meaning that the universe is not infinite. It's expanding, ever expanding, and so it has infinite expansion capability, but it's not at present infinite.
Man, it's basically
Newtonian,
the same thing, bro.
No, it isn't. That's not the same thing at all, friend. Not at all.
Oh, okay, but it's ever expanding, but it's not infinite. Okay. Makes a whole lot of sense. How about no?
How about yes?
If it's ever expanding, then it's infinite, bro. Do the math.
Is it infinite at this moment? Or is it finite because it's at a fixed distance? So I just did the math for you right there.
But you can't prove it. You can't prove that it's infinite or finite, bro.
Okay, but what I did just do is prove that something that's ever expanding isn't at present infinite. Because at any particular moment, it has a finite distance from its expansion. So it's finite by definition. Now, interestingly enough, Newtonian mechanics had to be abandoned because it requires an infinite universe to function. And Newton himself recognized that that's retarded. That's why they came up with the ever-expanding universe to counteract that. But at the same time, they say that gravity wouldn't work on a flat Earth because a limited flat Earth would implode on itself. However, you could solve the problem by having an infinite plane or an ever-expanding plane. So notice how they borrowed the jargon that they accepted in their worldview and used it to mock the flat Earth worldview. And it's really just as equal a problem on their view. To be fair, when they do this analogy, they usually portray the Earth as a floating pizza flat disk in space, right? Which isn't even an accurate flat Earth position that really any flat Earther posits as being reality. So that being said, what evidence does Mr. Tim Osmond have that the Earth is, as a matter of fact, an infinite plane? Because I'll give you this. You could call it an indefinite plane, and you would be correct. But to call it an infinite plane is a claim that requires evidence.
He's got you cornered, kiddo.
So
I'm 34.
Maybe Tim Osmond has the answer.
Yeah.
Maybe Tim Osmond has the evidence that it's definitely an infinite plane. But I would probably say, based on what you said, that he probably just says, it's possible, not that it's definite.
It can't be proven, like I said, infinite or finite. It'll never be proven.
You can't say never, but I agree with you, dude. I don't think there's any way to know either of those things.
The only way is to enter the basement of the church.
What, you think they have the answer in the basement of the church?
Yeah, are you kidding?
100%.
Holy crap!
That's
Oh, which
ancient.
church?
Well, it's ancient knowledge. Where's your citation?
Wait, when were we needing citation in here?
Wow.
Do
you know where you are?
Do I need scholarly sources?
Yeah. Yep, you do.
Well, you said, listen, friend, what you said was it is in the basement of the church. That's a positive claim. Now, what you should have said is maybe it's in the bottom of the church.
Okay, whatever you want me to. Yeah, it could be.
There you go. Personally, I don't agree. I think that the shape and permutation and very nature and quintessence of reality is unknowable to man. And that it requires a God tier being to understand and fathom. Because our minds are too finite to comprehend the infinite. So that being said, I don't think we'll never appreciate it unless we're given it, by a being of that tier. And that might not even be possible. Now, notice how in all of that, I never made an affirmative, definitive, axiomatic, this is definitely true claim. I was able to parse everything I said while giving you all the content of what I meant. Now, to be fair, my friend, you won't get this much scrutiny day in and day out when you're here, but occasionally.
100%. Hey, if Lou was in here, I'd probably be getting some different scrutiny.
Well, listen, in order for scrutiny, screw tiny, right? So whoever's scrutinying you is just having phallic comparative dissociative disorder. Oh my goodness, somebody's going to get that.
Man, I'm studying psychology, and I forgot what that means.
I just got here, and that joke, I walked in at the perfect time. I'm on the floor laughing, man. That was so screw tiny.
Dude, I've reached the level of omnidimensional entendre. It's not even a triple or quadruple entendre anymore.
Well, what is that?
That's where you say one thing and it has multiple meanings.
Fair. Implications on multiple level, perhaps?
Sure.
Mic check.
So I want to give you an example of this type of thing from a glober. Yes, we heard you. The globers will say, the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is if Earth is a globe. The only way. It's the only way. Right? So if you show them an example of something disappearing from the bottom where it can't possibly be Earth curve, then what happens? What say you?
I'm actually building something right now for you in the voice chat. Hold on.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Hello. Good. Welcome.
Sorry.
You kind of lost me though with the globe and the curve. What were you saying? Could you say that a little slower?
Okay, the Globers say they see the bottoms of things disappear in the distance. And this is only possible if the Earth is a globe.
Uh-huh.
So if you show them a demonstration of something disappearing from the bottom, right, that can't possibly be because of a globe, like, for example, it's over a flat surface, or it's over a distance where the discernible Earth curvature according to their model would be irrelevant. So you show them that, then what happens?
Also, there's a couple of good videos about with miniature boats over about, I don't know, maybe 300 feet observation over a lake, and those miniature boats vanish into the horizon at 300, 350 feet. Have you seen that?
Yep.
It's a YouTube video. I don't know if it was a flat earther who did it, but they get the miniature boats to just vanish into the horizon at about, it's around 300 to 400 feet. And that's when your observer height is higher than the boat.
Right, and at that distance, if you do the globe geometry, the apex arc of the hump, known as the Sagittah, would be irrelevant because it'd be essentially 0.0000 something.
Correct. So we're looking at other optical issues that make things disappear from the bottom up. I think when objects mesh into the ground or the water, because your angular resolution is diminishing.
Yes, but my friend, what is also diminishing simultaneously?
Light on what?
Yeah, light. The available propagation angles from the target object to your observation point. Correct?
Yes, and I
Right,
always
so
thought, I get pushback on this from flat but I always thought also that little ripples of water or waves will obfuscate objects behind it, even though the wave is in front and it could be shorter than the height. Because like a wave, like for example, like a little water bulge, let's say at 2 miles, can block a building like at 20 miles. You know, in the right conditions, I think. And as that, you said the light diminishes and the optical ability diminishes, those bulges of water, ripples, and waves that are in front of the object will rise up and cover that object. I always thought that happens. I don't know how to prove it though.
well, in order for that to happen, the light would have to leave the object, take a downward trajectory, curve into the water, right? And then not make it to your eye.
So is that refraction?
Well, yeah, I mean, you would call it refraction, but the point
You
is
don't think
this:
that's,
it's like
you don't
if
think
you're
that's
in
happening?
I'll put it like this: if you're in a geometric impossible position where the angles of propagation necessarily are not interfered with, right? So the light, if it's coming out straight, should reach your optic, but you can't resolve the image, right? Then you've already thrown out the geometry as being the issue. So now you're left with only one conclusion, only one, with no other option. And that is that the reason why you're seeing what you see is because of optical effects. Who'd have thunk it?
Yeah.
Here, AI, what's your take on this? So, like, again, when we talk about, let's say, any image, and I'm not just talking about the black swan, but any image that would give us, obviously, a vision or something that is much further than that which would be possible, given us the geometric confines and, the numbers in which we have of a ball proposed by the heliocentric, proponents, right? So, for instance, I see a small island off of the coast, right, where I live, or even actually just take the black swan, right? Just take the black swan. So we have the black swan. We have this. This is something that people don't usually bring up. But I haven't heard you. I've not asked you about it yet, AI. So when they're talking about these objects, right? These objects that are now in view. Okay, they're in view, and we shouldn't be able to apparently see them because of a sagittar, leading edge of the sphere, that's blocking them. Okay, supposed to be, right? So the claim then must be that these two objects are being loomed up over the horizon, yeah, into our view. By them, we're saying their claim if it's refraction, their claim. And then they're also stating that the horizon has been lifted up and placed behind the two objects that have been loomed up over the horizon. Plus, they always talk about the distortion. The distortion, I think, just makes their argument harder because then we have light doing another thing. Light also showing us these two loomed up things over the horizon, while at the same time light appears to show us the horizon being pulled behind these two objects at the same time as a heat shimmer effect that's light moving left or right for it to appear that way to our eyes. So apparently what we're seeing is all light doing these three things at the same time, all in the same field of view. We have movement forward and backwards. Like, would you say that's a good argument, right? Two people that bring up refraction, because they're gonna have to talk about a refractive model that allows for different directionalities based on what's being refracted, all in the same field of view.
There was somebody who tried to present a model of that. Okay, and this is how they presented it. Okay, you ready? On a flat baseline.
What?
On a flat baseline. Even that other guy that we were talking about earlier, like he said in the past, quoted as saying, we calculate everything on a flat baseline and then we wrap it around a curve.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, well. But I'm just saying, I think it's a good argument for the flat earthers to bring up if they can't go too far into the detail with the numbers and stuff, just to talk about what they have to propose as a way of explaining away this idea. Because again, this idea that these things are being loomed up over the horizon and it being pushed behind. It's a nice way of just sort of saying, like, you bro, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the explanation to move things forward and back in the same field of view.
Yeah, fair, but they will counter with, well, I can draw you lines, right? Like I could draw these three objects on a flat baseline, and then I can draw lines from those objects with a pencil, right? And draw them in a specific curve that intersects with the eye, right? They could say that.
They could try.
And that's all well and good. That's all well and good that you can draw lines on a piece of paper. Now, please validate that that's the path that the light took. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, and then even if you try and compute that in your mind, like other people hearing it, they can try and propose that, but other people hearing it will have an innate understanding that if light in some way is being pushed up over a curve at the same time as being something that's in line with those two things in the same field of view, being pushed back behind.
Yeah. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it a little more precisely. So, government, right? They have that problem on military applications. It's like, where is this object that I want to blast its ass, right? Where it is. Is it before the horizon, above the horizon, down, up, left, right, inverse, square, slant ways, front ways, back ways? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So lo and behold, they commissioned some universities to do a laser test at 120 kilometers, right? Which supersedes the Lake Idsel test from FE Corps, which if nobody's seen that, they need to go watch it right now. And they found that the refractive model that they expected wasn't there. The results that they got were not congruent with the standard, globe zealot parroting, refraction, begawking argumenter. How they do it? They use different color lasers, because different color lasers have different refractive indexes, which means they will not arrive in the same location if they're experiencing the same path of refraction. So if they're going through a diverse media, okay, which has a different optical density as it's passing, it will take a path. The other laser will take a different path because every point that it intersects, it'll deflect more.
Yep.
So when the laser arrives at the end, you can get some useful information. And what they found was it's not congruent with the globe model.
Yeah, we would have a predictable tapered effect, wouldn't we, based upon what we understand about the individual forms of light and their refractive index and what they're capable to do, and the change of that angle going through those different mediums.
Well, yeah.
We would expect, wouldn't we? We would expect a tapered effect based on the refractive index of the individual colors. You would expect to see some tapered or homogeneous pattern, or at least, right, or at least something you could put numbers to or angles to between the different light sources or the different forms of light that were shot across. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you remember, like, whenever the globers do these refraction proofs, okay, 99 times out of 100, how they prove it is by going to an Earth curve calculator and getting idealized mathematics, not by actually getting the data from the real world. So we've been talking about that the past few days, where if you go right now to Bislands and put in some observations, you're going to notice some of the blocks change the radius of the Earth and change the height of the Sagittah, which is impossible.
Mm-hmm. This is well.
The only way to change the height of the Sagittah is to increase the circumference of the circle, which means increasing the radius, or to increase the distances between the target and the observer, both of which are impossible.
And then even if you do increase the size of the circle, that also has problems in the inverse, right? Like, okay, yeah, so you make the globe bigger, right? Make the globe bigger, you change actually the Sagittarius itself, not just the distance or whatever, right? The angles and everything like that change also in terms of on the refractive model, right? Because if you look at the index, like the index is relative to the previous radii and the previous things that were ascribed to the index, right? Like, so then you're just basically throwing out the baby with the bathwater on like half your argument anyway. So that's probably not a good idea to do. Good point to bring up with this as well. AI is like what the military do, right? So it's like what they expect to see versus what they can do and versus what they can hit. Like I always say, this is like the physical black swan, right? And someone needs to make a video of it. We even need to use like a really good like military simulator of some sort, like Armor 3 or something like that, or Squad or something, and to get artillery pieces and then take like an orthographical view type robot in the game to be able to pull out from a different perspective and look at the artillery pieces with an orthographical view. Take the German 88, right, the flak gun that was repurposed in order to be a straight line of sight, and tank buster, the German 88. It was brilliant. It knocked out God knows how many Germans in World War II, right? But you take the field notes of those guys. There's 10 men operating one of those guns. That's the people that people don't get that. 10 men. So like 10 men's eyes didn't fail them. And then
Hello. Interrupt. I just heard your voice and didn't care what was being said.
Wow, nice people in here.
Appreciate that, bro.
Wow. Fam.
Oh man, trying to be a badass Elijah with a terrible connection doesn't work.
Right?
Well, terrible connection or not, does the new guy want to get banned or does he want a bottle? Which one is it? I don't know.
I've been banned before, so
Double ban.
No skin off your back. That's right.
I'm not gonna lose any sleep.
I've been banned before. Shit.
I never got banned actually saying that. Like, I don't know how.
We
You
got a
never got
whole
banned?
line of Globers
Holy
in the
crap.
lobby talking about you know the segment of kids in the lobby like let my people go. They being cog just stuck all weekend trying to get back
Let
into
my
the
people
conversation.
go.
But like, so with the like with
Gregory from the West.
Elijah from the East. How are you doing, brother?
1 second. With this
Very well
with
said,
this
Gregory.
thing, right? The proof behind it is that the Germans end up creating like much more powerful luminosity spot scopes, right? Because they were able to basically shoot things much further than what the previous spotting scope was able to sort of illuminate at nighttime, right? So during the day, they're using the same artillery piece, right, to shoot things out at 11 kilometers to 14 kilometers on a daily basis. Bear in mind, all right. So the globe's claim then has to be the German 88 sat from anywhere from a barrel height of 2.5 feet, because sometimes they were kept extremely streamlined, all the way up to about 8 foot off the ground, right? So what so then the problem is the claim then must be 1 second. So how the problem is then the claim, yeah, must be that these people are viewing something that they themselves aren't supposed to see, that they cannot see, but yet are, right? That all 10 men that were seeing the object that they shot at and hit time and time again, right? And out to distances way further than that would be proposed by the heliocentric model, right? So what are they doing? Well, they're shooting tanks. Is it working? Yes. How high are their barrels? A couple of feet off the ground, up to 8 feet off the ground. Right. How far away should the horizon be? Maybe like 2 miles away, all the way up to 3.48 miles away. Well, these things are much further than that. And at night time, again, the refractive model can't explain this because you're hitting actual objects, right? If the refractive model explains this, and okay, let's apply it to night. They created spotting scopes, right? So, sorry, should I say spotlights? The spotlights to do what? To illuminate these objects at the same distance again at night time. So how would refraction explain it at nighttime? So is the moon's light able to create the same refractive conditions that would allow them to shoot at objects that they were actually seeing that were refracted? And thus, somehow we also have an equipotent level of, let's say, shell weight and propellant charge behind the shell equal to the curvature, because they have to then say that these shells are being shot and these shells are somehow exactly matching the curvature rate as well. And it's not just the German 88 that's doing this. It's lots of other field guns as well in a straight line of sight form of use that are also adhering. So that doesn't work with gravity. That doesn't work with the drop rate. That doesn't work with any of that. And then again, like I said, the nighttime model for refraction, is that the same? They have to claim it is. So like the arguments are undone with that even. And like I said, we need to get like a game and then make a little clip of this and explain it very neatly because it's too much jargon in my head.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is that with indirect fire, most of the time,
This is
the
direct
gun
fire.
crew. Oh, direct fire, that changes
Yeah,
things for sure.
yeah, it's the German 88 that was repurposed to be a straight line of sight cannon. That's what I'm saying. They're shooting things out of 14 kilometers. And we have thousands and thousands of field notes with 10 different men that are all, writing down that they did this time and time again, right? Seeing the object, hearing the clang on the steel as well, and seeing it straight line
Yeah,
of sight.
fair. So I'll give you an example of indirect fire that might, I don't know how useful it is to that example. So they claim all these corrections, right? But the field spotter, okay, is ultimately the person that brings the target right, brings the round on target because you're expecting a 200-meter swing of that round to land, even after whatever alleged calculations that they do. So you're top bracketing, you know, so the round lands long, you tell them to correct down, right, by a specific amount. In the bracket table that you're given, which I can't remember, I think it's like 100. You always do 100. And then you go down from there, right? So you very rarely hit the target in the first time.
Yep.
So these calculations that they allegedly do are like the margin of error of the round landing is greater than the calculations. So if you didn't do the calculations, you would essentially have the same effect. It's almost like it's irrelevant or negligible or possibly doesn't exist.
You even have to take into account then the idea as well that like even accurate indirect fire is always in some way helped along by a thought observer. Like this is like the side of recon and snipering that people don't realize that exists, right? It's like like these guys are given the coordinates of the sea in the splash zone, right? And all of that, like it rarely. Well, obviously now we have a lot different systems with the M1777 howitzer with like Excalibur rounds and all of that stuff, right? Which is that another level, right? But yeah, like I don't know how to do it. I've been trying to do it for a while. Is to like find like a game to like show this idea of like a physical black swan, to show these rounds hitting things over and over again in a distance that's not possible for the edge of the sphere blocking the ability for the indirect fire to even do this, right? But it seems that I don't have a gaming PC that costs $2,000, you know what I mean, where I can do this, like so.
Well, that's one thing that got me, dude, is thinking about what I was taught about the infrared technologies that we had and targeting specific enemy vehicles that had specific lights, right, over the desert. And basically, I came up with like, wait a minute. At this range, I shouldn't be seeing any of this object. None, zero, zilch. So how am I supposed to target an object when I'm looking at it in infrared if it's not supposed to be there?
Exactly.
Okay, because ballistic trajectory is much different than this alleged refractive trajectory.
Exactly, because the refractive argument would be, well, your infrared laser that is your, rangefinder and ability to, put this missile or even projectile onto target, right? Well, that can be refracted around the curvature of the Earth. Okay, cool. And give me the explanation as to why my round hit it. It follows the curvature of the Earth. Okay, now show me how a 150mm howitzer does that. Proposed to, and I mean, you can use the M1777 howitzer for straight line of sight.
Yeah.
And we have data on that as well, right? We have
Yeah,
that.
so the problem with that is, like I said, the ballistic arc is not going to be the same as the refractive arc, especially since the refractive arc is going to change based on conditions.
Exactly.
Okay, so what the weapon system had that I had, what it did is you laser the target, and then it automatically adjusts the ballistic drop by elevating the barrel. That's all it does. If you have the HE round selected, it has a particular formula that it elevates the barrel accordingly to the range to the target. And then if you do AP, it does the same thing.
Yep. Exactly right.
I don't see, well, I'll just put it this way. I haven't seen any evidence that the IR systems adjust for the refractive index that they're currently experiencing for the light path versus the ballistic path.
They definitely don't. There is no evidence of that. Like, as well, like a lot of the even on let's say.
Oh yes, but
Mhm.
to be fair, now that we've said that, there may be the case that there's a table that claims that, right? That's very different from actually proving that it's happening.
Yeah, definitely. But the reason that they use infrared is for the exact reason that the light isn't affected so much by refraction, and that's why they're using it. That's the whole point behind it, because they're using this in a straight line. They're using this usually for a straight line of sight, right? Direct fire, right? And even if you're lacing a target from a helicopter, right? Like, you're not doing that behind a position that you can't see. That, again, we know that it's looking down at a target or an object, right? But it still isn't looking at an object that's refracted up over the horizon from its relative position, right? Like, they don't work in that way. Again, and if it was that case, that it's looking at a refracted piece of light, AI, yeah, the end of the problem is with that is that, for one, if it's looking at light, does infrared stop at light? Meaning, does it end up lacing light itself? Meaning, does it end up hitting the refracted object and not the actual object then? Because then that's what they need to claim. They need to claim that it's lacing.
No. That makes literally no sense.
I know it doesn't. That's the point. The beam itself is being refracted, right? Yeah.
I mean, this whole conversation is it has to be had only because for some reason, hypothetically, we have to talk about how things possibly work because we're on a ball and because light bends and blah. Like, that's really ridiculous when, if something is 10 feet away or 20 feet away or 30 feet away or a mile away, that's just the distance. And if you have a line of sight to it, you have a line of sight to it. And if you were a ball and you pretended to be an ant, then your line of sight would be blocked by the curving earth because, well, it would be at an angle that you couldn't see because the earth would be in the way. Nothing about light would fix that. Like, nothing about this conversation. I mean, like you guys said, just no. Just hell no.
It has to be their claim, though, right? When these howitzers, right, or any form of cannon is shooting at something over 10 miles away and it's only 2 feet off the ground, right? They're saying that, again, it's refraction that's the cause of the black swan. All right, well, what if we shoot at these objects and they hit, right? If it's boom, smack in the face. But that's what I'm saying, that they then have to claim also that what you're shooting at isn't the physical object almost. What the infrared laser's doing, for instance, is one thing, right? But what you're shooting at, if it's a refracted object, right, then you're shooting at a mirage, apparently. But then you still end up hitting the target. So then they have to they basically have to claim that gravity itself as a model is able to basically keep the straight line of sight, actual physical leaving of that shell, in conjunction to the refractive index and to the curvature. It has to all match, which is just a ridiculous claim, or something. It's ridiculous to even conceive of. I've actually got to go anyway, guys. Sorry to come in here with a load of babble. Eli, I'll have to hit you up soon, alright, bro? And AI, I replied to one of your comments as well, by the way.
Gonna take the stairs. All right, brother, for sure.
Sounds like a weapon.
Oh, you just busted me prepping?
I think AI has a weapon. He's charging it, loading it.
Well, the good things our lives don't depend on your auditory recognition abilities. I'm going through some staples in a box.
Sounds like you're loading a gun, man.
You know what's funny? I just delivered some cupcakes, and you know what instructions I had?
No.
Keep them level.
That's right.
Bruh.
Oh,
That was
dude,
so
that's an
good.
invitation. That's an invitation
Right?
to a conversation.
Across the nation. Let's go.
Now, listen, my friend. No, I'm being serious. So, the proper thing to do if you're on a globe in order to keep something level is to constantly change its attitude the entire time you're going along the path. So, in actuality, you must constantly be dipping the front of the box down and the back of the box up as you progress.
Well, technically, the floor does that for you, and gravity makes you not feel the change.
Right, but the point is that if you just say that to a normie, they're going to scratch their head and they're going to be like, "What do you mean?"
Yeah, they're gonna think about it for a while. For sure.
But the educated answer is what? Coriolis effect? Gravitational pull? What's the
No,
explanation
it's
for that local
not
effect?
related. It's not
So how
related
is
in any way whatsoever.
what's the well? I'm saying, Elijah, what's the rational explanation for the sensation of this being able to balance the box as you navigate the globe? Is it just relative?
Well, it'd be a better argument, when you're using a plane or a submarine because it's not connected to the ground. Then you would have to follow the path of the ground that's supposedly curving.
If they do respond with that, then they have another problem because how do the supposed space shuttles leave the Earth if the Earth is just forcing the plane to follow the path of curvature around the Earth?
Well, that's an easy answer. How they do it is by taking an arced path in your field of view that appears like they're going to crash back into the ocean. That's the correct answer. Because, bro, it'd be looking like that when you look at that time lapse of the streak of the rocket engine. They look like they're going up and just coming right back
It
down
really
into the ocean.
does.
Smash.
It's a huge. It's a very skinny parabola.
Got to get some meat on that parabola.
Dude, that's a good one. You got to use that.
And I'm supposed to believe that when I'm looking at that parabola from my one location, that's going around the Earth 5 times or however many times in order to then escape or reach escape velocity. Yeah. Sure. Why don't we have I don't know, fam. I hate it. I hate it so much.
I hate it. That's
I hate
exactly
this.
what I was thinking when you were saying that. I hate this. All these lies.
Like
These
I
super
said
complex,
something on
sophisticated
my
lies.
my timeline about the world hating the world, and then I said, no, it's the people in it. There's nothing wrong with the world at all. I mean, other than the off chance that you end up in a tropical spot that you might die in, but
Elijah,
I
you
mean,
goofy.
outside of that,
They're goofy.
everything is perfect.
There's an old Calvin and Hobbes cartoon to something like that where he comes outside, he's all pissed about his life, and he's like, "I wish I was dead." And then he thinks about it a second. He goes, "Wait a minute, I wish everybody else was dead."
That's sick.
It is, but it also is, a little bit of reflection, which is like you always assume that the answer to your problems is to get rid of yourself, and then you wouldn't have problems. Maybe it's to get rid of the external problem. Maybe not take it so far
The
as I'm
actual
going to
problem.
do violence, but like for example, I can't stand the fact that I don't know. I'm trying to think of one that I have to pay taxes. There you go.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to get rid of you. The problem is the taxes. Get rid of the taxes. Problem solved.
Yeah, especially when you have the power to do so. Like, for example, if you just reorganize the structure that you apply for when you're doing business or anything, then you can absolve yourself of taxes that you otherwise would have to pay just by differential paperwork. You know, which you may argue, oh, whatever, I shouldn't be defined by paperwork. But it's like, look, this simple piece of paper would have solved that problem for you.
You know, don't distract yourself from the solution. Here's the solution, but it shouldn't be the way. But it is the case. Here's the case. This is the solution. Do it.
Here's how you don't get beholden to your debt and then ending up prostituting, stripping, and selling drugs. Rule number one: budget the money coming in and don't live above your means. It's super simple. Now you out there stripping, shaking your ass because you ain't got no money. Horrible profession for a guy. You know, terrible profession for a guy.
Now he said a guy.
It is.
Good Lord.
Popping it open for canned sodas and $20 bills.
Canned sodas. Not 7-Up.
Elijah.
I'm just
me and
making
homeboy here. Me and homeboy here would gladly take you to a private room and counsel you if you so desire. We wouldn't want you to go any further down this path.
Repent, my friend.
Oh man.
Repent immediately.
No, but for real, people do like really. They'll like even the people like a lot of people do immoral shit because their back is against the wall, and then they blame. I was watching a skit where what's his name, Long Beach Griffey. He's doing a skit where he's the devil in like in a therapy session, and he's like, every time something bad happens, they attribute that shit to me. First of all, don't you enjoy sinning? Wasn't you having fun at the club last night? Didn't you have joy?
Yeah.
He was like, but when you fall behind on your bills, all of a sudden it's my fault. And I was like, that's kind of true. That's kind of true.
Yeah. I mean, the only belongs where it belongs, and belongs to whom it belongs, not to whom it does not belong.
You know, that's a good point. So this guy, he's dying of cancer. He's only got 3 days to live. He's a multi-billionaire. His family has disowned him in the past, and he never talked to his family after that. And he made his money after the fact, so his family doesn't know he's wealthy. And he doesn't even have time, but he decides in his heart, before I go, I'm going to bless somebody who really needs it with all my money. I'm going to make their day. In the meantime, a man like you just described can't meet his bills, and he's wondering what to do. And he decides, I'm going to rob somebody. So he goes out and finds this man who's about to give his money away. Quickly pounces on him and kills him and takes his money. He now has the money that he was about to be given for free. And now he spends the rest of his life in prison. The money is returned to the estate, and it never goes to the family that needed it. And all that man had to do was just, you know, for lack of a better term, pray and say, you know, my situation is dire. I need some help. And then go take a walk down the street, and he would have met the man about to give him the money. His problem would have been solved.
There is no better term that is the perfect term.
And you know what I find? Like, you know what my favorite what my favorite saying is now, and I just realized it just now today, just now, like right now, just now. But did you die? Because ultimately, if you didn't die, then the situation wasn't that bad.
Not as bad as it
Do
could
you
be.
like it? Do you like it? No. Do you like a boot on your car? Do you like the fact that you might lose your job? Maybe not. But guess what? Again, whose fault was that? If you are on your last you're on probation and you're on your last chance because you stayed up all night at the club or drinking with your friends, and then you're on probation, and then all of a sudden there's a boot. Now today's just not your day. And now, once again, it's somebody else's fault than your own. But even if that were to happen, say it was supposed to happen because you were doing this habitual behavior that you needed to correct and wouldn't correct because God gives us those subtle signs. Then he's like, okay, well, you didn't want to pay attention to the pothole. Let me put this big, what is it? What is that? A big, what is it? Cav. We'll go with that.
Cavity.
We'll go with that too.
Catastrophe.
Cavity. I'm thinking of like basically a cavity, but it's just some other word. Anyway, now it's that. and now you fall into a whole sinkhole and shit. And it's like, but sometimes we need that. Because if you don't die, guess what? You can start over. You can always start over. The life that you think you need right now, you've been fucking it up probably for some months, for some people, some years. And you need to just restart. Sometimes that comes in the form of family. Sometimes that comes in the form of jobs. It's just we be getting in the way of our blessings a lot.
Yeah. You gotta come to that orifice moment.
Many people don't appreciate the reality at hand. You know, people keep, when we talk about these things, people keep falling back to, well, I don't believe, well, I don't believe. See, that indicates that in our heart we want to be the supreme arbiter of reality, but I don't believe. Well, regardless of you not believing, this is the case. Now, if you don't believe this is the case, then give your argument in defense of what you do believe is the case. But you asserting that you don't believe is the case does not make it not the case. So what is the case is that the God is the God of this world and is sovereign above all history, all minute, particular, anecdotal histories, and all the entire history overall. All of history is the summation of biographies, as one wise man said. So things are happening. Things have happened. Things will happen. Now, is history under the control of someone or is it not? It's absolute dichotomy. If someone is not in control of all history, then think about that. That is a very bad situation to be in because some people even subscribe to a theology where the God is not sovereign above all history. So that means something happened in history, and then the humans down here on the earth say, that was so horrible and tragic. God, why didn't you do anything? And then God responds saying, I know it is tragic. That's horrible. Not even I could do something about that. Now, is that the world you want to live in? Now, beyond that merely being the world that you want to live in, is that the world that we do live in? No. Every good thing, every blessing comes from the heavens. It comes from the Father. It comes from the essence of life, good, truth, love, blessing. Either you will trust in that person and have life everlasting, or you will not.
The only people who could make an argument, I'm not saying they'll be justified in the end, but the only people who could make an argument against that are the people who are already dead. Not the people who are suffering, but the people who are already dead. But they're already dead.
But they're already dead. It's hard to make an argument when you're dead.
Because if some unforeseen thing happens to you, like you get hit by a bus because it caught a flat, or the like, you know, shit like that happens. But but that person can't make the argument against what you just said because they'd be gone. So
I mean, people like me preach this because I love the Lord and I love you. People like me love you. Everyone listening to me. That's why we say this. It's not because we activate our ego. It's because we love you. Do you want hope or do you not? Do you want a guaranteed hope or do you not? Do you want to live in a world where there is no guaranteed hope or utter blessedness, or do you want that world? Is that world possible? Is it real or not? How do you know? It's the same questions over and over again about everything, especially the most important, profound issues that every single one of us humans face.
But you know what?
But Gregory,
But what they'll take these. One second. There's a lot of wonderful, mystical things, for lack of a better term, that actually does happen. Like things that obviously materialism can't explain at all.
At all.
Like a miracle, or like something that seems totally, well, it doesn't seem random. Like a chain of events that you're like, damn, who orchestrated that? Or you might not say that, but someone like myself might say
How did
that.
that come about?
It's like, wow, all week this happened, this happened, this happened, and then it just ended up as this thing. How lucky am I? Like, there are people who are what, soothsayers? They're freaking witches and
clairvoyant.
like I don't know, tap in or whatever it is, they do it or they pay attention to it, like we probably all have access to. And then instead of saying, well, this is a part of the reality that the creator created, we'll say, oh, it's magic. Oh, it's because the bitch does voodoo. Oh, it's because all of these things other than what makes it possible. It's like, look, you don't have to accept a particular flavor of religion. But it's like, there's no need to reject that this is a creation and there's obviously an orchestrator.
Of course there's no
Why?
need.
Like, why? I don't understand why they do that. It's just, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, we don't
Even
want
when I was
the truth.
agnostic, I just didn't know who it was. That's all.
Right.
I think once the realization of acknowledgement for one Father, which is in heaven, who has created all things, who is in control of all things, is an ultimate responsibility for own actions, also regarding own destiny, which makes people very uncomfortable thinking about. That's why some people do not want to acknowledge that being a reality. Hence, they go off into myths and things that will lead to destruction.
The Apostle Paul said in the beginning of his epistle to the Romans, the wrath of the God is revealed against all humankind. We avoid truth that is contrary to our pleasure. That's what humans do.
Yes.
We don't want what is displeasant to us. We don't want truth that disfavors us. When the truth disfavors us, we avoid it. When the truth favors us, we hang on to it like nothing else. So when people resist these truths that are being told and the arguments in defense of the faith, that demonstrates that they know what we're talking about and they don't want it to be true. It's not that they don't understand. It's not that they don't understand. They do understand. If they didn't understand, they wouldn't be offended. Then they wouldn't resist it no matter what.
I think even the most deceived people, if they really think about it just a tiny bit, or just maybe not even think about the picture itself, but thinking about how they act and what they have been given since birth regarding the spirit within, regarding knowing, good from bad and so forth. If they just look at the nature of what they have been gifted, I think people would ultimately actually come to the conclusion or know that there must be a creator for their existence, because what is interesting about the very nature of man is, and people, I mean, some people will, try to say, no, that's not true, blah, blah, blah. But I think when it comes to being in a very bad situation, such as facing death, and you can literally go into hospitals and ask the doctors and so forth, most of the people who end up being not in peace with dying, they start praying automatically. That's the same reason why people automatically say if someone dies, okay, or he's in a better place, or anything but everything but acknowledging that someone died by just saying, everything is good now, it's a better place, or he's not really dead, or blah blah blah. So what man is doing is actually not really realizing or reading between the lines from what we see in our society that is automatically coming through the spirit which was given and is is essential for living by the Father, regardless of how people use it. But there are certain not fruits, but there are certain properties of it that automatically just show the nature of what is also written in the scripture of how man is. So, I mean, it's not just a coincidence, right? That people say these things.
In other words, in our human experience and human behavior, with our human nature and our human condition, especially in the midst of the problem of evil, the experience of evil, we behave and we demonstrate. Again, we know the proverb, actions speak louder than words, demonstrate that we know the God is real. Yes, people resist it, give their arguments, and live their arguments, and they cry and complain and moan and whine. Nevertheless, yet and still, they are demonstrating that they know the God is real. They're being inconsistent. You can't be consistent with a worldview that is contrary to reality. You can only be in the real world. Now, you can try and live in a world, you can attempt to live according to a worldview that is contrary to reality, but you cannot do that absolutely. You cannot do that perfectly. Because there's a myriad of realities in the world that are absolutely immutable that you do not have the power to change at all. So you cannot help but live in the real world and live as though the God is real. But you live inconsistent with that and you try to rebel against that, the disbeliever.
The interesting thing is, which I see commonly used in the internet or in real life, is that unbelievers or people who would call themselves, what is it called, atheists and whatnot, or people who believe like New Age stuff and so on. The weird thing is, many people automatically in stressful situation or whatever situation it is, people either take the name of the Most High in vain, or they're constantly saying like, "Oh gee, oh gee, oh gee, oh gee," So it's pretty weird that people always relate to him most of the time in the opposite way of how we should do it, as if the spirit within is in ultimate rebellion against him, which is ultimately again the truth of what is written. So there's so much that just points to the reality that we're living in being the reality that has been predicted to be and still is. So I mean, I guess you get the point, right?
Yeah, we all cannot help behave in a way that demonstrates that we do know the God is real.
Yes.
No matter how much we try to rebel against that truth.
People will say they don't believe in him, but will curse him. So they're like,
And what
well,
sense does that make?
if you were real, why did you let this happen?
Why are you asking that question if he's not real? You cannot have your cake and eat it too.
Why is there famine and babies being born with disease? I don't know, because we keep sending our kids to the indoctrination camps where they learn that medicine and the Western doctors are fine and they should get shot up with shit they don't know about from birth. And perhaps all of these companies that claim they give a fuck by donating at the end of the year to get their tax write-offs, but they throw food out in the face of the homeless, waiting for them to share a piece, but they claim they can't. Yeah, maybe that's all God. Instead of us standing up, realizing we're slaves, and maybe it's his.
Oh yeah. So speaking of the food thing, so there are companies that would like to give their food, okay, to the homeless, but they're not allowed to because they're told that if they can't bring it to the food bank within a certain amount of time, the food bank can't accept it. And so they just throw the food away, even though they could just open a sign that says, "Hey, homeless guy, come to our store at 7 and we'll give you some food." Because a
What's
government
the
official would come and
justification
be
for that
like,
policy?
well, the government official would come and be like, that food could be spoiled, and if that homeless man eats it, he might get sick. And the homeless man, is not like he's about to die, and he looks like a piece of spaz about to happen. He's like, yeah, this guy might get sick. He's starving, retard.
Yeah, it's the liability. Commerce is all about avoiding liability.
Yeah, but then the question is, with that being said, is it spoiled?
I don't know.
If it is not, give it to him or her or them.
Dude, a little spoiled food now and then never hurt nobody. Freaking posh people are like, I don't eat
That's
food.
true though.
That isn't perfect.
I can't. Do you know, like, and my ex used to tell me all the time. She said, "Fam, you think that food is sell by date you're eating? You think that shit is fresh? Like, do you not know that you eat that's like fucking sometimes years old? Definitely, most of the time, most cases, months old. Yeah,
Yeah, but that's the reason. That's the reason you were given a nose. Smell it. Let your snooter tell you if it's good or bad.
Not snooter.
When you're smelling it, you're tasting it at the same time. So
No, but I'm saying like we eat food that's mad old. Like it's like Gregory said, is it spoiled or not? Like it doesn't have anything.
Like what is so hard? Is it spoiled or not?
I mean,
Yeah, I've gotten to a point when I'm in these discussions with some of these other kinds of persons, and it's like, no, I'm not tolerating. I'm not gonna play soft with this nonsense, with this prima facie nonsense. No, get it right, get it straight, make it make sense.
Dude, I asked a guy once, so what do you want around the roof line? You want some just standard wood? And he said, no, I want some prima fascia.
you know, premium.
Yeah, primo.
Like I was in Earth Awakenings just a couple of hours earlier, and Bacon was in there, and he's sitting up here trying to give some retort against what George and other people who are not deceived about the cosmos were talking about the bubble sextant and the sextant, and Bacon is going on with some retort, and then the implication of what he said is, at least in principle, as he's arguing, is trying to reach the conclusion concerning the dip between the eye level using the bubble sextant and the sea level, the sea floor. He's keep going on running his mouth about the dip, and it's like, well, obviously you're trying to argue that the dip is the convex curvature of the earth in all directions supposedly, and then he says no. Every time people do that and double speak like that, my blood boils. My blood boils. And so I pressed him. You listen to Dr. Greg Bonson, Elijah knows what I'm talking about. You press the antithesis. A lot of people, they try to protect themselves with obscurantism. You've heard me say that before. Obscurantism and obfuscation. Just trying to make it difficult to get their actual argument, which is ridiculous. So it's like if you're trying to argue in defense of your position and you're trying to refute mine, why are you trying to obscure yours? Like you're not trying to refute me. You're not trying to defend you. You keep making your position obscure. You're not trying to let me understand your position. This is ridiculous. So I pressed the antithesis and I said, what is the horizon? You're running your mouth about the horizon. What is it? What did he do?
Hold them accountable.
What did he do, Kiwi, when we asked him? Didn't ask
We
him once and
pressed
then
them. Well, we pressed them on the aspect of how you use a sextant. I raised the aspect of how you use a sextant. So
and
we
when we
went with
asked
that
him,
of the
right, when we asked him,
yeah.
did we ask him once and then he answered it, or did we have to ask him several thousand times and he finally answered the question?
Well,
What did he
that's
answer with?
exactly it. He answered several thousand times, and it's funny because he's the one that raised the bubble sextant. He's the one that brought the bubble sextant into the argument, and we were able to literally, like you took him down on the elevated path, right, and took him down. He folded.
And so Elijah, his
You
answer
know,
was, guess, look, his answer was A, level, the meeting point between the sky and the floor, or B, it doesn't matter. What was his answer?
it doesn't matter.
He said it
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
and this
What are we
was
talking about
observed.
this for then?
Now this is where
Like,
AI talks about
what bothers me is, go ahead.
this is where AI talks about the curve. AI, what is it known as?
What?
The
The
sag.
Sagittar.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That's what he was referring to, right? He was saying that the bubble sextant, the depression, was the observation of the Sagittah. And Greg,
Look,
it
the
was
bubble.
ugly.
It's all non sequitur anyway. It's like or red herring, one of the two, because none of the listen. Like when it doesn't matter. Like if you're using a bubble or you're using the horizon, what you're doing that for is to establish horizontal so that you can get an angular measurement in the vertical. You can't do that if you don't establish a horizon. That's it.
1,000
Like
times.
there is
Several thousand
no.
times.
Say again.
George said that several thousand times, what you just said.
That was ugly. George's observation when it came to the plumb bob was not okay, because he kept on talking about this third aspect of the plumb bob, which he was referring to as the measuring tape, right, Gregory? Sorry.
I remember that.
But what's wrong
And
with? I mean, so wait. So you're saying he conceded that you're getting a horizontal. So what was his point?
his point was
Because it's the angular distance from. Oh fucking hell! The like, yeah, man. That's no. I'm not talking to these people anymore.
well,
Right.
no, I can't even say begging. I was appealing to his intellect.
Don't talk.
Right? Oh, sorry.
What happened?
Am I good to go?
Sorry. My bad.
I was appealing to his intellect and just saying that can we hang something, a long rope or whatever, and put a rock on the end of it and say that that's a plumb bob. And he kept on saying, no, you need a third thing for a plumb bob, so on and so forth. And I'm like, no, that's a construction plumb bob. Let's park that. But all I was saying was, with the illustration of the line with the weight at the end, can we observe down? And then from that, we know perpendicular to that is level, right?
Just to make sure everything's clear, I was talking about what Bacon was saying and the nonsense sophistry that he was giving.
with reference to the sextant.
You know, present bacon. It doesn't matter. So the point of discussion doesn't matter to the discussion. Are you serious?
Oh yeah, you're right. It don't.
Hold on, Gregory, you talking to
Now,
me on that? Wait, I'm lost. I'm sorry.
No, you know, Bacon said, and I answered to our question, what is the bias? And his answer, it doesn't matter. So the
Yes,
point of this
yes.
matter to the discussion.
Yeah.
Is that how communication works, Bacon?
You had him get in the corner at that point in time. Where did he go after that?
I mean, that wasn't even like sophisticated, that line of questioning. He just gave idiotic answers that backed himself into a corner. Like you're talking about something. Then I ask you for clarification. What are we talking about? Well, what we're talking about doesn't matter. What? Then why are you talking about it?
That's what he said. It was irrelevant. It sounded like he was picking and choosing things to back for to
Kiwi,
to Sorry.
Kiwi. Are you ready, young Padawan, for the next level of Jedi?
Go! I'm so eager.
Okay, why does the horizon not matter? Okay, I'll tell you. Because the Sagittah doesn't exist in reality. It's derived in the circle segment formula.
100%. Because
In
we
order
eliminate the circle.
to have one, you must have a circle. Right? A circle has a particular function to it, being that it has an equidistant radius at all times. The object that they claim that the Earth is does not have such a thing.
Right.
Therefore, they can never use any measurement of any horizon ever for any reason at any time categorically.
But hold on, and for wait, AI for the courts, for anyone who's listening to this, they have to realize that we observed this over the lake. What was the distance over the lake?
Oh, you mean my lake?
Yeah. This was the our
333. 333.33. Very easy to remember.
That was our observation distance, and we observed that the Sagittah was in fact changing because of how you were able to observe the object in your distance. Is that correct? The yellow object, right?
Yeah, of course, if we take the premise that the only way that the object could disappear from the bottom is if it's being obstructed by Earth curve. In order for that to function, we must alter the geometry.
Exactly. And we were able to note that in this unpacking of what we did the other day, that the Sagittah was in fact changing to work to the quote unquote explanation of the globe, which in fact you can't do. You can't change the surface of the earth. You're not Superman. Right?
How do you spell Sagittah?
Sagita.
Who frickin' knows, bro? Who frickin' knows?
Gregory,
Nobody knows how to spell it.
That's bizarre. He literally just pulled those words out of my bloody head. I was just thinking the same thing. That's so bizarre.
Sagita.
Yeah, or you could
just
look
like
up
the
circle
beginning of
segment.
Sagittarius. Right?
Two
You saw
T's,
it.
Yeah, or you, yeah.
Is it double T's?
No, let me tell you. Okay. The reason why it's called Sagittah is because of Sagittarius, because of the Bozeman, because when you look at the shape it makes, it looks like a bow, right? A crescent of a circle with a line straight in the middle, like a bow.
Oh, holy shit!
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Sagittarius supposed astrological sign here. Yeah.
Holy crap! The line that connects the top of the bow and the bottom of the bow, that section, right? That's the Sagittah. Holy shit! I mean, shoot.
Now you're getting somewhere, homie.
Bruh. Well, yeah, man.
You know,
You taught me that as a
so in other words,
the lesson, right?
in other words, it's grammatically self-evident that you need a horizontal line, a horizontal base. Like you can't even use this in the sentence in defense of the globe. It's self-contradictory grammatically, let alone geometrically, let alone cosmologically. Which is not surprising, because level is courage and courage is level. Let the globalists tell it.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was some salient connection in the mythos surrounding the Sagittarius man.
Oh, for sure. Without a doubt. Because remember,
Like, for example, let me just go off the top of my head what it could be. You know, the myth is that the man draws back his bow, right? And now the whole time he's drawing his bow back, the arc of the bow is changing and altering, never staying constant. It only stays constant for a brief moment before he lets it fly. And the truth arrow is released.
Okay, now off the top of your head, let me take that a little further. Do you know? Okay, the Sagittarius folk that I know are very smart. They calculate. I'm not saying they're calculating. No, no, no. I'm saying that they will pull out their
No,
ledger.
dude.
Hmm?
Yeah, that's fine. But I was talking about like the root of the Sagittarius, like what, like not what people do. But go ahead.
No, no, no. What I'm saying is that the actual makeup of the astrological figure, right? They shoot for the stars, and if they miss, they always have that calculated as to why. Like they never miss twice. That's all I was illustrating, just piggybacking off your point.
Are you talking about the myth, Kiwi?
Well,
what
it
comes?
sounds like what you're trying to say. It sounds like what you're trying to say is a broken radius is right once in a while.
No, it's the concept of showing the radius in the demonstration of the bow. Right? You're looking at the construct of the bow, you're realizing the Sagittarius, you're realizing the Sagittarius, like it's all intertwined, right? And the fact that this is the archer who aims for the stars, which again brings in the whole sextant thing as well, but like it's just the entire spectrum that this one thing, the Sagittarius, it's everything that it brings with it. Right? And it's the observation that we're looking at to realize that the landform beneath us can't be changing. It's a very, very in-depth, oh my gosh, in-depth observation of AI.
Well, it also plays on that that phrase. If you don't like reality, just bend reality to your will. You know, pull back on the Sagittarius and you alter the shape of the bow or the surface, which is what a lot of Globers do.
You know, shove a humongous ball on the drawstring so that it curves.
See, now, Kiwi, if you ever speak to Quantum Eraser again, you have a cool segue into talking about his bow, which if you talk about his bow, he'll like you.
I don't want to talk about another man's bow, guy. It might be kind of weird. What do you think?
Not that he's anything special to be a friend to.
Plus, again, I'm not. I'm not. I will always thank
Zinger.
someone for holding down the fort, like yourself and Quantum and everything else. But I'm not trying to blow smoke on anybody's ass either. Like I was really appreciative of the fact that I got to work with you on that observation and put some numbers to paper and stuff. But like, I'm not about the hey, let's go kick it in the park for a while. But thanks for the observation.
Well, see, the trick is, bro, that the more segues you can create between conversations, you see what I'm saying?
True.
So if somebody's talking about their bow, pontificating and prolacticating or whatever other words you could think of, you could be like, hey, we could talk about your bow some more, or we could talk about the Sagittarius, Bozeman, the horizon, and they'll be like, aha, I see what you did there.
Let that be a warning.
What you're trying to say is you're sick and tired of hearing about my bow. Is that what you're trying to say, sucker?
Let that be a warning to anybody hearing this conversation that the Sagittarius is now mine to proceed forward with to the king of this domain, Mr. QE himself.
Oh man, you're fired. You think QE is the king of this domain?
It's a joke. It was a cynical joke.
A cynical joke.
Is there such a thing, actually? No, there's not.
Of course there is. I mean, have you seen comedy in this century?
True. Good observation.
The oversaturation of that comedy.
Dude, we don't even let QE see the secret rooms. I mean, never mind.
You know what's hilarious?
Room.
I went to tag you AI in something earlier that scrutiny breakdown you did, the screw tiny, and I went to tag you and I hit the @A and Lord came up. I was like, see what this is. See where the man.
I just want to know what's underneath the Vatican. All right, just let me into the Vatican vaults just for an hour.
Now that's a topic.
So apparently the rumor is they got cleaned out. They brought back like 650 plane loads of stuff back in like 2020, 21. That's Freedom 20. That was apparently the European operation where they went after the Vatican. Freedom 20, apparently. They
Are we talking about QAnon right now?
Why you say it like that?
Talking about the gold, bro. We're talking about the gold.
That's what it sounded like. Sounded like a QAnon thread.
That turd.
That's his way of saying it sounds like horse shit.
Hey, you said Vatican. I'm not responsible for anything that comes after that. Let me tell you.
I was at the Vatican, not going to that again. My name is Eminem.
I know he did. My God. I didn't even really listen to Eminem. I just keep hearing clips of his song.
Yeah, he was all right.
I didn't listen to him either.
But he does string together some impressive sentences. I do appreciate that very much.
So does Judge Judy. Oh.
Snap back to reality. Whoop, there goes Greg.
What kind of science are they doing in the Vatican?
I'll give him credit for Rap God, but that's about it.
Elijah, do you remember entire songs from him?
Kinda, yeah. A few. I
You
used
like
to
my
listen to
friend.
him a lot.
Yeah, you like my friend over here, here in my area.
Be right back. Getting in an elevator.
Moving on up.
What's up, Gregory?
Hi there. You been well?
I have, thank you. How about you?
I am blessed. Keeping the faith. It's been a while since I listened to John P. Key.
Kendrick.
I was just going to say, I'm so glad there's guys here that like all that, formulas, mathematics, and chords and arcs, and oh my god, it's just beyond me. I'm not ashamed to put my hand up.
Math. So much.
I'm not ashamed to put my hand up and say, "Yep, let's get somebody who knows what they're talking about."
Yep.
And I'll just listen to them and take the word for it. I'll know if they're lying.
Mathematicians, come.
But yeah, no one of us is greater than all of us, is what I'm trying to say.
Calculus was the last nail in the coffin for my college career.
Yeah.
Had to quit. Knew I couldn't pass it. Just quit.
What is it even about? What is calculus? What is it? What is?
Fucking bullshit. It ain't nothing.
Calculus ain't shit. Yeah, calculus.
That's right. That's right. You ain't calculating shit, you know?
Messing with my damn GPA.
Right? Could you imagine if you can't sing these notes? This is 50% of your grade. Could you imagine? Fam, we're just all good and bad at. I'm terrible at math. If I can't use my hand 10 minutes, forget about it.
I mean, I feel like I can comprehend any subject. It's just that, in my experience, like we're all referencing right now, when we were in school, most teachers, there are some good teachers, but most teachers are not good teachers. They don't even teach.
Yeah, they've got to be enthusiastic about the subject at least.
And they're not even honest.
They
They're
got to
not even
love it.
honest about their career. They're not even honest about their career and the nature of the institution and the way they do their career. Because public school is not a teaching program. It's an obstacle course that you must pass to get your certificate, your degree, right? Your token of completion. Learning does not happen on a fixed schedule that someone else fixes for you, notwithstanding the Lord, of course. You see, you can't tell me you must master this subject in this X amount of time, like, and then expect me to meet that, and then fault me for not meeting that. What if there's at least one, if not multiple factors involved in the situation that is preventing me from fully understanding and mastering this subject at this set due date? You can't put a due date on learning, on understanding. That's nonsense. That is
My,
not how you learn.
Sorry, Gregory. My question is, but are we drawn to these things? I mean, is it all laid out already? I just don't know. It seems like it seems that way to me. Like it's just you could try and do this thing because everyone said it was the thing to do, and then all of a sudden you find yourself drawn to this other thing, and I'm not exactly sure how that works, but I mean, I was drawn to psychology because I was so broken and I had to heal myself. And so I had to study all the greats and find out what they thought about it, the mind and such, and then sort of go to work on myself.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Same with me.
Yeah,
so who asked what calculus is?
I did.
I have a calculus related question after.
Okay, so there's a very salient example of the confusion with what calculus is and capable of doing. It has to do with McToon and our friend John from FED out of debates, Mr. Refracted Curvature. So if you got a few minutes to spare, I can give you a homework, which is go to McToon's channel or just search YouTube for Flat Earther. Flat Earther blatantly lies about his credentials. It's about 2.5 minutes long, and watch it. After you watch that, we can further the discussion.
I don't want to watch anything that he's done. It'll hurt my ears.
Okay, so now for the actual question about calculus. What is it used for practically?
Calculating stuff.
Duh.
But is
my
it
goodness.
used? But is it used in the world in a practical sense? Like, does it help you make race
Gotta
cars?
calculate how many
Or
tiles you need, like for
does it-
given.
What? That's not what
Can it
it
make,
is.
Or
can it make
given.
you a better, can it make you a more efficient race car driver or something like that?
I'm just trying to let you know. You asked, fam. I mean,
Just for calculating
you need?
so for calculating anything?
No.
I just
Okay.
told you. You said practically, and I just gave you an example.
Okay, so say
I
it again.
tried to. My bad.
Say it again
Hey,
because
Sonny.
I just started
Sonny.
giggling.
So you measure the floor first, and then you calculate how many tiles can go on that floor.
How many
Is that calculus?
Oh,
Because if not, I
no.
don't know.
No.
Well,
That's that's algebra or something.
All right, friend. Do you know the equation for a parabola?
I'm lost. Slow down.
Well, do you know the equation for a slope? Right. So these are pretty standard equations, right? But what if you no longer have just a simple shaped line, like a straight line or a parabola, right? What if you have a squiggly line? How do you get the equation to a squiggly line?
Aha.
You calculate this dick.
Where do you where do you find a squiggly line in nature? I guess everywhere. Anyway, so you could calculate the size and shape of a earthworm's shape and size. Interesting. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Anyway, that's a very crude example of what calculus is, but that's essentially it's just
But
an
what?
attempt at charting curves.
So I don't feel answered. So can I clarify? So what is it used for practically out in the world? Like in what field?
Engineering.
Yeah, big time.
Okay.
Because you're
That's
identifying
what.
the start point and the end point. Like if you have a squiggly line, like the first thing that'll come in as an observation, the shortest distance between the 2 points is a straight line. So that's called, what is that, AI? The vertex? Or what's that axis point? That main point?
I don't know, man. I don't
That's
know,
what I
man.
figured. That's what I figured. Engineering, and so it's probably used in architecture as well. I imagine.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking like you have the beginning point and the end point of the squiggly line, and I think of that. Well, what's the shortest point between those two distances, or between shortest distance between?
Right, yeah. So if you were only told the start point and the end point, right?
Right.
As let's just say a pair of grid coordinates. Like let's say you were a lathing machine that was supposed to carve a curve into something, and you were just given the start point and the end point. That wouldn't be sufficient information.
No, because you have to identify how much you're gouging out of the surface, so to speak, like the scoop, the chamfer of it, maybe, for lack of a better.
Yeah, it would scoop down, then it would scoop up, then it would scoop down.
Yep. To create the sagittah, right? The depression, the observed negative.
So is that something that would be used in frequency analysis as well? Because those are sine waves, right? So is that also something? It's probably.
I don't know. They might. They sound like they have their own formula.
Who's they?
Sine waves.
Oh,
yeah, sine waves. It's a different.
I mean, aren't they
pattern,
just a bunch of paraboloids or something like that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, different. Yeah.
Aren't
So it's
sine
just
waves
varying parabolas, right?
different
sine
sizes,
waves?
shapes.
Sine waves are a function of Pythagorean theorem, SOHCAHTOA, right? So sine is SIN, and that would be the opposite and adjacent. I think no opposite. SOHCAHTOA. SOH. So the opposite angle and the hypotenuse would be the sine.
I guess in electronics, then that would be, your amplifier circuits and things like that. Frequency response.
A sine wave. Interesting. Oh wait, hold on a second.
Wait, so those terms would be in more like electronic terms as far as like how much resistance, and this little circuit right here causes the amplitude to raise or lower, as the case may be, or an increase in voltage here. So it's usually that type of thing, even though like there are a wave going into said instrument or amplifier going in, and certain changes happen to this frequency. But I guess that's pretty much all theoretical, really. You can't really see the sound wave.
Sonny, quick thing. Wait, Elijah, you still around, dude? You there?
Yo.
Okay, can you scroll back in the chat to 19 minutes the prior hour? So I think, yeah, you're Eastern, so it would be 6. Go to 6:19 in the chat. Yeah, I need you to go to 6:19 in the chat too, actually.
I can't right now.
Oh, shit. Okay, cool. So you talked about before we got into the we got into the conversation about, I think, government and stuff or whatever. You mentioned the parabola of a rocket launching into the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Now, at 18 past the hour of the prior hour, I posted a picture of that exact thing. the observed parabola, the travel rocket launch, right? The arc. What's interesting about that picture is it identifies the same kind of pattern that AI and I were discussing about the Sagittov, that bow, right? But again, the 2 points, it's the straight point that we're illustrating from the ground where it took off to the point that vanishes. That line would be it. I just find it crazy that you mentioned that an hour ago, and we came right back to that very thing that you were observing. Now, the interesting thing with the Arc rocket is the Elon Musk SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launch interacted with something overhead. Have you guys seen that video? Yes, thank you, Levelist. Nuts. Thanks, Rookie. Appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Anyway, just real quick, a Sagittov doesn't apply to all curves.
But isn't it the 2 points? Like, I'm looking at that picture and I see the part where it took off from the land, and that point where it vanishes. And I quickly go to the aspect of a bow, right? That line, that invisible line, would be the line of the bow, would it not? The two connecting points, the part that you pull back on?
Okay, so if I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
No, go ahead, please. I agree. Insist.
Hey, so I watched the 2-minute clip. So Ruhif is, you know, trying to dialogue with these two, and the majority of the time throughout this little clip is just McToon and the other guy just giving mockery, while Ruhif is trying to emphasize that he does have an engineering degree and that you cannot measure an angle between curved lines.
What? No, you're mistaken. I think you have Ruhif confused with John.
I guess so,
Ruhif
because they said in the video that this is not Ruhif, and I think they also called him John. But whoever that was speaking, whoever was the third person, whom is not McToon and the other guy with the English accent.
Correct. So McToon was trying to push a frenetic pace to get a yes or no answer and demand that the answer only be in the form of yes or no, where John was accurately saying it's not that simple. This is how you do it. And John accurately described the way you would do it. Now, he put this video out saying that John's a liar. Later in that same debate, okay, the question was posed to McToon, can you provide the proof for getting the angle between those curved lines? And guess what he did? He made a vertex, drew two lines that intersected the angle at some point, and then he said you could get an angle between these two straight lines, validating what John was trying to say and proving that McToon is intentionally being disingenuous and presenting that Mr. John is lying about his engineering degree. So Mr. McToon needs to withdraw his nonsense because it's self-defeating by his own words and his own demonstration on his own video. But yes, you notice how Mr. McToon was saying, if you're an engineer, you did calculus. If you did calculus, you could answer yes or no. John actually answered correctly.
McToon has his own little website. I went and looked at some of the stuff that he puts out there, and I came back and emailed him and I said, "This is what you call evidence?" I laughed at him and he got really mad and wouldn't talk to me anymore after that.
And it's so amazing to me. This is why I use a certain rhetoric I know irritates them. Nevertheless, it's still accurate because these people are behaving in the same way like an evangelist, like any other theist of any other theistic ideology. They go out into the world and they preach their doctrine and they preach their gospel and they give their apologetic in defense of their position and they give their polemic against the positions that is contrary to theirs. Like you're doing the same thing. But you just don't want to say it. You just don't want to concede to that fact being stated.
Yeah, so Gregory, let's talk about it. So you've seen the image that he showed with the squiggly lines?
Mm-hmm.
So John was correct that you must draw 2 straight lines. And McToon will actually do that when he's attempting to do the proof at the end of the debate from which that segment came from. So here's what he does. He draws 2 straight lines, picks a vertex point, draws 2 straight lines to a point along each curved line. Now, that being said, if you do not see the squiggly black lines, and the only information that you had was the vertex and 2 straight lines and 2 points, is there any way that you could determine whether or not you're measuring that to a curved surface?
Say that again.
Okay, McToon showed a demonstration, right, with the squiggly lines. You can see with your own eyeballs the entirety of the line and recognize that it is in fact a squiggly line. McToon then demonstrated to get an angle between these 2 curved lines, just as John accurately described, you must draw a vertex with 2 lines that intersect somewhere along each of the curved lines, right? And then you get an angle between the straight lines. You don't actually get an angle between the curves, you get an angle between points on each curve, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, imagine that, but take away the black lines, and all you see is a triangle, a vertex, and 2 points. Could you in any way infer that that's a curve?
No.
Not enough information, correct?
Correct.
There you go. So what they're trying to say is that you could see the Earth as these squiggly lines in totality while simultaneously taking angles which are based on straight lines to points. Right? So they're imagining the orthographic. Yeah, but they're imagining the orthographic image as if they can see it in reality.
Right.
So they say, oh, that's how you get a elevation angle from a curved adjacent. The problem is you have to prove the curved adjacent in the first instance, even if you were going to try to say such a thing. All as you have is two rays that intersect points. That's all you have. Everything else is assumption or inference, period.
Science, math, the ACP, defending it, giving their apologetic in defense of it with all their might. You know, make an idol out of anything, be it concreta or abstracta, but not give the glory to the one who actually is responsible for making any of that possible.
That's right. You got to give it up to God always. But they say no. Just give us that first miracle, and we can do the rest.
Earth
That's funny
is
you say
not,
that.
Earth is not a globe, not on a plane, not on a train.
Bitch.
Earth is not in a globe. No, Earth is not a globe. In a bar, Earth is not a globe. In your car.
I was just thinking of that Tom Hanks movie. Remember Big? When he's talking to the little kid about calculus, and he uses a basketball analogy. That's the only thing I remember about calculus. It's a good analogy, actually. Yeah, it's funny when I hear science coming from these people. In my head, I imagine like jazz hands. Jazz hands.
You know, I imagine literally, just like I was referencing a Dr. Seuss, like you're in some Dr. Seuss place now.
Who is that man?
Dr. Seuss physics are being applied.
That man lived a long time.
He was from San Diego here.
It says he died in 1991 in San Diego. Theodore Seuss Geisel. 21 years later, I actually know this man's first name.
Wow.
You know, things you just don't think about until you think about them.
You know how long ago I was reading Dr. Seuss books?
Boy.
Shocking. 60 freaking years ago.
Why did he become so popular? Is it just, I mean,
What's your name? Yes. Have a good one. Take care.
Right on. Farewell. Farewell. Greetings.
Salutations, good friend.
Salutations.
That was Joseph from the east.
Joseph from the east. How far east?
As far east as I am.
Oh,
That's a really far away.
East over that way. Quite a ways east. So interesting that we're having these thunderstorms from this literal tornado hurricane that's directly offshore from us, almost directly west of us right now, but it's like a couple hundred miles offshore. And earthquakes in the last two that I felt, tremors in the morning about the same time at 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:20, 4:30, somewhere right around. Another tremor this morning, and the air is super saturated, and these high clouds everywhere, and they're expecting thunderstorms. Just kind of strange. I don't know.
Gregory, you experience a lot of earthquakes?
No, I experienced one minor earthquake in my life. It was a couple years ago.
It already started raining a little bit here earlier. I don't know where the clouds came from, but it's weird.
Is that you? Rick? Is that you, Rookie?
Yeah, it's me. I'm hearing in the East Bay.
Yeah. I was actually looking at the radar, and it looked like
There's
there was
lots of static out here. My cats are hiding, and I can feel it on my
telling you,
skin.
man.
Like, I'm a little hairy
See?
person, and I can feel the static. Yeah, it's like there's a charge in the air.
That's what I'm saying. There's something weird going on. Like my hair is standing up on end. It's really bizarre, strange stuff.
The wind, it's speaking to me. What's it saying? It's saying,
Hey, it's saying, hey, Gregory, you're in South Bay, right?
I'm in Central California, Fairfield.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in LA area. Okay.
Oh, Gregory, did I send you that?
No.
Did I send you that video about? Did I send you that video about what God's name is?
No.
Oh man,
To me too, if you do.
who sent? Now I have to figure out who sent it, and maybe it's on Instagram.
Let me guess, is it that guy who says it's just breathing in and out?
Yeah.
I wouldn't take that too much to heart.
I still liked it. Still made me tear up. Care how.
People focus too much on the phonetics that came after the fact. If you read the context of the conversation, God was being very obtuse with Moses.
He deliberately said the meaning of his name.
It was almost like he was telling Moses, all right, since you're being a jerk and just want a name, here you go. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, yeah.
Since I
So
could tell you, since I could tell Moses,
I believe it's I am, right? Is that what you're talking about? Talking about when he asked, and God, he said, "Who do I tell them that sends me?" And he says, "Tell them that I am sent you."
So the sentiment of the video was that, with all of the bigots and idolaters, to other people out there. The people who would curse God don't understand that the first thing he did was make sure you had no choice but to speak his name, even with your first breath and your last breath. I thought, if that's true, and I'm going to ask Gregory, that's pretty fucking.
Which I agree with his sentiment that he's trying to get across, but the supposed facts that he's trying to use to get across that sentiment are not facts. But nevertheless, the sentiment still does stand. That the very fact that you exist and move and live and have your very being is evidence that the God is real, and you are obligated to glorify him because of that. In addition to
Don't
him
say it with
being
your
what and
chest
who
in
he is.
here. Don't say it with your chest on the live stream.
Oh, but I will.
I will be forced to exercise a long arm of the Discord law. That's what I don't respect about cops. It's like, hey man, I gotta do what I gotta do and beat your fucking head in. I understand the nuance of what you're trying to tell for a specific reason, and it wasn't to listen to you. Sorry, fam. Somebody's getting their ass kicked, and it's not me.
And it's not me, he said. Oh, but the thing is, it will be you, sir, ma'am, in the end, if you don't repent.
Yeah. That is true.
And that's the nice way of putting it.
Some of us just haven't had it hard enough, and yeah.
Does anyone want to chat and watch a video? Elijah?
I can't at the moment. This phone is a government issued phone. It's free, and dude.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, what happened to your other phone?
It's not paid for.
I know what he's talking about. I have one like that too.
Wait, what did you say, Elijah? What happened to your other phone?
It's not paid for.
Oh.
Hence the free government.
Y'all willing to remedies that soon?
I'm willing to bet it works probably just as bad as mine does.
Yeah, it's not seamless. It's not pretty. Can't use too many apps or download pretty much anything.
Right.
It'll
Yeah.
freeze to death and die. But it was only made for its namesake, called the
Right.
track phone. They're trying to track us, that's all.
Sitting up here trying to counterfeit the Lord's omniscience.
I hope they like surveilling mine sitting here at home the whole time while I'm out riding all over town.
Right.
That must be fun.
I'm having conversations that I want people to hear. So listen up, government. Listen up, government agent, shills. Listen closely and take it to heart.
There's actually a ministry that actually uses known surveilled lines.
Really? Oh man.
Yep, they do it intentionally so that the people in the blocks that are not have access to whatever it is they want to tell them will overhear it.
Oh man, how about that?
So, I mean, you could try to find them and become part of their organization if you wanted to.
Stop them from the inside.
Hey, what's the name of these people that you just referenced?
I don't know.
Oh, they're called the Group of Deplorable Slime. I think that's
no.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. They got a lot of headquarters, man.
I could ask
Worldwide.
next time. The pastor from my home church was mentioning it, so I could ask him. He probably knows the answer.
Please
I
get back
wanna-
to me with that.
What do you think would happen to me if I went into one of our local blue or red lodges and took a bunch of pictures and just left?
At
Think
the
be all
very
right?
least, a very stern rebuke. At the most, something much worse.
I don't
you'd
think so. I don't know if they'll be that
I
obvious
think you'd
about
probably
it.
just get a brochure. To be honest, I think you'd just get a brochure on the way out, and they'd be
for
like,
sure.
"Well, I hope you joined
for
us."
sure.
I hope you joined.
Well, here's something. In my hometown, they're starting to put up an obnoxious amount of new car washes. Okay,
Car wash.
tons, absolutely tons. So I want to walk into one of them one day and go, "Hey, okay, so check it out, guys. I noticed that you came to town with your private jets and all that. So, which mob group are you from? New Jersey? What are you doing? Are you Sicilian? Are you what's happening with your family right now? Because this is a great operation you got going here. But yeah, I smell the kind of fish you are. So, hey, listen. Also, I'm willing to put work in. So I won't tell the cops about you. If you, what would happen to me if I did that?
Sleeping with the fishes. Probably laugh. It's because how they operate. They're trying to be on the down low. Yeah. They probably laugh.
Oh, they'd laugh, but they'd have it on camera too. Look at this motherfucker coming in here, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
How the fuck
Look
does
at
he
this
know that
bastard son of a bitch here.
How the fuck? Who the fuck is this asshole? Huh?
Forget about it.
Hollywood loves they really put so much effort to glorify these people.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a shame.
Well, listen, guys.
Did you just
every now and
suggest
then,
that somebody go into a what? To go where and do what now? I missed part of that. I've been doing my yard work.
Boss, he said he'd put some work in.
Go into a mason hall and do something stupid. You could probably do that and
A
get away
bunch
with
of
it because they're
pictures.
pretty funny people.
Dude, I'd go into the Mason place and just be like, yeah, so I heard a bunch of nasty shit about you guys, but I know you also do a lot of good things like Shriners and all that. Can you kind of break down the difference between the pieces of shit that you can be and then the good people?
Break it down, though.
brother. I think you need to join a fight club to get your angst out.
You are correct.
Break it down now. That's what I'm saying.
But whatever you did suggest somebody do, write it down and put it in, DM it to me because I'll go do it and I'll videotape it.
Go for a run. Go for a swim.
He said you need to
okay, so I figured it out.
For a subaquatic
Here's how to get the FBI
concrete verifier.
Sonny, that sounds like Lethal Weapon. Do that again. Yeah. Yeah, transition shot in Lethal Weapon. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
Right? You didn't know I knew about that, huh? What does this 21-year-old know about Lethal Weapon? Look, I've been around.
You know about Lethal Weapon. What are you talking about? You talking about Willis?
What you talking about, Willis? My mom says that too. Now this demonstrates Sonny's musical genius because that quality of that instrument is so fitting to this moment right now.
It's all about the blues. You gotta recognize the crowd. You gotta feel the crowd. You gotta feel their blues. Sing it to them with the guitar. That's Sonny just reading your mind with his guitar. Pouring out them blues.
Just so the authorities know, that was definitely not me taking a bong hit, okay? It's illegal here.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
It's only allegedly illegal?
Unless it's legal in your area. Unless it's legal in your area, in which case it was clearly a bong hit.
It's supposed to get you out of trouble if you say allegedly.
It happened if it's not illegal. If it's illegal, it didn't happen. I know what Sonny's doing right now. That probably is so fitting for the beach. You just look at him, you look over, you see the sun sitting on the horizon.
Nobody sings the blues. Nobody sings the blues in California. They're always happy all the time. They have big smiles all the fucking time.
Not looking like that lately, Lou. To be honest.
Not exactly.
See lovebirds running across the sand. Evening jog.
Dude, I got so many tools. Holy crap. Whose idea was it for me to clean my truck anyway? Yeah, I blame you.
Went out to clean my truck. Could have picked a better day. Didn't want to do it. But they said I should do it anyway.
Doing the guitar with his mouth.
Oh man. Got a pin nailer. Two to the pins.
Finish nailer?
Yeah, it's 23 gauge pin nailer. That's pretty cool. I better put this somewhere where it's not just blonking around in the back.
Okay, dig this part. Hold on, here it comes.
Is it just me or am I getting voodoo child right now?
Yep.
Influence of Jimmy. That whammy. Yeah, that deep bluesy whammy run that you're doing there. That it sounds like Voodoo Child. Did you ever cover Voodoo Child?
You mean Morgan?
Oh yeah.
Like, give me the beginning to Voodoo Child. Let me hear that, man.
I don't know if I can remember it. Holy shit!
No, just even if you can just jam on that theme, that deep. Yeah.
That's meant for when you're on acid, dude. I don't know.
Oh, dude, you don't need to be tripping to appreciate Jimmy, bruh.
And the wind cries, Mary. Dum, dum, dum.
Will the wind ever remember the lives it has blown in the past? I'll have to get the lyrics, man. I feel like that's terrible. Good
Wind
start.
cries Mary. Wind cries Mary.
I'll do it. Hold on.
Somewhere. I don't know the lyrics
Sonny,
myself.
Lil Wing in there, right? Before that? Was that Lil Wing?
Well, he definitely finished into the Wind Cries Mary. That's
Yeah,
where he was going with it. There might have been some Little Wing in that, yeah. Here's again, I always do this to him. He needs a break, though. Here's a friend of mine on SoundCloud.
Yeah, right before you started, I knocked my whole audio thing right off freaking my little desk and onto the floor and unplugged it all at the same time.
Perfect timing. Yeah, hit it back up, Sonny. Let's hear it live.
Okay, hold on. How's the volume? How's the level?
Pretty good. I mean, you could probably push it a little bit heavier, actually, but like I wouldn't want to go too far.
Sorry, that's a little. I like what he's doing.
Yeah, you mimic that sound on the Sweet Sleepy Jade for sure with that one.
No one can do this one. Pretty trippy, huh? Welcome to my world. Thanks for listening. That last little bit was pretty cool. Yeah, Sunday evening. We'll start a new show here. It's called Sunday Evening. What the F happened to our karaoke night on Saturday? Signed, pissed off that they stopped karaoke night.
What?
Kidding. I'm only joking, man. Just being funny. Have to amuse myself. Now I'm all warmed up here.
Ugh. Look, I want to make a flat earth melody, all right? With the rappers and the rockers and the orchestrals and the operas.
Awesome, man. It'll be like a
So for example, it might start out with a lead up to a techno drop, and immediately go into like some operatic. And then as soon as you think they're about to finish the pitch tone, it goes some guitar. And then you think you're going to get like an orchestral guitar rock run out, right? And then just somebody starts rapping. And the chorus.
Yeah, that could be a veritable flat Earth West Side Story.
I only meant for that to be a few notes. Sorry, I'm not fast enough with the commands.
That's all right.
It was meant to be for effect, but I couldn't cancel it fast enough.
Bummer. It was a good effect, actually.
and then the guitar comes in. Sorry about that, AI.
He'll never forgive you. Yes. Of course.
All right, I'll unmute the bot. Let's just do it. Too much bass in the recording. Yeah, even though it's my buddy, that song, the recording quality is terrible. Whatever. Ooh, here's one. Oh.
No. You say it's a gloom.
I like it.
Better bring some proof.
I love it. You say it's a clover.
You wanna say it's a gloom.
You better come with some proof. You say it's a clover. Come on, hit me with that proof. Tony, we got some work to do, man.
I know.
It's a story, one that your mother wouldn't approve.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome. Huh?
You know that water tells me the story straight, and you know, girl, you'd better tell it to me too. Bluegrass, dude don't know his shit. Give him some fucking Middle Eastern bullshit. All right, Sonny, I don't want to interrupt. I got another one coming. Play into it.
was rad.
Yeah, no, I think a lot of people. I heard a lot of mics dropping. Like, this is not my kind of music. This takes real instrumental, and like, I like synthesizers, and I like.
Oh, that's lame. Yeah, that's
That's that. You don't curl up. I don't know if we got double. Yeah, we got double volume somewhere. You don't curl up your upper lip, that stank face, like somebody farted, to synthesizer music, right? Like that's that deep grungy stuff. Like when I was listening to Sonny play, I could only think like he's got that pick in his hand and he's just gouging at those strings to get that deep grungy tune out of the strings. It's really good, man.
Dude, that's why the blues is great. Like, I love Sonny's play style. This is a good friend of mine. I'm not trying to like compare them or by any means. They're both really great guitarists. Like, honestly, it's a fantastic. Like, I think it's a kind of music that transcends generations if you can appreciate like what it takes to have musical talent.
Yeah, and I don't know if there was a lot of echo or anything when I was playing along with it, but it's like I feel like I'm playing along with the dude. Actually, it's a lot. It's just about as much fun, you know. Like, be fun playing live with someone like that. Yeah, like two guitars, like he and I can rip. We could tear stuff up, man.
You'd be fighting over who's leading though, like which could be cool.
Well, yeah, that's true. It is. It can be.
Yeah, or you could just have one guy doing rhythm and whatever. But like, yeah, like it's
No, you have the leads that are like weaving through each other. That's the cool part.
Oh.
Anyway, AI.
No, but I mean, he might not be active in here as a flat earther, but he's been a longtime truther for like, I've known him for like 20 years. I've known him since shortly after 9/11 and shit, and we've had many a good conversation. So the guy that I'm playing, it's not like he might not be in here active as a flat earther, but he's a truther.
Seems to be a lot of musicians in this community, in our community. If you want to
Weaving in and out like a helix.
That's right.
Right?
Sonny, what do you think? What do you think of Mick Gordon guitar?
Mick Gordon, refresh my
Yeah.
memory. Man, I have brain damage.
It's probably because you listen to his music.
Mick Gordon.
forgot.
I don't know.
That
Like
JP just played?
I want to
That guy's
play
awesome,
some. I
man.
want to play
Whoever that
some,
was
but
was
it's
awesome.
definitely
hold on. Let me look real quick.
definitely copyrighted.
I'm just gonna look it up here. Videos.
Oh man, you know what? Great.
Let's see. Heavy
Could be
metal
the streaming
choir.
play it.
Doom music. Rip and Tear. Is that him?
Oh man, listen to
Kind of music.
Rip and
Doom.
Tearing. Listen to BFG Division. Listen to that one.
Okay, that. Yeah, I see the hands on the. Is that a keyboard? Okay.
Oh man.
Okay. Better mute myself here.
Sonny may not survive, so depending on what kind of sound system he has.
Well, I'm already saved because I saw vacuum tubes in there and guitar strings, so it should be okay.
All right. I wish you the best.
I mean, we're singing the blues. It's just like it's old school now. Now it's like you got to do it like in hip hop or some shit.
What happened?
I know a lot of people might not appreciate it, but in that music, I think that there's a lot of words being said without any words being spoken.
Sweet, my sky is purple, purpley pinkish.
Really, what part of the plane are you on, generally speaking?
New England, upper north.
Oh, okay. All right. Way over there. Our biggest fans. I don't
Helio,
like.
are you promoting Gem Panda
I
tonight?
know. I don't even like paying those guys any attention at all. Actually, I don't want to pay any attention to them, but some people do, though. Apparently, just not my cup of tea. Oh, like the music, that doom music, that double bass at that repetition, that does something to me, man. I don't know. I must be getting old, and I can't handle that, man. That doom,
As
that
long as you
death
didn't have to go to
metal
the
is.
bathroom.
I'm afraid it might go into some kind of seizure or something. Holy shit! Am I am I having a flashback?
Wait, let me caution you. Please don't listen to any heavy metal made in the last like 20 years, 30 years. Like, just don't do it.
I know. I don't. For just that reason. Yeah, I'll leave it up. I'll leave it off at okay, as far as I'll go, basically, and this makes me an antique, I guess, is Black Sabbath, Sabbath Bloody Sabbath. That kind of that's where I leave off. But actually, Randy Rhoads and some Ozzy Osbourne stuff after that I thought was good.
I was
I like Randy Rhoads playing. Like,
I was telling y'all on Friday night that I'm thinking about turning into a cowboy. I'm a Yankee. But I'm gonna be a Yankee heavy metal cowboy.
A Yankee heavy metal cowboy.
Yeah, Yankee heavy metal cowboy. I'm gonna be like hell yeah. I'm gonna get one of them cowboy hats and get dirty looking hair and some
Are you
tattoos.
gonna look like the dude from Primus?
No. I'm gonna be way more
Jerry
hardcore.
was a race car driver.
I'm gonna be way more hardcore than Primus.
So more
Hardcore
rockabilly.
Kid Rock.
Yeah, sort of rockabilly in a way. Yeah, I'm gonna pour blood over my head, but it's not for any satanic ritual reason or anything like that.
Sure, it's not.
I'm not.
Sure, it's not. Hey, Miggy, how's it going? Oh, he doesn't like to say anything until it's time for the globe proof. Where is that globe? What globe proof? No globe proof. Earth is not a globe. Not on a plane. Not on a train.
Mic check 1, 2, 3. 2,
Yeah.
3.
We hear you.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Not much. We're just doing our usual Saturday and Sunday night kumbaya, I guess you could call it.
Yeah.
We sort of like won the war, and only few flagelling casualties come crawling in from time to time.
No, isn't it great?
Till we have to send them off to the infirmary as well.
You mean the abyss?
The abyss with Alice and Bob are facing, or any aircraft that are flying. So that means Matthew told us last night that every aircraft flying on Earth all at the same time, they're on top of the Sagitta, every single one.
Oh, Matthew. When will you ever learn?
Right? Think about that. What is that? What kind of world does that look like? All the Sagittas everywhere, because it has to be. So that means that every plane looking at each other are looking down a chasm. Every single one. Amazing.
You should respond to him like you do in Dumb and Dumber, just when I think you couldn't get any dumber.
I just kind of, I think I did respond, but I can't remember what I responded. I think I don't know what I did.
It's almost at this point, you're just like, yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, you want But you want to just say, okay, you want to comfort someone like that. Say, oh, it's okay. Just relax.
Oh, that's
Have
cute.
some
Okay, next
tea.
guy.
Sit down and have some tea or something. Maybe do some more of those puzzles over there in the recreation area.
Yeah, the guy, the guy who came in here was the other day when I was in here. He's like, well, hold on, let me think of something in my own head. What if we do this? And I was like, dude, oh hell no. He just made it up. Remember Lou? He just made it up right on the spot, man. He was just in here.
I know.
Oh,
Well, they
it
do
sounded
that
like
a lot.
RC Meisty. It was Rocket, something.
Go
Go fast.
fast. Go fast.
Yeah, it was Go Fast.
Yeah, no, dude. Look, people were hitting me up in my DMs when I accused him of being Meisty, and I only went on intuition. I didn't go back and like listen back on videos that had him featured. I'm just saying, like, it sounded like Meisty to me. But give it a few days, and sure enough, they're like everybody's calling him Meisty, and they're banning him into Cogdis, and
Oh,
yeah.
okay. You should let the old bloke come up here, man. We have some good conversations with him, talking about how the sun's on fire.
That's pretty amazing how every single observation, including the Canahu and everything else, anything else, all apparently fits in the globe model. So they can have a Sagittarius that's 200, more than 255 miles away, according to him. That's okay on their globe. Amazing. How does that work? Can someone explain it to me? Please, someone explain it to me.
What the freak, Whammer's here? What's up, Whammer? I haven't heard, man. I haven't talked to you, and it's been forever.
I know. What is this? The month for all the old timers?
See, bro, if you play the white man music, the white man will show up.
Is that what
Play
happened?
that funky music, white boy.
Is that like a smoke signal? The blues or will signal?
I don't know, man. That was a really hilarious Dave Chappelle skit back in the day.
I must be kind of sheltered.
Yeah, well, I don't remember the Dave Chappelle skit, but when it comes to the music, I know that pretty much everything is credited to the black man. Like, white man appropriated everything we got, right? Isn't that the story?
I don't know.
Possibly.
Sounds pretty myopic.
I mean, like, rock and roll wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for the blues, which wouldn't have existed if it wasn't for the black man.
It'd be funny
Which
if we
wouldn't have
traced blues.
existed if it wasn't for the black man being in the blues.
You
Which
know
the
what's
white
funny,
man
though?
caused. Thereby, you credit the white man once again. Aha.
Oh. But you know, what if it was a Chinese guy? Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't. It wasn't, though. That's the thing.
It
Yeah, but
probably was.
how do we know that?
It was a black dude for sure. It
You
was a
should go,
black
you should go back and do should go back and do another Crossroads movie and have it be all of a sudden it's some ancient wise man from the east.
Actually, you guys, you see, the thing is that Marty McFly went back in time to see the black guy playing the music, and he gave him the music from the future.
Therefore,
and he couldn't have done that without calculating for the space-time distortion. So if you have to credit anything for this music, it's clearly credit the globe.
Oh, that must be where the distortion pedal came from.
it was only 2.2 gigawatts AI.
Oh,
That's how they got there.
how much refraction do you need for this observation? 1.21 gigawatts.
All I know is they have to refract the shit out of that sound to make it go wow, 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 wow,
No.
like that.
Can you imagine what's going on with that sound when it does that? Through that whammy bar and that wah wah pedal and whammy bar at the same time?
Hey, Sonny, how do guitars work on a flat Earth?
They only work on a flat Earth because the Doppler effect is happening all the time. And if it was a curved surface, the sound would never reach you, especially if it was a moving surface.
All right, good answer, man. Sounds like you had that one loaded in the chamber, man. Somebody ever talks about how guitars work on a flat Earth, you're just like,
It's true. Think about it. No sound would reach you like it thinks. There'd be all kind of weird things happening with sound. You would never know where the sound was coming from if it was a spinning ball and a moving.
I guarantee you, if you hand this over to what's his face that's always in here, he'd probably spin something up on that whole idea.
Yeah, dude. The speed of sound is slower than the speed of the Earth's rotation in most
Yeah.
places. Okay, so like.
Oh yeah. So there you go.
Wait a minute. That's irrelevant. The Doppler effect works on ambulances, which aren't going faster than the speed of sound. So.
Right. Okay. So
I have a physics question though.
Okay.
Real quick, I have this physics dilemma. How in the heck do you get jumper cables back in the stupidly small container that they sell them in?
You have to engineer the coil size in your mind.
Holy crap.
And then you're going to conform your hand to that size, and you're going to just intuitively make the coil the right size for the box.
Oh, it's not going to happen, bros.
Yeah, it's always those damn clamps, isn't it?
Dude, somebody who engineered this didn't understand calculus.
I think if I had calculus, I wouldn't be able to make a difference with that either. Yeah, it's
Anybody
like
interesting come in today? Any notable globalists?
Yeah, our latest notable one was trying to go by a different name and wouldn't admit to who he was. So, no. The answer is no.
Probably not, huh?
Not today.
What do you mean? I just got here. I've only been here one day. Okay. Why do you guys keep calling me Micey? I don't know what's this. Who's this Micey guy?
just like the globe, they're not going to give up their identity either. Try to come in and pretend they're someone else, but I don't know. It could be us.
In order to make themselves feel like they have the majority, they have to be 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people. They have to like spread their shit out. Like,
yeah, boy. Love it. He's the same guy that tries to get into movies, with the mustache on. Dude, get up. I know who you are, man. You ain't gonna get another discount. Let's go. Who's that guy? I don't know who he is. That real cheesy guy who tries to, wear a wig. Oh man.
What a life on the flat plane here. Yeah, here we are.
I just want to speak to one globalist that can actually hold a conversation without just on the spot making stuff up.
Here's the problem:
right on the spot.
You can do that any day. All you gotta do is like go to the bus stop and just start talking to somebody or whatever else. Like normal people will have that conversation with you.
I feel like that's right.
These clowns will not have that conversation with you.
Yeah, that seems to be true because whenever I've talked to people like live and they are more they're listening. Most people are listening.
Hey, are we live right now?
But we're always live. You know what room you're in.
Let's go. Come on, guys.
Come on, Globers, come on in. You
can invite Go Fast back.
Yeah, is he still banned?
He's in Cogdis.
Oh, let's remedy that, shall we?
Oh my goodness.
Someone could remove it.
Where is his name? Where is he?
Well, no, friend, hold on. Before he was basically DMing and doing people, he basically said, "When you are ready for my presence, let me know."
Oh yeah, let's roll out the red carpet.
Oh, okay, we have to bow to him first. We have to lick his boots before he'll actually praise us with his I don't know, how would you say that? What would you say to a royal?
Bow down for for the one you serve. You're gonna get what you deserve. Is he How long was
lay
he
down.
caught this for?
It's lay down before you observe the curve.
That's a good, yeah.
Lay down before you. No, I don't like it. No. There's one extra syllable for sure.
Yeah.
And there is no curve to be spoken of. Like it's like oxymoronic. I can't do it.
Lay down before you claim the curve.
Yeah. Oh, that's
Yeah.
better.
Yeah. Lay
Yeah,
down.
you got rid of the syllable too.
Lay down before you claim the curve. Yeah.
Look, you have to do it faster. Look down before you claim the curve. Look down. You have to say that first part faster.
Lay
You're
down
gonna-
before you claim the curve. You're
Yeah.
going to get
what you
deserve.
That's the truth.
Lay down before you claim the curve.
I feel like we need some Sunny guitar backups here. Do you know that song, Sunny?
What's that?
Do you know that song?
No, but I could probably learn it in a couple of minutes.
Head like a hole, black is your soul. I'd rather die than leave you control. Head like
Okay,
a
just
hole.
give me the.
That's
just
a
give me
crazy
the
song,
name.
man. The whole song.
Just give me the name of the song. What's the name of the song?
Head like a hole.
Oh, head like a hole. Okay, hold on.
That's the name. Let's see. What are you doing this fine day, AI?
Cleaning my truck.
Sound like a country song.
Cleaning my truck.
Damn, look at Method Man going off in Cogniz. What's wrong with that guy?
Is he mad that we use black in a non racial way?
Oh my gosh.
Good.
Yeah, he could stay in Cogniz.
I have a dream that one day my 4 little children will get over it.
Freaking.
Like, oh my
You
goodness.
guys got to hear Tom McDonald, man. Oh my gosh, Lou. You would love that guy.
I know who Tom McDonald is. I don't know if he's like a real. I don't know. He's kind of diet. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe. He just. I don't think he's got hit with this info though. So you never know. He's arguing with Kunai. Oh, check out that chat. He's not ready to come out general population.
I like it. I like it. That's
Isn't that nice? That's pretty good.
Oh shit, my hair's doing that thing too.
So, do you guys think I've had the same name for too long? Do you think I should go from lunatic to like Illuminati or something like that, just to fuck with people?
What would you do? What else would you change it to, Lou?
I have no fucking clue. It's something like Illuminati, though. I would be like them. I would say I'm joining them. See what people do.
You're gonna do the whole thing like what's his face in here?
Yeah, the problem is.
Pyramid with the eye on it.
Yeah, but check this out, friends. The problem is that the Illuminati has been ridiculousized in the new Marvel movie called, what's it called? Doctor Strange in the Universe of Madness.
Oh, speaking of which, man, there is a Netflix show that talks about a secret society. Freaking forgot the name of it, but yeah, they're all about it. Like this one guy's trying to save the secret society from going under or something. It has a symbol and everything.
What
So
movie
now
is this?
it's a Netflix show. Forgot the name of it. It's something Secret Society or something. Yeah, I'll find it.
Hit us with a dirty ass blues grind, fucking Sonny. Do it.
No.
There it is. It's the Pentaverse. Pentaverda.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. It all, yeah, it has to do basically that whole Pentaverse, that whole Marvel bullshit, like with the Doctor Strange and all that. Like it's leading people into this. It's predictive programming towards the multiverse and towards like this idea of like dehumanizing people and making us all into like this algorithm and transhumanism. It's really it's just more of that propaganda is what it is.
Yeah. Have you seen the show Alone? That's not bad. From the History Channel.
I don't think I watched that. No.
They put 10 people. It's kind of it's a reality show, but I mean it's kind of cool because it's just got people in like just strange places trying to make it. Like they put these people in like some place near Alaska, like this remote area with bears and all that, and you have to. They're like survivalists. They have to try to make it with like bare minimum 10 items they can bring along. Not bad. I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's just a show, but
yeah, no. Oh, I mean,
entertainment.
you know. I mean, you know me, though. I mean, you and I have talked a lot. Like, I'm not into the whole like comic book shit very much. Like, I'm not for it. I think it's all been propaganda all along. Like, I just have never read into it. I don't like it. Never have.
I think we're talking about two different things.
Well, no, you're talking when you mentioned Doctor Strange and all that stuff.
Oh yeah. No, this thing is a show. The other one, it's not a comic thing. It's a Verde. It's like a show. It's not a cartoon. It's just a show.
All right. Well, it might be something that would be more down my alley, but again,
yeah, it looks like Mike Myers on the cover.
It sounds like it's probably the same type of propaganda, though. Like,
yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, I haven't seen it. It's just what it. I saw the previews of it.
What show?
The Penta Verde.
The Pentaveret.
That stupid crap with Mike Myers.
Is that Mike Myers? That's what I thought. Who I thought it was. I didn't know.
I'd even give it a second look. I saw Mike Myers. I was like, this is gonna be stupid.
Yeah, is it comedy? I don't know if it was comedy or not, man. Could have been.
It doesn't matter. I mean, can you look at that guy and take him seriously? I mean,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah, baby. You know, after he's going and doing all that, probably not. No.
That Pentaveret thing that I never watched any of it, but I heard about it like a while ago, like 6 months ago, a year ago, even. I don't know. It was brought up. I think I want to say by Days of Noah, him talking about the propaganda that's in that show. Dude, by the way, if anybody doesn't watch Days of Noah, he's long shows, but worthwhile to give a listen if you have time, man.
What the hell's it about?
The name sounds very religious, but it's actually not all that much based around religion. It's just more about it's a really good source to go to for people who discuss the overall overreaching agenda and like the technocracy and even like Even like futurism, technocracy, and
is it a docudrama or is it a show?
No, I'm just talking about a YouTuber, a truth YouTuber. That's all.
Oh, okay. So he's just discussing things, is what he's doing.
Yeah, but he's got really long shows, and he's long-winded because he's black like you. And
I'm not long-winded. It's that one guy. What's that? that retard that's in here. I mean, was it Gregory? That motherfucker. That nigga won't shut up.
Oh, you talking about Gregory?
Yeah, that motherfucker talk way too much. Shit. No, there's people that come in here just to hear them fucking selves speak, and I don't like that shit. I mean, like, fuck, dude. You don't have to fucking control the whole show. Shit.
You must be talking to me.
No, hell no, Sonny.
I think we're all have our times. Like me, when I've been drinking too much, I'll hold the mic a little too much. But even still, I lend it off to people probably more than some of the guys he's speaking of.
You're making beer mids the other day, Lou, or what?
Dude, I've made a couple of beer mids and I smashed them down with my phone. I woke up the next morning and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And
Hell yeah!
Fuck yeah!
I haven't heard. Well, Helio's been here quite some time. He's still on it. He can hear us right now. He's everywhere.
Excuse me.
What up, Helio? Shout out to Helio. Freaking none of these cognitive dissonance guys want to come out. They just want to there playing footsies with each other.
No, I'll tell you what. Like, so you're talking about Helio. Like, yeah, some of us like to drink. You know, some of us take it a little farther than others. I know it's probably not. I know it's probably not healthy to do it too often. You know, I'm perfectly aware, but for some people, it helps to between a certain number of beers. I'm good from like 3 to 5. I'm like from 3 to 5 beers, I will give you guys the show of your life, and you guys are gonna be like, "Fuck yeah, Lunatic's on fire!" But then all of a sudden, I'm like 6, 7, 8 deep, and you're like, "Somebody shut Lunatic up!"
Man, nobody can tackle you. You're like, "Hold on, man, I got the damn mic. You're gonna hear everything I say." Shit. I'm like, "Damn, Lou, let him have it, man." Shit.
Oh man, that's a good rhyme. That's a good rhyme. We got to get on the record for use later. I dropped the mic so hard I left shard in your retard globe earth canard.
That is good.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah.
That might be almost too much, dude. I think you're trying too hard.
No, you got to put it at the right moment of the song. You can't have the whole song like that, man.
Freaking cognitive shenanigans, dude. I gotta get out of here.
Whoa, listen to this neck pickup. Sorry.
Yeah, look out, Sonny. You're gonna make Lou start his pyramid right now.
Let's get fucked up, till we fall down, like the pyramid, in my front yard,
What are you drinking these days, Lou?
Actually, I'm not even drinking tonight. I'm just being all fucked. I had a couple beers earlier, but I'm not even drinking right now. No, I had here. Let me mute this. This is
Brain surgery. Brain surgery. Dr. Lou to the front desk, please.
yeah. I had two hazy IPAs from City Lights Brewing left in the
Oh,
fridge.
that's too much for you, Lou. You old fart, you.
Slow down there, Lou. Damn.
Ow. Da da.
All these young whippersnappers joining the server. We're getting some good conversion rates, huh? A lot of these newer flat Earth guys. They're
What's
coming in
that?
here. The newer flat Earth guys that come in here.
Yeah.
They're coming in here all hot and fired up, with zeal and everything.
That's true.
Sometimes they don't know like how we do it. Like the old, back in our days, we used to hold it down. But like they think that every now and again need to dogpile somebody. We're like, dude, we got this, bro. Chill. All right, don't worry. AI's in the room, man. You don't have to fret. He's got it. Well, it's been a minute though. Hasn't it, AI, for you that you don't really jump in anymore? You just mainly moderate, kind of keep the peace.
Yeah, but AI is he's great at like getting the conversation off to a different trajectory to like get it onto something that we can kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. Redirect. We need a redirect like back to the main topic. Like sometimes we all get lost. AI is good at bringing it back, all of us.
Like, damn, where the hell are we? Yeah, like look, friends, I got you. You're lost, but I will be your guide. We got Traveler in here. What's up, Traveler? How we doing today?
Hey, how you doing? I'm doing well. Thanks for asking.
Pretty well, man. So, you been a flat earther longer? Like, how long you been in the server?
A few months now.
Good stuff.
Had some good combos with Sunny.
Yeah, man. For sure.
Yeah.
Any good recent flat smacking stories?
You guys actually missed the boat on that, man. You're like a year or two late. All that stuff was like back in the day. No, I'm just kidding. There's a few trickle in every now and again. Like that guy Chicken Foot and I don't know, Beer Can or whatever his name was.
Chicken.
They got weird names, don't they? They come in here with like obscure names and then they want you to take them seriously.
I know. True.
I like how they just like, well, hypothetically, like they always go down that rabbit hole, like, and then you got a bunch of flat earthers indulging them. All right, flat earthers. Hypothetically, let's hear him out. Like, I don't want to hear him out. He's gonna talk hypothetically. Come on, man. Let's get real, guys. I'm gonna sit here for half an hour to digest his hypothetical idea.
I know, and we're so hard up for Globers.
Yeah.
We're just let him talk. Let him talk. Like we need some. We don't have any food.
Yeah.
Let him talk.
Every now and again, man, they get caught in the snare. You're like, dude, we got one.
No.
And you got the flagrant flat earther who just wants to come and stomp him out right away. You just no. Even if he's got a freaking hypothetical, man, just let's see what he's got. And listening to it, you're like, yes, I love the sound of you not making any sense because I want to demolish you. But like now, it's like you don't get the chance anymore. There's no hope anymore for these guys. I mean, didn't they exhaust every type of conversation? There really isn't anything new. Let's see. Yeah. The sextant argument was over. I know that that was a few months ago, I think.
It was over in a couple months.
Yeah. Because they kept running into the same issue.
And trying to say that you're trying to measure the distance to the star, that's what the purpose of it is.
Or you got the guy who was talking about, I'm just talking about the sextant, man. I'm not even mentioning globe Earth, flat Earth, or nothing. I just strictly talking only about the sextant. Like, yeah, right, dude. You know you got the underpinnings of wanting to talk about the globe. You're just trying to kind of grease the skids a little bit. I'm not gonna do that here. Come on, let's get real. And bless their hearts, man. That's what I said, Fraud. Yeah, but he doesn't have a mic apparently.
I mean,
According to
it's pretty amazing. I mean, we get used to it and all after this many years, and but it's amazing that this much time has gone by and they have nothing.
it has been 5 years, right?
5 years.
2015. How long ago were we in here?
5 years for me. 2017 is when I.
Yeah.
Came in.
Dude, what the heck are you talking about?
How long has it been AI?
How can it be 5 years if it started at 2015 unless it's 2020?
No,
Is that how long ago we joined the server?
I
The server was late. The server was late to Flat Earth. Like
I only joined
one
the
of the
server
biggest Flat Earthers got started in like 2012. We were more like 2015 or 16 to get started.
Yeah, because ODD's channel, right? Most of you guys.
Yeah.
Live, right?
Is he even still on YouTube? I don't even check that guy.
I don't think so. Does he still have an ODD live? Not on YouTube, right?
Shit, man, it's been a minute.
I don't think so, man. I don't know.
We got Aztecs in here. Got VC verified. What's up, Aztecs? What's going on, man?
I'm just here to listen, but if you want to talk.
Yeah, for sure, man. We always do. The conversation.
You were talking about the sextants. I'm always wondering. We all know the Earth is flat, right?
Do we? I'm actually asking if you know because you have VC verified, so I don't know if what you are at the moment.
Well, text don't matter really. But the thing is, tags. You know what I mean?
I think on tags. So what he's saying is that he's new to the server, but he is a flat earther. He just hasn't been recognized. That's
so. What I'm always wondering is, you know McToon, right?
McToon? Yeah, I know that guy.
Because you were talking about sextants, and I was always wondering, he has this 10,000, this 3 Bitcoin challenge going on, and I was always wondering if it's so easy, why doesn't anybody go for it?
Because McToon's a big fat liar, and nobody believes him because of it. He drinks water out of a freaking tap can. That guy's crazy. Like everything he's saying is like you can't trust him. So even if he was to say I'll put $1 million up, it's like yeah right. So nobody.
But why not try it?
It's not about trying it, man. Like the guy's a straight up phony. So he's been called out by numerous flat earthers on many different occasions, like a plethora of occasions. As a matter of fact, he's been in this server. So
he's always saying the money is in escrow. So why not?
Yeah.
Why not try it? I don't get it.
Because once again, I'm going to reiterate the point I just said. The guy is a big fat liar. He's not going to stand up to anything he says. He's come into this server specifically, and we kind of blew his wig back or whatever, so he didn't have any rebuttals to what we have to tell him. But needless to say, the guy is still spinning his tune on YouTube, kind of making himself out to be like, hey man, I set the challenge out there for them, and here's the money.
He's hurt. He's hurt because we pay him no mind. He really is trying to get our attention. That's it.
Yeah, and then other people like say yourself, Aztec, that might be like, hey, this guy he's got a real deal on the table. No, he doesn't. He's just doing that so that he can gain attention, so that other people can be like, hey, where the flat earthers at? Guess what? We've been knocking on his door for a while, and he doesn't step foot in this server. If he wants to put his money where his mouth is, tell him to step foot in this server. Like, if you know who he is, tell him, hey, McToon, those guys in there want to just have a conversation with no money involved. just you in there defending your points. And then guess what? He's gonna tell you, "Oh, dude, I'm busy. I can't get to it," or I don't want to set foot in there, man. He just attacked me or dogpiled me." When in reality, he can't rebuttal anything we got to tell him. This server has been everybody's like, they what you call it, like they're scared of coming in here. There's no glowbirther that's worth his salt will come set foot in this server. None. And I guarantee you they won't ever, because like if they do, they'll stumble in here not knowing what the server's about. This is like the biggest flat earth like Discord server of the greatest minds you could ever think of. So that's what it is.
QE server, right?
QE server? No, this is a flat
No,
earth server. 24/7 flat earth Discord. This
I
is
thought that
lunatics. This is AIs, my server, fraud server. All the flat earthers who built this server from the very beginning. This is our server.
I thought QE
Yeah,
was
this
involved.
place isn't owned by any specific YouTuber or anything like that. We have a sort of our own little government within this place, honestly.
For sure.
But are you welcoming globals or?
Oh, you better believe it.
On how they approach, how they enter. We welcome everybody, but people come in here with these preconceived attitudes and notions, and and things get out of hand sometimes. But that's usually because of their attitude that they bring.
All right.
Agreed.
So the honest answer that I would give is that it depends on who is on when you show up. Like some people are more welcoming than others. This is a fact. Some people,
but just some people. Yeah, but what the thing is, it just like for me, I can smell a fraud right away. So I'm gonna call you out as soon as you step in the room. You got guys coming and saying, "Oh, you guys believe the Earth is a pizza?" And they come in with that kind of attitude. You know what I'm saying? So what do you think you're gonna get when you can't even come up with a conversation?
Yeah, you get what you give, basically. I mean,
But wait. I mean, it's an honest misconception, isn't it? If someone comes in here and thinks the Earth is a pizza, that's not.
No. Delivery. It's a delivery. Yeah. It's not what the question is. It's the delivery, the tone, and how they present their question. You know what I'm saying? The condescending attitude that we get a lot in here. That's when we react in a negative way, right?
I guess what he's trying to say is we're pretty good people readers. We can tell pretty quick if you are being sincere or disingenuous.
Yeah, for sure, man. We've been doing this for such a long time. We know if you're saying that the Earth is the pizza or asking questions like that. We really know what their intentions are behind it because we've seen their iterations of them like 1,000 times. So for us, it's easy to spot like when somebody's asking a genuine question versus something like, how do doorknobs work on a flat Earth? Something like that. That's ridiculous, man. You don't entertain stuff like that. You don't. There's no
you guys believe in Australia, shit like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's stupid.
Ridiculous questions.
I mean, that's stupid. Yeah, but look, I'm for example, I'm an atheist, and I'm not following the Bible. Yeah, I know. For some of you, this might be controversial, but for me, it's like, why exactly is the okay, fine. There's a dome, fine. But I was always wondering, there's flat earthers who say there isn't a dome, and I'm always weirded out like that. But
I think it's people hung up on the term. So there's a lot of people that have that term high on their burners. Like basically, when you say dome, it's like, do you believe there's a dome? Like nobody's ever claimed a dome. They say the Earth is enclosed. Whatever that enclosure looks like, you know what I mean? It's what it is. But like there is a closed system in which you and I resided. So whether that's a dome or a cube or whatever it is, like nobody really knows, and nobody has a handle on what the shape of that is. If that makes any sense.
Don't get me wrong. I'm here to find out the truth, and I'm here to find out new perspectives. And when I talking to people, especially here, and I've been on other servers, but what always kind of got me freaked out is when people having a lot of contradictory ideas, and some people are like, well, there's obviously a dome, and it's dome shaped, so there has to be a boundary at some point. And some people are like, well, it's enclosed, like you say, which is kind of obvious, but it's like, well, how do you, like, what I'm always wondering is, the globe is always come up with weird excuses and weird explanations. Fine, why not? And those are explanations. It's okay. Those are explanations. But what I'm always wondering is why isn't the flat Earth community consistent in their explanations? That's what's always bothering me.
It's what he just told you. Some people just don't like the word dome, but pretty much everybody will say it has to be enclosed or it can't be right next to a vacuum, right?
I would say also that it has to do with there are many reasons that different people come to the flat earth. Some people find it through spiritual route. If I'm not one of them, but some people say, hey, I read the Bible over and over again, and this is a flat earth book. And that's how they get there.
I know a lot of Christians who are like, well, the Bible actually doesn't say anything about a flat Earth. So
we're not a religious group, though, or a hive mind or anything like that. The only common thread between us is that we realize the ground measures flat, right? So we don't all have to be on the same page about like absolutely every issue we could bring up, right?
And then, like you just said, with some Christians say this and say that. The thing is, though, do you believe them? Why would you believe someone if you can just read the information for yourself, right? So if the Bible says this, but they believe that, then you need to find out what the Bible says, and not go with. See, that's a problem. A lot of people do. They attach the human being to the material, and think that the material, the human being is a product of the material that they read, and that's not always the case, right? So you have to sometimes go to the material itself to find out the truth, and not judge it by the human being. That's the common mistake with Christianity. People judge the Bible based on the Christians, right? Because when you notice in Christianity, there's so many different types. You have Baptists, you got this, you got that. All that. None of them agree on anything. So that's why you need to go to the Word to find out what the Word says, and not judge it by the people. Because the book overwhelmingly states that the Earth is flat, right? The book does. I don't care what you think about these Christians. Who cares what they think? Read it for yourself. You know what I'm saying? So you say you're an atheist, and you have the perfect personality for someone to talk to and have a civil conversation with. People don't usually come here with that kind of interest. You know what I'm saying?
So I don't want to be controversial.
Being an atheist takes just as much faith.
I'm sorry. Let me just get my point across. I'm not here to be controversial, but what I'm experiencing on the server is that a lot of people are like, well, there's this one source that says X, and then there's quite a lot of atheistic flat earthers, for example, who say, well, it doesn't, but still the Earth is flat. So they're basically contradicting the Bible, but still they say the Earth is flat. And then on the other hand, there's Christians who say the Earth is flat, and yet the Bible doesn't say it's flat.
So what you're saying is there is a variety of individuals on the server.
No, what I'm really saying is there's a variety of explanations why the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
that's what's bothering me, because in my mindset, there should be one common reason.
Yeah, there is one common reason. There's just one reason. It's because that's the way it measures. That's it.
Yeah, of course.
I don't really hear anybody saying anything else. That is the only reason to say that.
Yeah, but the thing is, for me, there's one reason, and that reason is clear. But for some reason, I always encounter people who have different reasons which don't make sense to me, and that's what's bothering me. You know what I mean?
Well, let them worry about their reasons.
Are you on the whole flat part, or are you the glober? I don't understand. So where are you in this whole conversation?
No. I'm not contradicting the outcome. I'm saying it's weird to me that on the globe side there's one single explanation.
There isn't.
And for them,
there isn't. No, there isn't.
But
Aztec.
on our side, there's basically
Aztec. 1 second. Aztec. There isn't one single version of the globe. Do you know that they contradict themselves as well? You just made a false. You made a false dichotomy. That's not true.
Oh no! I didn't.
Their idea is always changing.
They contradict themselves. I guarantee you. You can hear it from many different versions of ones who defend the globe. The globalists that come in here, each one is different from the other, and they all claim the same. Even the I would say the hierarchy, global birth like propagandists or the priests or whatever you want to call those guys, they also contradict each other. None of them say the same thing for the global birth. So that statement you just made is not true.
Hey, you want me to give you my favorite example?
Yeah.
Okay, check this out, friend. Ask a glober, at what height off the surface of the Earth do you have to be able to see the curve of the Earth in your periphery? Okay, good freaking luck.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Just get in a plane.
Oh wait, I see it on a mountain. No. I see it on the surface. Wait a minute, you can't see it till you're 200,000 feet above the ground. And yeah, good luck. So
And
there you go. There you go with your answer being completely blasted out of the water, saying that they agree on one thing. No, they don't.
And then you'll have to know yourself.
The only thing they agree on is that flat earthers are wrong. Other than that, they cannot agree.
Oh, of course.
I know what you mean, but I mean the reasoning behind it.
What
I mean,
reasoning?
the reasoning. I mean,
Go
again,
ahead. What reasoning?
Me as an atheist, I do not believe in the Bible, right?
Right, but you keep stating that. Nobody's even talking about that. Like, go to the part where you're talking about the. Yeah, talk about the globe earther. Like, what do you mean about the globe earther? Like, let's hear about what they have to agree or disagree on. Like, because you've already made a wrong claim. So
don't get too antagonistic here, because
antagonistic. I'm just pointing out the obvious truths.
Yes, I agree with you.
Okay.
That they can't settle on a let's say on a how to explain this?
I don't know. Explain it.
Let's say the explanations are always the same, but
No,
the
they're not.
outcome is always different. Whereas in the flat Earth community,
We just finished telling you that their explanations are not the same.
Let me finish. Maybe it makes sense.
Dude, their story changes mid-conversation the more they have to double down. It's never the same.
Yes, but the explanation always seems to be the same. Whereas
no, it's not. We're just telling you over and over. Aztec, it's not the same. Like what?
No, the result is different.
No, it's not.
Let me finish. Come on, I'm not trying to disrupt this. I'm just.
No, you're trying to prove a point that doesn't exist, bro. Like that point that you're just trying to make, it's not true.
I threw you one bone. I said they agree that flat earthers are wrong. Let's go one more. Let's say they agree. They agree that the Earth cannot be flat, but other than that, they just don't agree with each other. Period.
Yeah.
Like
let me finish my sentence. Maybe it makes sense then. So what I'm trying to get across is, flat earthers are separated into different categories, and their reasoning is different, but the result is the same, right? So you have maybe people who believe in the Bible, who say the Bible says it's flat, and then you have people who are Christians, but who say the Bible doesn't say it's flat, and yet they say it's flat. And then you have people like me who are not Christians and who say it's flat, and yet they do not believe in the Bible or in Christianity. So the reasoning is different, and the outcome is the same. And the Globers always have the same. Wait.
At least
Hang
you
on a second.
believe it's flat. Hold on, dude. At least
Hang
you
on a
believe
second.
it's flat. Yeah, but we're getting off into philosophy and what people think. We can't control that.
But wait. And the Globers say they all say the same.
Though?
The
That's what we're
reasoning is
saying.
always the
We're
same,
saying
and the outcome is different, and that's weird.
we're saying who cares? It just measures flat. That's all we care about, really, dude.
Yeah, but
we don't really care about
still,
the rest.
for me, it's weird.
Yeah, but we don't care about that.
I mean, am I alone in this?
Yeah, I think so. I think
it doesn't.
You're pretty much alone, and you're making up things that don't exist, or at least you think that you know what's going on, but it really, the way you're stating it, it's not the truth. Because we're telling you, we hear Globers in this server contradicting themselves all the time, and like the way Heretic said, even mid sentence, they'll stop and say, "Wait a minute, no, let me think of a hypothetical way I can." And so, no, they don't agree on everything, and they're inconsistent. They're falling over themselves. There's nothing in the globalist mindset that can ever come to like where they can all just realize that something is true. My good sir, they also say that you can't even be 100% sure on any information. So really, everything that they say, you can just throw it in the bin, because how can you know anything if you don't even know that anything can be 100% true? So let's
To be quite honest,
I want to rephrase. If you were American, real quick, to sum up what you were trying to say. If you were American, you would have said, at least the Globers have their shit together. They seem to be on the same page, right? Absolutely 100% false. They do not have their shit together. They are not on the same page. All you have to do is question them at a very fundamental level.
Give me an example. Maybe I'm just too dumb to argue.
Well, we just gave you one. The elevation height of where you can see the curvature of the Earth. That's one example, and we could. You know what? If you sat here long enough, you'd know that for yourself. You'd be in here listening to each Glober say, "Well, I could see curvature when a boat disappears over the horizon," and the next guy will say, "I see curvature from an airplane," and the next guy will say, "I see curvature from the ISS," and the next guy will say, "I see curvature when I go to the moon," and so I can go on and on if you want me to. It's really redundant, though. I don't need to.
May I play devil's advocate for a second?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the thing is, I've talked to a lot of Globers. I've talked to them for years. I've questioned the arguments, and when I say, where do you see the curvature? So some people say at ground level you could technically see it if you have the proper measurement devices. And then you go like, okay, so 10 kilometers up or 30,000 feet up. And they're like, well, you could see it if you have good eyesight or good measurement devices. And then at, I don't know, like 100,000 feet up, they're like, okay, yeah, well, you could see it with your eyes, and you can obviously see it if you have like photographs and not stretch them. What's a come on, compress them horizontally. And I've seen pictures like that, and I'm like, well, it'd be a good argument if the lens is
good argument.
Possibly.
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there, friend. Stop. We want to address that point. So back in the day, we had this argument going around where they would show a level on a table, and then they would compress the horizon to show the curvature in the horizon. Now, the key is, if you're an astute observer, you notice that the first thing they present to you is the level and on a table. In the second image, the table is conveniently cropped out. Do you want to know why the table was cropped out, friend?
Well, because it isn't flat.
Because the table curved. A flat table curved in the image, proving what? Proving what? That you can't trust this. You can't trust this observation.
Yeah, sure. But again, I'm not saying they're right. I'm saying their argumentation is always the same, and that's what's bothering me.
They're not. I said it once. I said it twice. I'll say it 3 times. They are not the same aspects. And if you were to say they are the same, please state which ones are the same. Example, please. Go ahead. Oh wait.
I don't know. You wouldn't even know the people I've talked to. I don't know.
No. I don't care about the people. I'm saying the argument. Like, what are you saying they're consistent on?
Okay,
Tell us so we can know.
Okay, let's say the argument is always so you know the argument, right? The argument is always
no. You got to tell me, because I don't know what's consistent.
Okay.
Like,
well, then let me speak on. The argument is always there's a mixture of refraction, curvature, and I don't know, the optical illusions or something, right? That's
no,
basically
wrong, and wrong. Right? Wrong, and wrong. They're not. They're inconsistent on each one of those points you just made.
Really?
Yes. Yes, really.
Yeah.
Dude, we've been doing this for like 7 years, brother, or 8 now, probably.
Refraction.
I think we're glossing over a point here. You got to make a fair analogy.
Am I wrong in this statement?
Yes.
I don't know.
Go ahead, AR.
Okay, but
aren't they all?
But you got to make a fair analogy. On the flat earther side, you said that there's people who, let's just say, believe it's a flat Earth because they went out and did their own observations and measurements. Then you have people who believe it's a flat Earth because the Bible says so. And then you have
Yes.
people who went out and did their flat Earth measurements, but don't believe that the Bible says it's flat. Okay, now to analogize that with the globe side, there are globers who do absolutely nothing but listen to what scientists say, and they just take that authority, right?
Yeah.
So they think the scientists say it's so, right? And you could analogize them to the people who think, well, the Bible says so, therefore it must be true, without doing any further scrutiny. So there is a
Okay.
fair comparison on both sides, that both sides have people who accept the proposition by authority alone.
Exactly, and that's why I'm an atheist, and that's why I usually dismiss
What?
the Bible.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
dude.
I'm sorry, dudes. Don't hate me for that. Don't hate me. Don't hate me.
I have a
But
feeling.
I
I have a
don't care
feeling
what
that
you
you
are,
and
to be
I'm
honest.
just
I have
hating
a
you
no.
for
Hold on.
that.
I don't think any of us are going to hate you, but I have a feeling we
Yeah.
all are judging you for being misguided.
no, I'm
I
not.
like you.
You know I'm on your side. Come on now. Please let
No,
me
I'm
finish.
just
No, no, no. We
upset,
don't know
friend.
you.
I'm just upset because that was the most atrocious logical sequence I ever heard in the last
Yeah.
2 days.
And we don't
What
know you're
what
on our
what
side, Aztec, to be fair.
I
You're saying
I
one
think
thing, but it sounds like you're very misguided at what you understand to be
Well,
true.
yeah.
no.
So,
What I'm trying
Let me
to
put
say
it in
no.
a
is
logical
what I'm trying to
syllogism
say.
for you.
Maybe it's the language barrier. Maybe I'm just really
No, I don't
tired,
think
and
so. I really don't
Let
think
me
maybe
put
so.
it. Let me put it in a
maybe I'm.
logical sequence for you. Okay, what
Can
you
I
just said,
rephrase
and I
it?
want you to.
Can I?
No,
May I
no,
rephrase it
no,
first?
no, 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 no,
Okay,
no,
it's all right.
no.
Okay, all right,
Okay, this is what I heard. You could tell. You could correct me if I'm wrong, but what I heard
Okay, all
is
right. Oh,
some people accept that the Earth is flat because they accept the Bible authoritatively on the statement, believing that the Earth is flat. Therefore, I'm an atheist. That literally is retarded.
no. Oh no, I didn't say that. Oh no, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
I
did.
didn't want to say that.
We all heard you.
No, that is not what I wanted to say. I'm sorry.
All right, we'll give you a chance. We'll give you a chance.
No, what I wanted to say is, I 100% agree with you when you said people who just accept science and just accept the fact that the Earth is a globe by scientific authority are basically the same. I'm sorry if I misrepresent your argument, but this is what I believe. Are basically the same who just accept the Earth is flat because of Bible authority.
You
That's
understand
basically my
that very
stance.
well. Yeah, you phrased that correctly.
Okay. So that's basically what that's my stance. So that is basically my stance, and that's all that is bothering me. You
So
know
you
what I
say
mean?
is it you saying the science for the globe then? This globe we talk about. Can you show us this science? That's all.
No, he's a flat earther. You can't.
No, I'm confused. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
All
I
right.
can't.
Oh, yep,
I can't
perfect,
really.
perfect, friend. So let's stop right
What I'm
there.
going for is that people accept different stances just because of authority, and I'm not one of
Yeah,
those.
right. So
So I
how
want
is
to
that?
find the truth
How
for
is that?
myself.
How is that? How is that unique to this argument? This happens everywhere.
It's maybe
Well,
no.
I think we need to point out that he's in good company if that's the case. Most of us here are like him in that way.
Yeah,
Okay, we're
I'm
not.
feeling a bit antagonized. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm again. I'm new here, and maybe I'm just a bit clumsy in my words,
You
and
got that
maybe
right,
feel a
mister.
bit attacked. I'm sorry for that. What I'm going for is that um, a
Well, if
lot
that's
of
the case, you know
globalists.
what's the best thing to do, Aztec? If you know that's the case, if you admittedly say that you know that's the case, the best thing to do is just to kind of sit back and listen. You never know what you might hear until you actually start to listen to how each one of us kind of talk with the others that are in here.
Well,
Because
that
if
is
there's something that you don't know and it sounds like you're stumbling upon your words, I think that maybe it's time to kind of just sit back and kind of take five, because it's really getting more difficult for you to kind of phrase things. And I know
I
maybe your
mean,
intentions are well-meaning, but it doesn't sound like the way you're phrasing the things that you're trying to say are coming out correctly. Because we're hearing is you contradicting yourself. You're not making good points. It's really not working out at the moment. But
I
if
mean,
you want to continue down the path, then you're going to get a lot of the same. So for me, I think I'd rather you just kind of kick back and listen. But now, if you want to continue, be our guest. Go ahead.
I mean, again, the first thing I said was I'm usually not the talker here. I'm usually listening, and someone was literally inviting me to talk. So I was like, I usually don't talk here. I usually just listen. So that's why I'm talking right now.
Well,
So,
then let me just. Maybe you do go to being quiet for a little bit, or maybe you continue to engage us. It seems that you have some preconceptions of flat earthers that might not really have merit.
It just seems that he's just on who cares about the philosophy of people, dude? We just talk about the measurement, bro. We don't give a fuck what nobody thinks. Oh, why do some Christians think this and some think that and some Globers think this? Who cares, bro? That's what human beings are like, bro. You can't make people believe what you want to believe or think what they get their own brain, man. Why you all in the philosophy of it all? Who cares, dude? It's not even important.
Yeah, when the standpoint is when you approach somebody. Yeah, when you approach somebody, Aztec, basically the best thing to do is just to talk about the measurement, right? Because that's the only thing that really matters when you talk to somebody of an opposing mind that says that the Earth is a globe, right? You really want to talk to them about how do they know it's a globe? Was there any measurements done? You go straight to the facts. And damn what their philosophy is on whatever who cares? You're an atheist, you're a believer. You know what? It doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, if you think that the earth is a globe, there's a fundamental really bad understanding of what the earth actually is. So that's what you really want to talk about to people is what they know about the shape of the earth. Now, when you start diving into why it bothers you because somebody believes that the earth is flat because of the Bible, then that's your prerogative. That's you got to deal with those kind of demons in your own mind. Like we don't care, honestly. What you have to that's what you got to deal with. Us, we just got to deal with the fact that people are lying about the shape of the earth, and that's what we're on about here. So if there's a lot of inconsistencies in what you're saying about misconceptions of what they're talking about of what we're talking about, and we're just here to clear the air. But just so that you know that this is it has nothing to do with your idea of like why things bother you as to why somebody believes in God or why somebody's an atheist. Who cares, dude? Like that's your prerogative.
Yeah, that's a brilliant
you could
work on yourself, isn't it? That's a brilliant opportunity right there in front of your face to sort of work on yourself, don't you think?
I just thought
but
you
let
could
him
get some
talk.
closure. Can I ask you two questions? First of all, how many of you are Bible believers?
What does that have to?
Why, bro? Why?
Why do you want to know that, Aztec?
Why not? Why?
Why are you so
All right,
obsessed with people instead of the earth?
Instead of taking a poll just to satisfy him, I'll give him this. Like, I believe in God. I don't necessarily believe in the Bible. How is that?
I believe in God and the Bible, 100%. There you go.
Okay, it's fine. I'm not judging. Again, we
It doesn't
can have
matter to
different.
me.
We can
Let's
have
cut to the
different
chase.
words.
This is a non sequitur as far as I'm concerned.
It is.
Okay, second question. Obviously, the first one wasn't well received. The second question: what is the best
silly,
globe argument that you've ever heard?
None. There isn't
None,
one.
really?
There is no such animal.
How do you make
wait
an
a minute,
argument
hold
for
on.
something that doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Was there
best
ever
globe
anything that made you
argument?
think? Yeah, anything that ever made you think, rethink, or maybe just continue researching and maybe.
Let me hold on. All right, I got. Let me check real quick. Oh, I checked. There isn't any. Okay.
The other day they showed the other day they showed us a picture of a thing that you wouldn't be able to see if Earth were a globe. I guess maybe that was about the best one.
Okay, my friend, I'll take you down the road. It's very simple. All globe arguments, all, are presuppositional frameworks. Okay? Except
I know that.
one. Right, except one. Okay? All of them except one, which is kind of a two-parter, which is pictures or eyewitness testimony from space. So the only thing they have is the trust and authority in the picture or the quote unquote person who's been there to see it to tell you. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, that's easy.
Of course.
Because they might be all into it, right?
Well, that would be easy, except for the testimonies of the people who have supposedly been to space don't match up once again. And they don't match up with the official written narrative either.
Once again.
Again,
Yeah.
if they're contradicting each other, that's easy.
Well, that's just back to the point, right? What I was telling you, which you conceived notions that everybody on the globe side where they're all consistent, and we just kind of blew that right out of the water where we told you no. Now these are all examples of that, isn't it?
Well, again, it didn't say they're all consistent. I said their argumentation was
No.
all consistent. It didn't say the
Right.
results were all consistent. That's the
No,
difference.
it doesn't really matter, sir. Like everything that they do is inconsistent.
Listen. I failed to heard you validate that statement that their argumentations are consistent. You just keep saying it, but I don't hear like any examples.
Maybe I haven't looked through it all, but my conception was that they always.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
We're getting somewhere.
Let's take the side-to-side curvature, right? And they're always like, well, it's too low to the ground. It's too low to the ground. And if you reach higher levels, they're like, well, it's refraction or it's anything else. And they're basically all saying the same.
No, they're not.
But you just admitted in your own words, you might not have even noticed you said it. You said it was to your own conceptions. Like,
well, yeah, of course.
The way that you imagined it in your mind is that everybody is in agreement.
That we're here to clear the air and tell. Yeah, you are. You're definitely wrong, 100%.
Okay.
Because we're here to clear the air and tell you that there's people that come into this server, like daily almost, and will contradict them each one to another. They don't ever stand together and unitedly say the same thing. That's never going to happen.
Oh my goodness! Can I give you an example? I'll give you another salient example. So we had this guy, which we were doing a long form battle with, not only here but elsewhere, and specifically with this guy called man, I might remember it, but I know the other guy is Sleeping Warrior. So he was constantly going back and forth about gravity, whether it's a force or not a force. And supposedly they were going to quote this guy George Musa, who was a curator for National Science Magazine. Finally, this one Glober got to have an interview with Mr. Musa. And he was trying to tell Mr. Musa that gravity is a force. And Mr. Musa was basically telling him, dude, gravity is not a force, dumbass. So they can't even get their story straight on what magical gravity is.
Yeah.
Gravity isn't obvious, dude.
So there's
gravity is obvious.
No, what do you mean?
No,
you drop something and you go, oh, look at that space-time curvature. It's obvious?
Wait, did you say gravity's obvious? And you're claiming that you are a flat earther? I don't understand. What's going on here, Asik? Are you now saying that gravity is
obvious?
obvious?
You got to define it. You got to define what you mean by gravity, and that's the problem.
I mean the gravity argument is obviously wrong because they're not consistent with it. I know that the gravity point is obviously wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so they don't have a consistent argumentation then, do they?
The gravity point is obvious. That's what I'm saying. But what's not obvious for me is, for example, the talk about refraction. And to be quite honest, I don't really understand refraction.
But you're talking about gravity. Now you switched over to refraction. You're kind of...
Yeah, but then you just said the magic word. You don't understand it, so go understand it, bro. I never used to understand it either, and then I went and fucking sought out the information. It's there. I mean, you don't have to ask us. You can find this shit out there, bro. I don't understand. It's like you need us to agree with how you think in order for you to find validation. I don't understand, bro. Just go find this information for yourself. I don't get that. I don't get why people just don't go look for the shit you're talking about. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't understand that mentality.
I'm sorry. I thought I would come here and get some input, and I thought I would.
You are getting input.
Yeah, but refraction is something you can look up, bro. I mean, I don't understand.
Okay, fair. Listen, fair point. But listen, you can't come in here and say that the globe earthers are consistent in their argumentation and then be poked holes through like a shotgun through a piece of paper and then say, oh, I just want to ask questions. So just retract your statement, right? Admit you don't understand what you're talking about, and then start asking questions. There you go. Problem solved.
Agreed.
Why is this community so hostile? I thought if I
Hostile?
come
What are you talking about, bro? Oh my gosh.
I haven't even gotten hostile yet. But
let me cut that one off right. Let me cut that one off right here. We're used to debate. We're used to disagreements. It doesn't necessarily mean that we are holding a grudge against you by any means or anything like that. You've actually handled yourself pretty well. But we're not going to coddle you. We're not going to fluff you. We're not going to,
we're not going to stroke your ego, bro. Listen, I'm the guy. I will pop up first. Usually I do, and that's why I said to you, go look up the shit for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sick. You asking some silly ass fucking questions, dude. I'm just being honest. Go look up the shit for yourself, dude. You're asking for shit. I don't understand, dude. It doesn't make any sense to me now. You kind of getting annoying.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to. I'm
Okay. So let's go back to what I said. Friend.
Let's just say
Hold on. No.
Give me a chance here.
No. You're not going to do anything until you admit that you've been demonstrably shown that your assertion that the Globers have consistent argumentation is false. If you do so, we'll then take you seriously.
I might have phrased that wrongly. They are not consistent in their argument. You are absolutely right. Gravity is a perfect point for that. You are correct. What I wanted to say is there are some points where they are in agreement. I don't know. And those points.
Okay. Again, a general statement, Aztec. It's a general statement. Please make one example. Once again, please make one example of the one that you say they're consistent of. I need to hear one because you haven't given us one. So please, one example. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're putting me against the wall here. Maybe.
No, I'm not. I'm not putting you against the wall. This is what you're claiming. Do you see the problem that we're having here, Aztec? You're making these claims and then expect that nobody's going to call you out on these claims, bro. You can't do that. You have to actually say, okay, look, this is one thing that they agree on, and it's this specific thing, and this is what they agree on. And we're either going to say, yes, we agree with you, or no, we disagree. But if you don't have an example, then you don't even, why are you bringing that up? You shouldn't even bring it up. You should be like,
how can he have an example of generalized vague horseshit?
Oh, attention on deck.
I didn't want to start a fight. Come on, guys. I didn't want to start a fight.
It's too late.
It's not a fight. I mean, you don't make generalized vague assertions. They and topics like gravity and what's the fucking point anyway? What is gravity? Do you know what gravity is?
No, I do not, and that's not the point. I was talking about the argumentation that they always bring up with curvature and elevation height.
So what do they always bring up? They.
Well,
here we go again with they. So you got a number of theys. Number one, you have actual globers that follow the rhetoric of the globe. Then you have this horde of left-wing fuckwit faction, anti-flat earthers, globe heretics that just make shit up. That wouldn't know their ass from a pipe wrench. What theys are we talking about?
I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I am too. That's why we say be hyper specific.
Well, I'm here to find out something new. I'm here to find out the truth. I'm here to learn something new. I'm not. If I knew already, if I was completely sure, I wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? I'm here to get some new input. I'm here to learn something, and I'm confused by your specificness because I don't know already. If I knew, I wouldn't be here. Maybe I don't know.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, maybe ask a specific question.
Okay. Let damn it.
Why? Just give them the flat Earth proofs.
But he's a flat earther.
He's already conceded that the Earth is
He's a
flat.
flat earther.
So
He's
now
a
he's
flat
just
earther.
Oh, he
trying
already
to.
did? Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, now you're going to be even more confused, QE.
Okay, sorry about that. I came in on it late. Sorry.
So the thing is, I'm not native English, and I'm not I'm relatively new to this community. I knew the truth for quite a while now, but I didn't know there's so many people who already knew it. And now I'm joining this community, and I'm like, oh, holy shit! Wow, you know a lot apparently, and I didn't. And
Well,
so
there's something I do have to say, Aztec, that just saying that you're a flat earther isn't a shield for like anybody in here to scrutinize things that you know. So even if you say you're FE, even if people in here that are FE and they say they're FE and then they start saying wrong things, will get called out on it. Like that's just the nature. That's the nature of the beast. So,
To put a point on that too, like we're short on Globers pretty often here, and we turn on each other, work at each other's throat, and honing each other's skills. Like you don't want to come into our neighborhood when we're fighting each other. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I'm sorry. What I was talking, what I was really going on for is, we have been all exposed to the same education, and we've been all exposed to the same lies, and every one of us has a bit of that left in us, right? And so
No.
if you learn,
Nope.
if okay, maybe I'm the only one. Sorry, sorry. Then maybe I'm not on your level yet.
We haven't all been exposed to the same level of education. Maybe up through high school. I guess you could say that. I suppose.
You know,
Right.
maybe there's a bit left in me that is still brainwashed, and that is still susceptible to those arguments. And when I'm coming on the service,
Yeah.
I'm trying to find some closure, and I'm trying to
yeah,
find
no. Well,
some answers.
but here's the thing though. When you
Those
come
are
in here
weird questions, very
and you
vague
say,
questions. I can't.
yeah, check it out, Aztecs. You said that the globalist guys that we're not consistent, and you started going on about how you're an atheist and how we are inconsistent, yet the globalists are consistent, and then we already took that we blew that out of the water. We showed you, and we even asked you, what specifically are they consistent on? And you kind of backpedaled and say, well, I don't, maybe you guys backed me into a wall now. And it wasn't backing you into a wall. It's just like, what do you mean? Right? Give an example of the thing that you're claiming that they are very consistent on. And you try to name, some things, but we're saying nope, they're not consistent on that either. So is there anything that you know that they are consistent on that you know of?
Well, the thing is, I'm always trying to listen to those globers on some YouTube channels. I'm always trying to listen to the arguments. I'm always trying to understand what they're saying, and I'm
I would think the answer would be yes or no, followed by
no.
Right, yes or no, followed by yes or no, followed by your reasoning. Or do you need him to ask you the question again?
We need to drop all of this and offer him the invitation to ask a specific question that's troubling him, because that's clearly what's happening to him right now.
Y'all just need to send him information because he obviously doesn't know a lot of things. So just flood him with stuff.
So why? Why?
Oh my goodness! For goodness sakes!
Is something wrong with my mic?
We done already addressed this conclusion like 10 minutes ago. He has a question that's troubling him. He literally just said it.
Okay, my
So
question
ask
again.
your specific question, friend, and quit beating around the bush.
My specific. Well, it's not a specific question. That's the point. My what's troubling me is, again, that flat earthers usually say the earth is flat because of A, observations, B, the Bible says so. And
what?
Well, I've heard that.
I found your problem,
wait
friend.
a second. Wait a second. You got a problem. Number one, you're starting this off with a stereotype fallacy. Usually when that happens, one of two things are going to happen. Either a flat out straw man fallacy is going to happen because you're operating from a fallacy to begin with, or just outright making shit up. So flat earthers, I'm a flat earther. I don't know. What was the first thing you said?
I said some flat earthers argue from observations, and some flat earthers argue from the scripture. And because I'm sorry, I'm not.
He's essentially saying that he can get on board with those of us who are using logic to come to our conclusion, but the ones that are using faith are kind of throwing him for a loop.
Yeah, thank you. That is
No, he
very
thinks they're
well.
mutually
Wow.
exclusive. That's the problem.
Why does that bother you? That's not necessarily, but yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
Let's say
kind of. What's faith? What do you mean by faith? What do you mean by that?
I mean, I have a lot of Christian friends, and those, and some of them state that the Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
and
it does.
Since I am not.
Well, it does. Yes, it does. So,
okay,
next point. Next point.
I mean, I'm just taking your very word here because since
That's
I
the
am
problem
not.
I said to you earlier. You don't
There's
read,
only
man. You can read for yourself.
there's only one that I know of, scripture that references the actual shape of the earth, and that verse says, "The earth takes shape like clay under a seal." So it's not even necessarily. Go ahead.
No, you got another one that comes out and flat out says it. No pun intended.
Do tell.
Yeah, I got to search for. I want to be specific. So go ahead, continue with your discussion. Let me search for it.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, somebody told me, well, you know, in certain like processing plants, like they have like machines that you can like stamp a sphere. Like that's really wild. That's a weird flex, right? After somebody's like take shape under clay under the steel. But anyway, so yeah, there's no reason to really argue that. Just read it. There's nothing about heliocentrism in the Bible. Nothing about it. So there's that. Then when it comes to observation, what we're really talking about is we're not observing the geometry that has been put forth by the globe. That's what we're observing. No claim. Well, the claim not being valid. That's literally it. So okay, if it's not curving, then we have a horizontal frame of reference standing here on the globe. I mean on the earth. That's it. It's like what's troubling about any of that? So the question is, since I'm preaching, what's troubling about that?
I'm just confused why some people are saying.
Are you troubled or are you confused? Because if you're confused about the shit that different people, the different shit that different people say, I don't know. I don't know why someone would be confused about different people saying different things.
This, if you
well, I don't want to talk about.
Yeah, but here's
hold
the thing.
on.
Here's the thing. When someone's confused, what do you usually do to change that? You find the information to change that whole situation. If you're confused, then you find out what you need to find out, so you're not confused anymore. And he refuses to do that. So that's the fucking problem.
I did that. I read the Bible passages. Again, I'm not a Christian, so
where does it bring up heliocentrism?
Some people accuse me of not understanding it, and I read the Bible.
So where does it bring up heliocentrism? And expanding universes and different galaxies and any of the other shit that's been proposed for the last 100 years, and heliocentrism being 500 years old. Where is that in the good book?
I never said that's in that. I just said that.
So why are you saying what you're saying then? Look. We live in a heliocentric paradigm, not really, but mentally, most of the world today lives under a heliocentric paradigm. Now, the thing that's troubling you is some people, some Christians who say one thing and some Christians who say the other. Well, guess what? Some are geocentrists and some are heliocentrists. So when you read the Bible, where does it say anything about heliocentrism? If the answer is either A, I never said anything about that, or B, they never said anything about that, or C, the scripture doesn't say anything about that. You can basically kick heliocentrism to the side, which
I mean,
leaves
that's
what?
true.
Which
That's true.
leaves what?
Yeah, but also
Which leaves what?
too late. He's
But
not a. He's
Which
not a
leave?
global. He's
Which
not a
leaves
global. Hold
what?
on. He's not a
Which
global.
which
Are you
which
listening? You're
leaves?
listening, dude. He's not a global.
I hear you, but I'm trying to figure out where the confusion is at. That's because you can't say you're confused and then, but really you don't have a
you know
justification for
about
saying that you're confused,
you,
because then
you
you're
know
just
about
playing
those
games.
logical you know about those logical fallacies, right? And
yeah,
sometimes I just feel that the argument the Bible doesn't say anything about the heliocentrism, therefore it's flat, is a false dichotomy. That's what I feel.
So what? So what? That's a bad argument. Yeah, and your point?
It is a dead argument, but I feel
And your
that
point,
this
my 4-year-old little cousin can make that
Oh my
argument.
goodness, Elijah.
So
Elijah.
what?
The point is, he doesn't want this journey to truth to end at God is real. It's just that simple.
Oh,
thank you. Who
that's
said
why.
that? Tell me your name, please. Because I feel you're the only one who really understands my point.
That's
I'm
his
sorry.
beef.
I've been the only one who understands you this entire time.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want to know your
Don't
name.
pull that shit. Don't pull that crazy shit.
That-
When you said
that's
you said you were an atheist the whole time, we knew where this was going.
You're
No,
atheist?
no homo.
Oh,
Holy
I'm
shit.
getting the fuck out of here, man. Fuck all this.
Hey,
Good luck.
Elijah, don't leave yet. Don't leave. Elijah, there's that passage.
I'm
put
gonna be
in
around.
chat. Elijah. Hello, Elijah.
Again, I didn't
Hold
want to come
on,
here
Aztec.
to start a fight. I'm
Hold,
sorry.
hold up, Aztec. We're going to get back to you in a second. Elijah, that passage is at 57 minutes after the hour.
Well, you mind if I read it out loud?
Go ahead.
Anybody have a? All right. Revelation 20, verse 9. And they went up on the breadth of the earth and compassed the camp of the saints about and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Breadth. Plato's Strong's Greek definition, G4114 from G4116. Plate OOS, spread out flat.
Yep.
The passage in English should read, and they went up on the flat earth and compassed the camp of the saints about and the beloved city, and fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them.
Yep.
I don't know how fire would come from all around 360 degrees.
Yeah,
Coming from down is easy when it's up there. I know that. But anyway, that's interesting.
Anyway, there you go.
I know it had nothing to do with the breath part, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
So there you go. It comes out straight. Now we can deal with the main problem. He's an atheist. So
can you define that?
Oh shit, that's the main problem. Oh fuck.
Yeah, that's your main problem. That's your big mistake. That's the foundation where you're all out of whack.
Oh shit.
Oh,
you see, one of the things is maybe you've noticed, but I'm not native English, so I'm
That's all right.
Austrian.
You speak good enough English.
Yeah, but I'm Austrian. Hang on. So
now you hang on.
The
We're
German
gonna deal with this
translation of the Bible.
atheism real quick. So to be an atheist, whatever the fuck that is, we're gonna get you to define that here in a second. I'll bet you can't. But as an atheist, you have to consider, or you must assign yourself with shit creating itself out of nothing and ink, paper, and glue molecules authored in technical instruction manuals.
Hang on a second, please. Hang on.
Hang on.
It's quite loud here.
It's loud.
Okay. The noise is gone. Do continue.
What I'm saying here is you have to believe something came from nothing, and ink, paper, and glue molecules author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. Yeah, something from nothing. Yeah, you have to, that's what your main foundation is based on, to be an atheist. Now, let's start over from the beginning. This is really important. What the hell is an atheist?
Okay, so an atheist is someone who does not believe in a deity, who does not believe in the
No,
in
it's
the
no. You don't tell
existence
me
of a deity.
what it. No. That's not the definition. See, you can't give me a what it's not. So if I walk into a courtroom and somebody asks me to define a banana, I can't say that it's not transmission fluid, right? You got to define. That's not a definition. That's non sequitur. So what is an atheist?
So you see, a theist is
No,
someone
atheist.
who believes in a deist, and an atheist is
No.
someone who does not, because
So
the
you're telling me what it's not.
syllable
Again.
"a" stands for not.
So yeah,
So
A means without. That's true. But you
yes,
can't define something as the lack of it. What the fuck is
I
it?
mean, I don't know. Asexual means
Yeah,
you
I
don't have
know
any
what the
sexuality.
I know what the fucking letter means. But you can't define a fucking term, a thing, by what it's not. If I walk into a courtroom and they say, "What's a banana?" QE, and I say, "It's not fucking transmission fluid." Is it, or do you know what a banana is now?
Yeah, of course, sure.
Oh, for
And
fuck's
banana
sake.
is
I'm
well
done.
defined. What, huh?
You're not
You
listening,
asked,
fam.
you asked
You're
what
not
a banana
listening.
is, and I said
If
yes.
they said what, you're not listening to what he's saying.
He
And
said
then
I can't
when
define.
when I tell you that you're not listening, it's not like you respond reasonably like, "Oh, my bad. What was your point?"
He might just not
You're still
understand.
talking.
He might just not
No,
understand.
I'm not
The
hearing that
language,
shit, fraud.
the
Every time
language
somebody
barrier.
comes in and because they have a little accent, there's a language barrier. No, he's talking just fine. Now, QE said that because I tell you what a banana isn't, just pretend you don't know what it is. Like if I say it's not an orange, that doesn't help you with knowing what it is. Would you agree or disagree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay.
No, what's
I'm
an
a good
atheist again?
translator.
Say again?
I'm a good translator.
Yeah, that was good. So you just contradicted himself. So what the hell is it? Do you want me to define it for you?
Yeah, please do.
An atheist is such a person, and I already did before, that nature is the creator. Nature is an atheist creator. So they're not actually atheists. They believe in nature. They're natural philosopher, natural. You can call them philosophical naturalists or philosophical naturalism. So, and the reason being is that I can say that is based on the laws of thermodynamics. I can get into quantum mechanics. If I do that, then you're crushed. But I can kill it just with the laws of thermodynamics. So, an atheist
Why
does
do
have
you even believe in the laws of thermodynamics? I don't get it. Why
thermodynamics.
even conceive that the science tells us what thermodynamics are? I don't get that.
The thermodynamics, yeah, it's not science; they're natural laws.
Well, it's taught us by science.
No, that's not science; they're natural laws. But I see where you're going with this. You're a little bit confused.
I think we should question it, to be quite honest. I think we should question everything that's taught to us.
Question? Well, you're not questioning the second law or the laws of thermodynamics. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that it goes against the laws of thermodynamics, your belief system.
Well, maybe I do not believe in the laws of thermodynamics.
It's not a believe or not believe in thermodynamics. It either is or it ain't.
So there are some things that aren't questionable, especially upon experiencing it. Like if you measure something, it's not a question as to what it measured, right? If you happen across a tree, it's not a question at that point that what you're looking at is what you've decided to call it. Now every time you see a tree, you're like, oh yeah, a tree. Maybe you chopped it down. Maybe you figured some of its properties, what you can do with it, but that's not questionable. So laws or things that happen always, like hot going to cold, like hot water getting cold or room temperature, that always happens. What can you question about that?
Well, I've heard that argument from Globers, to be quite honest, and so I'm skeptical about it.
What do you mean
Because
you
I've
heard that? What is an argument?
What
I
are
didn't just give you an
law
argument.
of gravitational attraction. I've heard that one.
What are we on
But
gravitational attraction for? Hey, Aztec, I just posted it 7 minutes after the hour to you. This is what I can deduce from the laws of thermodynamics regarding a creator. Your position is crushed. So there you go. I guess we can move on to something else. You could probably copy that and reread that. I don't think we want to go over that here today.
Well, I'm not here to argue God belief. I'm not here to do that. I'm here to talk about flat Earth.
It's not, well, number one, it's not a belief. I know for an absolute fact there's a creator, and I can prove it using natural law and science by experiment. It's on my website.
There's a problem for me because science
That's
for
a
me is
problem
inherently
for
wrong.
you.
So,
Science.
Yeah, if you argue with science, for me that's a
Science. I
problem.
don't argue with science, you freaking clown. Science is a
just said
method.
you
It's not a
argue with
sentient, intelligent being. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm doubting the authority of science. And if you say you can argue with science,
Science doesn't have authority. You're reifying it. People claiming they know science. That's who you're talking about, not science itself. What the fuck, dude?
And you obviously don't want to know the truth. Hold on. He just said he can prove it to you. Your question should be, oh, really? How? Can you show me?
I'm spotting a
And you
problem.
don't even have that. No, and what I'm saying, he's not even curious to know how you can prove it. You don't even care. You obviously do not care about the truth. It's fucking ridiculous.
I thought so. But now I realize as the conversation is progressing that he genuinely is saying what he's saying and doesn't even understand the response QE just gave. Yeah, we all you don't think that what he's actually saying
perfectly.
What he's actually saying is I don't trust pseudoscience. But he doesn't know the difference between science and pseudoscience, so he's just saying I don't trust science. That is what he said.
Yeah, fair enough. But this is what actually happened. He recognized that using the scientific method, QE claimed that he could prove a creator. Homeboy then said, okay, now I can't trust the scientific method. Anything that proves a creator, I can't trust. It's basically what happened.
Oh, okay. That's even deeper. Cool. I'll roll with that. Do you feel like that's what happened?
He's retreating into subjective idealism. Okay, it's clinical
I
case,
don't know.
by the way.
I'm just not trying science. Trusting science. That's all. If someone tells me I can prove it with science, that's always raising a red flag for me. That's all I'm saying.
Prove it during
there's pseudoscience.
Hold on a second. Let's get down to brass tacks. Define natural science for us, please.
I don't know. I'm not
That's
that
the
smart.
fucking problem. How do you know you can't trust something from something you can't define? What the fuck, man? You're not making any sense.
I never said I'm that
This is how
smart. I
frustrated I've been
never
with this
said
guy this whole time. He keeps doing his backtracking shit. He's fucking retarded, man.
why are you so
Well, let's be clear.
I'm just saying I'm not that smart. And I'm
Dude, you
not
don't know a lot of
trusting
nothing.
science.
You don't know anything, and you just and you're good with that. You're okay with not knowing. You don't want to know.
No, I'm not okay. That's why I'm
We
here.
probably can avoid going to the personal attacks, but yeah, it's getting a little bit troublesome. I can agree.
Thank you, Lunatech.
I mean, you know what I mean, right? You can easily see the flatness of the Earth. You can see it with your own senses, right?
Now we're
You
back
don't
on
need
flat Earth.
science for that.
What? You don't need science for that. Science doesn't have anything to do with whether the Earth is flat or spherical. See, the problem
Yes,
is,
exactly. That's what I'm saying. And so
well,
I'm like,
we're not talking
okay,
about
now,
the flat Earth here for a
yeah,
second. We were.
now show
Don't
me,
interrupt me.
but now show me the existence of
I'll tell
God
you
with the
what.
same.
I'm gonna fucking. You're done. I'm gonna
I
mute
don't
you.
need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
I muted you. I don't put up with that shit, especially from somebody that is as ignorant as you. I would keep my fucking pie hole shut because every time you open it up, you let everybody know what a downright idiot you are. You contradicting yourself with every breath. What the fuck, dude?
I literally
Art,
told him that
To be
like the first
fair,
10 minutes that we were in there.
Art,
yeah,
would you
but to
like
be fair, he was intending on being quiet and he was coaxed into talking. So
was he?
yeah.
So am I out of line here? Because the most of the shit he's told me thus far, he's in non sequitur every statement that he makes. It doesn't, nothing he said so far follows to the next thing.
Well, except one thing, which is I can clearly see the Earth is flat.
Well, that's fine. But we're off that topic. We're on to his atheism, which he couldn't define. And then he said he doesn't believe or trust anything from science, which is a reification fallacy on its face. And then he doesn't know what natural science is. These are all, they're stockpiling contradictions. I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? Let this go?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you
I'll let
are
it go.
correct. You are correct unless you believe that subjective idealism is true, which it seems like whereas he's trying to live in.
I'll let it go. Go ahead, Aztec. I'll step back.
I just notice a trend that when things tend towards proving a creator or all that, people all of a sudden resort to idealism or subjectivism. It's very convenient how that happens.
It never fails. You start talking about these subject matters. You start talking about philosophical matters. Start talking about morality. Start talking about theology. Now all of a sudden, this is a non-objective matter. Absolutely non-objective.
We're not
Ironically.
talking about any of that. It is objective. I just posted it 10 minutes after the hour, proofs of a creator. Scientific proofs, by the way. So it's not any of that shit you just said. So
Why are you
what
negating
the
what I just
fuck are
said?
you talking about?
Why are you negating what I just said?
Because I just negated it right here. Scientific proofs of a creator. Just negated it right there.
Why?
Why?
Why are you negating
Because
what I
you're
just
full
said?
of shit.
That's supposed to be an argument?
Yeah, it is an argument. My arguments are listed on this website, you fucking clown.
Well, we don't have to go that far, but perhaps it's non sequitur. If he's not meeting your point and you're not meeting his, there's no argument. Because he's making a point. If you're not making a sequitur point, then there really is no reason to argue.
Right, exactly. What the fuck, dude? Dude, I
Come
can
on,
go
that's
through
my
them.
brother, man. Treat him nice. Come on.
Fuck, I could go through. He said everything the opposite of what it actually is, Elijah. What do you want me to do with that? You want me to step back and just allow him just to go, right? And then play his Elmer Fudd sophist fuckwit arguments about why would you do that? Well, because I just posted the antithesis evidence of what you just said. That's fucking why. So you want me to let him go? You want to let your boy go? I'm going to jack his ass up. Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
I don't think he's talking about Gregory. I think he's talking about the other guy.
No, I'm talking
I'm
about
talking
Gregory.
about Gregory.
He just
So
said
what
the
I was
opposite.
saying was in response to what AI was saying.
Go
Did
ahead,
you remember
AI.
that quantum eraser?
Go ahead, AI. Don't fucking speak to me. Go ahead, AI.
Just saying that preventing scientific evidence is all well and good, but presenting it to a party that denounces the validity of scientific validation, it's kind of kind of pointless.
Yeah, and what I was saying before I was so
For them,
rudely
I'm sorry.
interrupted.
It's not pointless. It's not pointless. It's pointless to that individual.
Right. And what I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted is I was co-signing that point. That when we talk about these things, they want to subjectivize everything and make it as though that it is impossible to get objective knowledge concerning theology. Or soteriology or eschatology. It really helps to listen, quantum eraser.
Eschatology, I'm a great listener. You're on the theology and eschatology. That's not what he's fucking talking about.
I was talking about what AI was talking about. Are you listening?
Yeah, I am.
Evidently not.
I'll tell you what, motherfucker. Just don't speak while I'm in here. You're a dumb fuck. I've exposed you more times than fucking Mae West. So you could just stay on mute. How about that? Or go try your fucking arguments with a primary school. See if they can fucking deal with them. If they stop laughing, then maybe you can consider coming out here. Other than that, just shut the fuck up.
I don't think that's reasonable.
You
But who
sign off
cares?
on that, Elijah?
So where's the other guy?
He's still here.
Yeah, the only thing he validated was his subjective experience. Yours flat because I see it.
That dude's an idiot, man. You guys defending that retarded fish frog. That dude's an idiot.
Damn, fraud.
Well, I could apply that language to majority of my family. I'd rather not.
I'm not talking about Gregor. I'm talking about the other guy.
I'm saying I can apply that same language to just about everybody else I feel that way about, but I try not to.
Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is the guy comes in here, and whoever coaxed him in, that's kind of fucked up, but still. But, you know what I'm saying? He refuses to look at information and then just says, I don't know. And that's his reason.
To be fair, he had
That's
BC.
not something to argue with, though. I keep telling y'all
He
gotta
had
stop
BC
arguing
verified.
with.
The guy had BC verified. So when I introduced him, I didn't know where his standpoint was. So my whole thing was just to get people in here talking and BC verified, you know. So I coaxed him in because I didn't know who he was. So feeling him out led us to that now finding out what we found out.
That's all good and well, but we have to understand that people are intellectually still in grade school, maybe even in the fucking the baby crib, because that's when their brains were taken over and they were given fallacious reasoning.
What was weird was that after the conversation, because he kept up with most of it, but then he reverted back to the language barrier. Well, I think I speak, a different language, so I might not understand. Yet he kept up with the rest of what we were saying. So it was like from one thing to the next, and then when there was objective truth on the table, he's like, well, then I don't believe in science, then. I question everything. So it was like, now you're saying that because you don't want to even engage in the fact of knowing that because you're atheism, anything's going to, whatever he claims that is.
It's called cognitive dissonance. In any event, still, you're not gonna walk up to a preschool, begin an intellectual conversation or debate with a preschooler, and then straight curse his ass out. Like that's unreasonable. I see these people as intellectually on the same level. How do we help them?
Yeah.
Or leave them alone. I typically leave them alone.
See, yeah, like I could never argue any of this stuff in a second or a third language, not even at the smallest level. When the topic starts to get a little bit more complex, the arguments start to get a little bit more complex. I can understand why they start to stammer or not quite understand the more complex arguments. It would be infuriating to try to do it if we were doing this in Spanish or something like that. There's no way.
Yeah, but wouldn't the more
Well,
ideal thing to be
in
is to type out?
Spanish, in Spanish, all we're talking about is a mode of communication. But in Spanish, a measurement is still a measurement. So again, when a person doesn't want to accept things as they are, regardless of what language they speak, then there's a problem. There's a door that they don't want open, and fair enough. Who am I to make them open it?
I mean, say what you want about the guy, but he got us all talking. That's for sure. I mean, I was listening on YouTube, and I had to come in because I was laughing my ass off. He just contradicted himself at every turn. So I just thought, oh, I've got to come in and talk to this guy.
Yeah, no, I got to give you guys that too. Like he seemed to grasp for the most part almost everything. It was just certain things that he was feigning ignorance on is really what it was.
Well, we could talk to Rob, who's in here right now, who doesn't have a role. I'll coax him into it too.
I do want to ask him one question, if he's willing to respond. Can you justify your rejection of the method of objectively knowing that there's a creator? Can you justify rejecting that?
For Aztec, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ideal, Rob. We can hear you typing on your keyboard. You're slamming your keys. So if you want to relax for a second, I'm sure they'll get to you here momentarily.
Does it pick up my voice?
Picked up.
We can hear you, man.
You're coming through.
Wait,
You're
I
slapping.
don't
that-
understand the question though.
You're slapping that keyboard pretty hard. Hold on a second.
So,
Ideal. He's not asking you. He's asking Aztec, but I think Aztec has left the building, even though he's still here.
all right, no worries. You guys can carry on.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, we want to get on to Ideal Rob, who just popped in the server. Welcome to the server, Ideal Rob. Here we talk about the shape of the Earth, or lack thereof. What is your standpoint on it, Ideal?
I think it's pretty hard to know. I don't know too much of like the math built up around like either viewpoint. So I like hanging around because I like to see people's proofs on it.
Well,
I'm not
right.
very good at like that scale of geometry though, so I like to hear how people justify it.
That's great that you're in here for the funsies. But where's your standpoint on it? Because we like to know what everybody in here, what their standpoint on the argument anyway is. So,
Oh
what
no,
do you
that's the
feel?
confusion that I'm undecided. I was saying that because it's basically undecided.
Why would you be undecided? Because there's pretty clear evidence that there isn't any evidence for the shape of the Earth being a globe.
We can take it to some.
I don't know if we're either because I haven't been up in the air that high.
We can take it to something more specific there, Miggy, if you'd allow me.
Yeah, please.
So, who am I speaking to?
It was Ideal Rob.
Ideal Rob.
You're trying to
Yeah.
talk? Yeah.
Yeah, I know who Miggy is. I was talking to you.
Oh, okay.
All right, so let's try this. I'm going to give you a series of close-ended questions. Not any gotchas or anything. There's no tricksies here.
Oh boy.
So yeah, there's just three closed. You know what an open and closed-ended. Let's just go with a closed-ended question. What's a closed-ended question?
Would that be like a yes or no?
Exactly. So we're on the same sheet of music. So I got three questions. So are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects?
I mean, I'm not sure what they use now. Like, you mean, do we still use that today? Do we? I don't.
Yeah.
I know
Yeah.
historically we did, right?
We still do.
Yeah, and I think you can use the North Star or something. You can use certain ones like are pretty constant. I don't know. I don't know how to sail.
There's about 63 of them, but that you don't have to be a sailor to answer these questions correctly. So for number one, are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects? Obviously, the answer is yes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Number 2. Are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects?
Yeah.
Correct answer. Number 3, last question. Can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent that is a curved baseline surface or spherical surface?
Ooh. I guess
Welcome.
depend. Well, with a varying, not with complete accuracy. You'd have to know where you were, right?
No, not with any accuracy. It's non sequitur. You cannot do it. Welcome to Flat Earth.
See,
I like your spin on that, Kiwi. That's good.
How about that? We good?
No, that's good. Yeah, pretty good. What say you, Ideal Rob?
I don't really know about much of the scale, dude.
Yeah,
I know.
We're talking about angle. Can you get an elevation angle off a curved baseline that is the adjacent side of the triangle? Is there any possible way to even acquire an This is the foundation of celestial navigation that's been going on successfully for centuries. Can you even acquire one?
Can you see the diagram that's in the live stream voice text? Ideal Rob?
Is there a voice chat? Oh,
maybe you can't see it.
Oh yeah. That's right. They did this change.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Miguel Sosa.
No, I can't. I can't
No,
actually.
no.
Never mind.
Okay. What does
Yeah,
it
I
mean,
thought-
guys? Remember to see that.
It needs the VC verified.
VC verified?
Yeah.
All right. So now it should appear as live stream voice text. Ideal Rob above this channel. I just clicked on
I thought
that.
you were going to just use the.
Well, I gave you a role. I gave you VC verified. So all you got to do is just go to the live stream voice text. Scroll up a little bit. It is 28 minutes after the hour. And then you can see a diagram by Miguel Sosa.
Oh yeah, I got how his proof worked, and I was like, yeah.
All right, well, what do you think? Okay, so what say you about that? Because it's important, right?
What say you?
Yeah.
I can. I'm
Yeah?
sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt him. I could show him real quick if in less than a minute using AutoCAD. Ideal Rob, I just posted a timestamp video at 29 minutes after the hour for you. All I need is 1 minute of your time. I'm going to show you that it is impossible using AutoCAD, that's certifiable engineering program, that you cannot obtain an elevation angle off a curved surface. Too bad we can't play it in here because we can't share screen. It's 2023. Is it 2023?
22.
Ah, shit.
Well, you can say 23, man, if you'd like. Living in the future, Kiwi.
Yeah, so they can play that 1 minute. It's all over right here. Welcome to Flat Earth. It's all over. It's over. Sorry. So sad. The globe Earth would fail 3rd grade geometry. It's all over, man. What else do you want me to say? That's why I wanted just to put this out, because I really don't need to go any further. Gas pressure without a container, that's a lot of fun. And we're not spinning Coriolis effect, but everyone will get lost within the first 3 words. So if you walk into an intro to 3rd grade geometry class and you say you can measure an elevation angle off a curved adjacent or a curved baseline, you're going to get laughed out and security's going to escort you off the fucking campus. You feeling me? See, it's quick, concise, it's all over, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, you baltards. It's over. Well, it's been over since 2016, the moment you fucking retards stepped out here to defend this fairy tale fucking religion. So we're going to kill you with geometry and actual science. How you like us now? Clowns.
You know, they try to, what they'll do is they'll try to create a horizontal
and say that that's not really related to the ground because the ground is curved. But look, all you got to do is create a horizontal. The problem with that is all horizontals have to be parallel. And in many instances, you would use 2 stars or more. But even before that, you can't get an elevation angle because that's what you're doing. You're getting an elevation angle measurement using the sextant. That's the globe. If we lived on a globe, that wouldn't even be a thing. It'd be impossible.
Yep. You don't believe us? Yep. Here we go. Just kill it quick. There you go. Elevation angle. From radar tutorial, this is 33 minutes after the hour. Listen closely to this, folks. Somebody's got background noise. AI. Thank you. Elevation angle. Listen to this closely. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane. So as you can see in this definition right here, the line of sight is connected to the vertical plane, not the horizontal plane. The horizontal plane is already fucking given. Uh-oh. From IGCSE 2021 edition, 1 year ago, according to Meggy. 1602, angles of elevation and depression. An angle of elevation is the angle from the lower object to the higher one, while an angle of depression is an angle from the higher object to the lower one. Both, listen, this is the punchline. Both angles are measured with respect to the horizontal plane of the reference object. There are no horizontal planes on a sphere. Just FYI. From Bygist.com, the angle of elevation is widely a concept used related to the height and distance, especially in trigonometry. It is defined as the angle between, there we go again, horizontal plane and oblique line from the observer's eye to some object above his eye. This is a killer right here. Not that the other three weren't. From Sus Design, this is certifiable. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as the solar elevation angle, describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun. That's the hypotenuse. And the horizontal plane the friggin' observer is standing on. Say goodnight. It's all over. How you like me now? I'll be in the area all week.
Pretty solid, huh, Ideal Rob?
Yeah, I don't know much about sailing. It seems pretty legit.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ's been spinning requests for fucking years. Smoke them if you got them.
He needs to put on some of that Santana.
You want to know what's interesting? You got to come here, or you got to go to QE's website, or you got to go to Science versus Pseudoscience server, or on Nathan's show. I don't know how many other places you can go, but there's quite a few. And all of the stuff that we're saying, the proponents, the ones that the normies find on YouTube, they've never even heard of any of this stuff. They don't know anything about the geometry of the sphere. They don't know anything about the actual arguments we present. All they do is straw man the hell out of us
while trying to silence us. Isn't that interesting that it took you coming here to hear all this stuff? Why aren't they proponents of the information we're giving?
Because they're clueless pretender clowns just mindlessly parroting Wiki and Discovery Channel. That's all they do. And God haters or God deniers. That's it. That's all you got. That's where we're at.
Check it out, Kiwi. Aztec was saying, why didn't we take up McToon's challenge, or whatever garbage challenge that he had up, like thousands of dollars. I don't know what thing that he had.
Oh my goodness! Yeah,
Yeah, he
my
was saying
battery
that to it
died.
earlier.
Because
My
the
battery died when
challenge,
he asked that question.
Yes.
because the challenge already includes a horizontal plane. What's the point? Aztec.
So not much a challenge from McBooger Eater since he starts off with a horizontal plane. He doesn't even know it because he's that fucking stupid. Jump on my channel and hit playlist and go to signature numpty clips and hit McBooger Eater and watch every single thing that comes out of his wiki mindlessly parroting Discovery pie hole is a belly laugher. I'm going to show it in spades. I'm going to let you listen to him destroy himself. That's what they do. Just listen closely.
He's
Or do you want to
challenging.
listen to, or do we want to listen to him now, Meggie?
You can play it as long as he's not going to be too offended and hurt himself over it.
Is he here? Aztec.
Nah, he bounced.
He's probably listening on YouTube though, right?
Yeah, from the safety of the couch cushion.
Yeah, he's probably listening. How many listeners we got out there?
-3.
-3.
It's these YouTube algorithms. Can't trust them.
Do we want to listen to McBugger Eater train wreck himself over and over and over again? Would we want to, submit ourselves to that?
We may as well.
Northern Rebellion, he's all over that shit already.
Well, we've got a new one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's a new one which I had been meaning to ask you if you had seen the major foot and mouth that he did on the quote unquote debate with Ruhiff and John.
No, I didn't see it.
It's pretty bad, dude.
What? As bad as what's in this numpty clip?
Probably.
Have you listened to this numpty clip?
I probably have.
Maybe you forgot. Hey, Meggie. Where'd he go? Meggie. Put down the tacos and load this friggin' numpty clip.
So it was basically him proving how to get an angle between not a curved adjacent, between two curved lines.
That's not an argument in celestial navigation. That's
sure
dumb red herring fallacy.
Yeah, sure. By implication, he's trying to, by reverse osmosis, get it to go that way.
Reverse osmosis. That doesn't even work. Meggie!
So he wants to pay someone a Bitcoin for showing a straight line in a triangle?
What?
I don't know. Who could play this numpty clip since Miggy fucking went to get tacos?
Deep. Did you post it?
I could, but I don't have the command.
Yeah, it's at 39 minutes after the hour. Northern Rebellion posted it.
All right. Looks like someone's.
I see Dave. Some people are on it. Yeah.
Who's going to win?
Looks like it's loaded.
Oh, June 2021.
There we go.
MC Tune. The McBooger eatinest McMoron this side of the McWest. Say goodnight.
It's a little bit. That's a little bit of word games. I will not.
All right.
I will not
I'll-
accept
I'll-
that science proves things because scientists will stand up all day long and say, "No, I'm sorry, we don't prove things."
Are you high right now?
Far, far beyond high, love. He's McDunning McKruger, McShroomed. From Lumen Learning, biology for majors forming a hypothesis. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true. Duh. From Genome Research, 1999, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove it. My word. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences, requirements for a testable hypothesis. In order to be considered testable, two criteria must be met. It must be possible to prove the hypothesis is true, and it must be possible to prove the hypothesis is false. Duh. Let's wrap your dumpster fire up with Dr. Craig Venter, the geneticist of geneticists, Celera Genomics, National Institutes of Health. You know, there's some things we can do in science in terms of proving certain things in life we discover.
Fatality.
When McBaltard says scientists will stand up all day long and say they don't prove things, he's quoting pseudoscientists, astronomers, astrophysicists, cosmologists, etc. They say they don't prove things because they need massive latitude. So when their fairy tale stories are inevitably pummeled into the belly-laughing incoherent oblivion, as always, they then can play Texas two-step ad hoc hypothesis shape-shifting hopscotch and wholesale replace their old disheveled horse pucky with the new hotness horseshit story. Then say, science is correcting itself. McBooger Eater, you'd fail. 5th grade, general science.
Excellent, thanks very much. MC Toon.
Yes. Well, before Einstein, it was called spooky action at a distance, and that kind of comforts me like a warm blanket.
What the hell did you just say?
The real question here is what's going to comfort others exposed to your inane horseshit, McIdiot. Just tattoo Pretender Clown McDoofus on your forehead and be done with it already. From MIT Technology Review, Einstein's phrase, spooky action at a distance, has become synonymous with one of the most famous episodes in the history of physics, his battle with Bohr in the 1930s over the completeness of quantum mechanics. So, McMoron, you said, before Einstein, it was spooky action at a distance. How can that be when Einstein coined the phrase spooky action at a distance? And what's it? You said before Einstein it was spooky action at a distance. What's it, McIdiot? Folks, this is merely minor McBooger-eating birth pangs.
Prepare yourself.
The distance to the sun has been measured.
Yes, and Aphrodite was actually Elmer Fudd in drag and was directly responsible for the Tet Offensive.
You don't like it? I don't care. It's been measured.
Feeble appeal to emotion fallacy. From lumenlearning.com. An emotional appeal is a logical fallacy whereby a debater attempts to win an argument by trying to get an emotional reaction from the opponent and audience. And how on earth do you know others' likes and dislikes? You invoking those special Evo mind powers again. Falling back on your true vocation, carnival. Perhaps you should scurry on back to guessing people's weights and barking for the yak woman. After I'm done with your dumb ass here, the Carnival Tent Clown Show board of directors is going to need a notarized numpty dipshit waiver from you before reinstatement.
So there we go. Here is mc2.net/sun.
So there you go, eh? From McBoogerEater.McMoron/McFraud. I don't think so, Crayon Muncher.
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
So the sun's a gas giant. Even in your mindlessly regurgitated second law of thermodynamics violating, preschool basic reasoning defying, fairy tale spinning, space monkey, belly laughing, dumpster fire, ball hugging religion, the sun's not a gas giant. You uneducated science illiterate McBooger eater. From the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT.edu. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, along with solid, liquid, and gas. Plasma is superheated matter, so hot that the electrons are ripped away from the atoms, forming an ionized gas. It comprises over 99% of the visible universe. In the night sky, plasma glows in the form of stars, nebulas, and even auroras that sometimes ripple above the north and south poles. That branch of lightning that cracks the sky is plasma. So are the neon signs along our streets. And so is our sun.
Fatality.
The star that makes life on Earth possible. You'd fail third grade Intro to General Science, McFuckwit. And radar doesn't bounce off gases, McClown. If it did, we wouldn't be able to employ it on Earth. Cause? Wait for it now. We're surrounded by gases! Next block of instruction, how to observe when looking. By the way, radar bounces radio waves, i.e. reflects light off surfaces. Newsflash, McIdiot. Gases don't have surfaces, much less a reflective surface. Specifically to your belly laugher, from Science Daily, unlike rocky planets, which have a clearly defined difference between atmosphere and surface, gas giants do not have a well-defined surface. If it's not defined, that is, gases don't have a definite shape or volume, you're not bouncing squat off it, window licker. And finally, gases only emit and absorb in bands. That is, emission and absorption line spectra. But the sun itself emits a continuous spectra.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
From NASA.gov, the spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum.
You dumbass.
So how can the sun, a gas giant according to you, emit a continuous spectrum when gases only emit and absorb in bands? Por favor.
You're busted.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
What the hell did you just say?
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
Say what?
Yes, a gas giant bounces Radar.
How in the world can a
gas giant
be
solid enough?
You dumbass cracker!
Calling all cars, We have
numpty dipshit.
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
We haven't even touched on the two skull crushers just yet, and your sun-bounced dreamland parroted fantasy is worse off than the Hindenburg.
Radar is just electromagnetic radiation, right?
Wrong. Radar is light. Light consists of photons. Photons are neither electric or magnetic. You're just mindlessly parroting what you've been told without any due diligence or scrutiny. An incoherent 6-year-old can do your job, clown. This clinical level Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit's entire game is find something his wiki Google pseudoscience priests vomit, lap up the surface puke, and mindlessly bagak it. Then, if any of his brain-dead nested listeners don't open up their honey creeper beaks wide to receive a bellyful of his mindlessly regurgitated wiki surface puke putrid cud, he says,
now if you don't like this, you just go ahead and deny it, and then confirm that you are a uneducated science denier.
That's it. That's all he's got. Here he goes again.
Give me your evidence that you know what the sun is first of all before you... It's physical. It's physical. You want to deny it, you are a science denier. I love it when you confirm that you are a science denier.
Whoa there, Professor. Can you go a little lighter on the white paper technical language? It's physical. The laymen are having a hard time keeping up. Moreover, McBooger Eater, newsflash, identifying the characteristics of something, that is answering what is questions, isn't natural science. Natural science only adjudicates predictional suppositions of natural cause and effect relationships. That is explaining the hows and the whys, not describing the whats and the ises, McMoron. Thanks again for exposing your silly wabbit science wackuman. Again. Everything up to this point is mere bare-bones, basic, fundamental knowledge. And you got all of it. Wrong. Woefully pathetic. If you're part of the McMoron, McFraud, McBooger Eater fan club, I'm deeply sorry for your crushing losses, and think this numpty dipshit of megalithic proportions can recover from the shellacking he's taken thus far, and you gotta be a real dumber than a bag of hammers mouth-breathing knuckle-dragger to even entertain that possibility for a microsecond, then from this point on, I'd turn away. Because it's time to get medieval on McMoron and annihilate this booger-eating ball-tard schmuck permanently.
Anyway, the important thing here is how long it took. That's the critical thing. I pulled it out. Sorry, there it is. There, I pulled the numbers. The first publication says the radar bounce took approximately 1,000 seconds. The second, approximately 16 minutes, or 960 seconds, giving us a mean of 980 seconds, plus or minus 20 seconds. Radar is traveling at the speed of light. The speed of light, we know. We can use the amount of time it took to bounce and the speed of light to get the distance to the sun.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped all in it, numpty. Just so we're clear, overall, this isn't and has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science. Now, I can pulverize your mindless, unsupported bounce parrot on any number of fronts. Photons traveling through a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, free space path loss, wave propagation when they're not even waves. But allow me to run home to mama on this one and go outside the box. It was 14 years ago, one of my first presentations. I released it on 3 Christian forums and multiple physics forums. The feedback was profuse laughter, mocking, and ridicule. I said, okay, all right, I'll just wait. 3 months ago, Veritasium essentially streamed my exact presentation. Let's see what he has to say about your "we can tell how far away it is because we can time it" fiasco. Veritasium, if you would, my good sir.
The speed of light is exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. But hear me out. In this video, I will prove to you that light may never actually travel at this speed. And I can say that because no one has actually measured it.
Uh-oh! 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 You want to know what this rate actually is?
A convention. It's known as the Einstein synchronization convention.
It's also a textbook example of
petitio principii, the logical fallacy of begging the question. A particular argument which commits the fallacy of begging the question, a circular argument.
Because you're coming outside the framework of that man-made convention and making claims upon reality. From Albert Einstein, Relativity, the Special on General Theory, authorized translation by R.W. Lawson, 1961, pages 22 and 23. Regarding the speed of light, it would thus appear as though we were moving here in a logical circle. In the same reference regarding the one-way speed of light, Einstein concludes that light requires the same time to traverse the path A to M as for the path B to M is in reality neither a supposition nor a hypothesis about the physical nature of light, but a stipulation which I can make of my own free will in order to arrive at a definition of simultaneity. Ergo, the speed of light, that is the average two-way speed, is merely a convention that we've agreed upon. Therefore, your feeble, fumbling appeal of "we can time it," implying that you can calculate a distance to the sun, is heretofore crushed into the incoherent oblivion. Let's wrap this on up.
Our inability to measure the one-way speed of light.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's what I'm talking about. All your pseudoscientists have is the average two-way speed. But they make like and tell all their parishioners that they know the absolute value of C. They will never, ever validate the one-way speed of light. It's impossible to know. Forever illusory. Which not only reconfirms astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, belly laugher pseudosciences, which are based on logical fallacy, but deals a death blow.
Fatality.
To your mindlessly parroted, bumbling, McGoober radar sunbounce. How you like them apples? You nose fruit schnoz particle chef? Even if you did know the one-way speed of light, which you or anyone else never will, you must know the precise makeup of the medium between Earth and the Sun. It's most certainly not a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, that's for sure. Time to release my wolf pups. It's feast time. You ready for the ringer, numpties? And no, it's not the whites. In fact, it's the black. It is. The ringer, a.k.a. the black, a.k.a. my little fret. So radar uses light to reflect off of objects, yes? In this case, the sun, correct? Well, the sun is a black body. Uh-oh! A black body's reflectivity is much like the collective Baltard IQ. 0. So, Can you tell us how in the flying Fukuyama can you reflect light off a black body when black bodies don't reflect light? Por favor. Can you riddle us that, crayon munchers? You bumbling, boneheaded Dunning-Kruger bozos take, then run with any and all claims given to you by your pseudoscience priests at Wiki and Discovery Channel without a whiff of due diligence or scrutiny. Why? I know why. Because you're fanatical religitard zealots that couldn't tell your ass from a pipe wrench. That's why. This tear-jerking belly laugher has no less than 4 paradoxes. 4! I'd bet the farm if your wiki priest told you were facultative anaerobe woodpeckers, all we'd hear is everywhere we went. Listen up, you woodpecking window lickers. From one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world, Brown University, brown.edu. The sun is a black body.
Oh, yeah.
From Science Direct, section 1.14.4.1, black body radiation. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected. Uh-oh! And therefore, at low temperature, it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. Section 2. Absorptivity. A black body's surface completely absorbs external irradiation.
Fatality.
Regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So alpha wavelength equal alpha equal 1. The reflectivity of a black body is always 0. End of citation. And a belly laugher end to your feebly pathetic, mindlessly parroted dumpster fire of epic proportions. You'd have better luck bouncing a McButtermilk McBisquick McBiscuit off a baboon, McBooger eater.
But here is the publication. You can look at it yourself. You can read all about it yourself. V.R. Eshelman, R.C. Barthy, and P.P. Gallagher.
Say hello to my little friend!
Booger eater. You will never, ever recover.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
Prosecution rests.
So how is it that they ever got onto the gas thing for the sun if the spectra is completely wrong? Like, why are they even saying that?
Because they're wiki parroting fuckwits that don't have a clue between their ass and a pipe wrench.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. You guys ought to go into those numpty clips. There's a lot of education in there, just saying.
Yeah, I do. I mine from them.
All right. So, AI, you got something stupider than that?
So,
I don't think so.
You want to hear the story? That way you don't have to watch the debate.
Now, just claim right up front. You got something stupider than what you just heard.
I would say whether it's equal or greater is subjective. So.
Yeah, I don't think so. Thank you.
Yeah, so what he did was he drew two squiggly lines on a piece of paper. And he pressed John, Mr. Refracted Curvature, that you know, with a demand of an answer of yes or no. Can I get an angle between these two lines? So obviously they're curved lines, right? So John was trying to parse the issue adequately based on his knowledge of the situation, which is you can't just get it straight from two curved lines, dude. You got to draw a vertex. You got to intersect the line somewhere at a point, and then you get an angle between two straight lines. Now he was trying to say that while McToon was over talking him the whole time, saying yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. Then Ruhif asked him, about his education, about his job. And John basically said, I have 2 engineering degrees, mechanical and electrical. And then McToon told him, you're lying. Because if you had done an engineering degree, you would know calculus and you would know that you can get an angle between these two curved lines. So you're lying. Now, fast forward to the end of the debate. John had already left, and it was question and answer time. And McToon was asked to prove how you get the angle between the curved lines. So what do you think he did? Well, he picked up the piece of paper with the 2 squiggly lines and drew 2 straight lines with a vertex that intersected the squiggly lines at 2 points, just exactly as John described. Completely demonstrating that he's getting an angle between 2 straight lines, not 2 curved lines.
Yep.
Now, that's bad enough, but then he had the gall, being the dishonorable man that he is, the next day to clip out that 2-minute and a 30-second clip where he was pressing John as if he got him. And right on there, Flat Earther blatantly lies about his credentials, even though he validated exactly what John said later on in the very same debate stream.
Yep, that sounds like him. Yeah. He's not dishonorable. He's just a dumb fuck. That's all he is. To be dishonorable, there has to be some semblance of honor. He has none of that. Yeah. He's just your everyday average dumb fuck. Pretender clown. Numpty dipshit. That's all he is. We just proved that in spades. He'll never recover. He can play like it didn't happen, but it's fucking documented with his own words. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, AI. I wouldn't expect nothing less from that idiot muncher. And then you got Ruhif. Then you got you got Ruhif down here, his partner. I just banned his dumbass over on Science vs. Pseudoscience for making a claim he couldn't support. What a surprise. This is what he said down here at 7 minutes after the hour. This is Ruhif, the numpty from down under. How many times have I said fucking definitions are meaningless? What on that? First of all, that's one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard. And if you parse this out, he not only said it once, he said, how many times have I said? So there's no chance of any misspeak here. Right? What do you do with somebody like this? He thinks he's a fucking intellectual. This guy would get laughed out of preschool. They're retards. Every single last baller that's on the circuit is retarded. I'll show that. Bring in a baller. I'll show you. Like you haven't seen it like greater than 10,000 times in the past 5 years. Just from me personally. Bring one in here. Do we got one in the group? I'll show you in just about 20 seconds. 25 with interruptions. Yeah, I didn't think so. this fucking carnival tent. We're in a carnival tent with these fucking idiots. Now these guys are not Globers, the ones we're talking about. They're not actually Globers. You know, they're not like Joe Coffee and Betty Breadmaker down the street. No, these are what I used to call the left-wing fuckwit faction that just make shit up. Contradictory shit. They'll contradict themselves with every other breath. Just let them speak. So there you go. I don't know what else I could do for you. If you haven't been convinced by now, you're one of them.
I'm not going to say it surprises me, but it is interesting how none of the Glovers present noticed what McToon did to John. They lacked the attention span through the whole debate to recognize that John gave the correct answer, and the dude validated that it was the correct answer by demonstrating it.
Why didn't somebody combine those by now?
Because I'm busy, man, homie.
Somebody should combine them. Peel that first part out where he allegedly destroyed him, and then peel the second part out right behind it, showing that he validated what John said. That'd be pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yes, to everyone listening, I did my part by setting the stage and realizing that that was going to happen and spending some of my own money to instigate it to happen. So that means somebody else has to do the clipping part. In other words, I baited him. And he fell for it like a sucker.
It's not too hard to bait these fucking morons.
Fair enough.
Just let them speak. They did your work for you, right?
Yeah. What was the question?
Am I gonna have to do it? AI, am I gonna have to do it? All right, go ahead. Can you do this much? Because I didn't watch it.
What?
Can you get timestamps?
Sure.
Give me PM me or DM me. We're in Discord, so it's DM or her. So DM me the timestamps. I'll go ahead and pull those. I'll go ahead and review them first. I'll pull them out. And then I'll set something up. How about that?
Okay, fair enough. He already actually clipped out the initial exchange, so all you need to do is add the end part, basically.
Yeah, that should be pretty easy. He's a fucking retard, man. So I guess the next debate he was a partial moderator or impartial. Yeah, that's what he was. From what I heard, he was an impartial moderator. So this was a fair debate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So the next debate with these fucking knuckin' draggle window licking idiots should be on Nathan's channel, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I can't see that happening. I mean, I refuse to watch this so-called debate, but I can confirm refracted curvature John. His voice is like it's smooth as silk. He sounds like John Coffey. It's great. And I bet he hardly said a word through the whole thing. That's my guess.
No, he was a little spicy.
All right. Well, I'm going to take my leave of you. I just taped a movie that I hadn't had my hands on for a while. And one I really like. Guess what it is? No, that would be fucking stupid, man. out of all the movies out there, right? Guess what it is? So I've been trying to track.
Last of the Mohicans.
No, that's a good one.
us a
I already
clue.
got that.
Give us
I
a
already
clue, at
got that
least.
one tape. I already got that one tape. By the way, that's a good fucking guess, man. That's a good movie. But no, it's not. I'll just give it up for you. It's Point Break. With
Yeah, it's pretty good.
yeah, I haven't seen it in many, many years, so I got an opportunity to record it. So I'm gonna go check that out here in a few minutes.
Pale Rider, dude. Remember Pale Rider. That's the movie. Watch that.
No, Outlaw Josie Wales, man. That's the fucking movie.
Josie Wales is awesome, but Pale Rider, it's got a little spiritual thing in the background. It's great.
Yeah, it's not. The Pale Rider is a good movie, but it doesn't compare to Josie Wales.
Yeah. That was my movie I'd watch when I used to get drunk back in the day.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I'm not saying it's not. It's a good one. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on the flip side. Lord willing.
Before you go. Wait,
what's up?
Before you go. I wanted to cut him before, but yeah, I didn't get a chance. About Ruhiv. He was in, I saw him in Science versus Pseudoscience, and he keeps on going on about the whole establishing 90 degrees with the plumb bob, right, without referencing the ground. And then he used the word, if I establish horizontal with a plumb bob, right, and I was just like, yes. So I posted the Collins Dictionary definition of horizontal, and the first words are flat and level with the ground. And I was like, suck shit. But yeah.
So number one, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Number one, when you pull a sextant out of the case, does a fucking plumb bob fall out this motherfucker? I don't think so. Number two, a plumb bob establishes vertical. That's all fine and well. It doesn't establish a horizontal. You fucking retard.
Yeah, he thinks holding a square to a plumb bob can establish horizontal.
Hold on. What? So we got a square and a plumb bob falling out of the fucking sextant? Well, what? Let me just tell you, folks. These fucking globe heretics never ever heard of celestial navigation before like 3 or 4 months ago. Now they're all fucking experts. That should tell you right away. Right? It's a belly laugher, man. So I'll leave you with that.
All right, see you, dude.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Catch you on the flip side.
Yeah, I've managed to watch like 30 seconds each of these anti-flat earthers. Seriously, and fight the flat Earth. I swear to God, this is the 30 seconds I watched at a guy. He said, "There's a phenomena of leaning plumb bobs thanks to Earth curvature." Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what he said, and it gave me a good laugh actually every time I thought about it for about 3 days. Leaning plumb bobs due to Earth curvature.
Oh, man.
That Earth curvature you can't find or see or measure anywhere. It's just messing everything up for their plumb bobs.
Yes, well, he's half right and half wrong and double retarded. So,
damn.
What he means, I think, is radial splayed out plumb bob. So one is leaning in comparison to the other. However, there is no such thing as radial splay of the gravitational vector on the Earth because the axis of rotation is different from the center of mass. Duh. So that makes them all at all different angles. And then you have disparate masses throughout the substrate. So there's no such thing as like a radial, down is to the center of the Earth. That's not true in their model.
Yeah, listen, did I make it clear that I wouldn't debate you about the nature of the back of my own hand? All right.
Can you elaborate on that a bit more with the the axial rotation bit.
Okay. Well, the center of a sphere is obviously the center, correct? That's obvious.
Right.
And if it was a ubiquitous mass with even distribution, the center of mass would be the center of the sphere, right? Makes sense. But there's another force which is outward, which is centrifugal force. And centrifugal force is from the center of rotation, which is not at the center of the Earth. It's only at the center of the Earth, at the exact center. But as you go up and down, right, it changes. So then you have two different vectors, right? And after the forces, quote unquote, mediate themselves, you have a different line. So the line wouldn't be pointing to the center of the Earth anymore.
So it'd be bent.
Yeah. But that's it. That's still an ideal, based on a mass that's a perfect sphere with equal distribution, where the centrifugal force and the inward attraction, right, counteract each other in a certain way, in a certain manner. But then you have the added problem of the uneven distribution of mass in the Earth and different topography and all these other things going on. So in other words, plumb lines would be all over the place, which they kind of agree when they do surveying. Like, they don't just go out there and survey and then apply it to a idealized sphere model. They have to apply it to a mediating mathematical transform. Here, let me post this real quick. See if I still got it. Hold on a second. Hold on. Just gonna post you a page from this book. Copy text. All right, here's the picture. Oh, I like to do it this way instead. Hold on. All right, here's the picture and the quote, or the text, or the page, whatever the heck. There you go, friend. How's that plumb line look to you? That look like a straight to the center of the Earth? Yeah, it looks like a wobbly, wonky, flippity floppity flu, don't it?
What happened there then?
That's the Earth, bro.
So the refraction ate their Earth curve, and their Earth curve ate their plumb line.
After eating it, it got a little chubby.
A little chubbier. Yeah. Chubby's a good way.
So have it for us next week, right?
And if Miggy's bringing What Say You back, which I'm in favour of, then I'm bringing back Pray Tell. Okay? I like both of them.
Very English. Not there's anything wrong with that, just saying.
I like it.
So would it be a reasonable question to ask, how is Ruhif establishing horizontal from vertical using a curved plumb line?
He just don't.
Yeah. What he said. I mean, here we go again. And then they get their excess, and then they reify that into the sphere that they're presupposing. But like surveyors, like main surveyor or anybody, like, do they even know that the plumb line curves like that? Or are they just following the book of geodetic surveying and just ignoring that factor?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Yeah, fair.
It seems like they just everything is straight until they need it not to be. Everything's straight and flat.
And everything is so curved that it just ends up straight and flat.
That's how you know, right?
How you know, right there. It's curved, but it looks flat. But that's because of how curvy light is.
Pulp Fiction is Tarantino's best work, clearly. That's his first best movie, Dave Hinkle. Debate me on this.
Yeah, the thing that kind of fascinates me, it's what we were listening to in QE's video, is that they claim that the sun is a gas giant, but the spectra from it is completely wrong. So I'm still just kind of wondering, why did they even come to this gas thing? Why are they even saying that? Like, what is that based on? Like,
Based on
it's supposed to emit and absorb in bands, yet the spectra is continuous as it would be with a solid. I'm not saying it's solid, but it's not gas, right? So where did they get that from?
they needed to be, don't they? Like because that's their explanation of what the sun is. Yeah.
I don't know. They start to invoke spectroscopy. I guess they just hope that you won't know anything about it at all. Because I don't know much, but I know enough to know this. I just don't get it.
I guess that they have to come to the conclusion that it's one of the three states of matter. Well, four if you include plasma.
And they do the same thing with their so-called measurements of how far away it is. Right? I mean, they just presuppose, they just assume the sky is a vacuum. And then they get some sort of signal back, but at the same time they're saying that the sun is gas, right? And it's a black body. It shouldn't be able to reflect the signal. Like, so what's the signal they're even taking back from it that they're using to say, okay, we measured the time it took this light to go from there to here again. Therefore it's this far away. The thing just seems so completely jumbled on so many levels.
Right. And apparently we've moved in the time that it takes for the signal to come back.
Right. Quite a story, Mark. Well, who's next to show us a picture of something we shouldn't see if the Earth is a globe to prove their globe?
Oh, Dan, come on. You're asking me, why would have I ever thought of things like that? I don't have any idea. How long are you going to hold a pen in your hand and not write anything down? I mean, what are we going to do? Go back and forth and ask each other stupid things? Look.
That's a good one.
That GoFast kid, after like a week of struggling to point to his Sagitta in that picture of Canigou, right? Or the Canigou picture. He DMs me this morning. He's like, oh, well, I never pointed it out because I was just genuinely baffled about how you couldn't see it. And then he just circles a little part of the shoreline and says, there it is. It's not even where it's supposed to be. I mean, he's going to say refraction for that, of course, but it's not like a straight or, well, I guess slightly curved, geometric sagitta or something like that. It's just the fucking shoreline.
The shoreline.
Yeah. He cropped out a small part of it where it looks like more or less straight, right? But I mean, it's a shoreline, it's a coastline, so it's going all over the place, right? But he just grabbed a little section of it where it looks kind of straight, and then he went, "There it is. That's the Sagitta." I was just genuinely baffled by the question. Like, why would you be asking? It was right there. Yeah, nice story.
Okay.
Like
the Sagitta that we don't see, but we
the
see it.
The Sagitta just zigzags all over the place, though. Don't you know?
Right.
And it's in the wrong place. It's in multiple wrong places. So there's quite a few different refractive indices going on there, I guess. He's like, I deal in physical reality and observations only. Pure mathematics will never cut it. I'm an empiricist. And then he posts a refraction paper that just takes R for granted and then just tells you mathematically what kind of curved light is needed to see this on the presupposed sphere.
All right, so reification.
I know. Just the exact thing that he says he doesn't do. He just does that.
using math. Just the exact thing, yeah. That's classic.
We'll return after these messages.
Coming up next, He-Man, Battle-Cat, and Man-at-Arms try to enter Grayskull Castle one more time before they all admit He-Man has been gay.
Oh, that's my favorite episode.
Stay tuned.
I saw G.I. Joe had their anniversary the other day.
35 years of please don't be like these guys.
Hasbro actually has a channel on YouTube. They're playing free episodes of G.I. Joe.
That's cool. Awesome. I love that retro shit, man. Love it. I grew up watching He-Man, Battle Cats, Transformers, Ghostbusters, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, you know, the classics. Thundercats, right? Got some Thundercats. It's a bunch of stuff back then.
Yeah. Yeah, I liked, I was right into Robotech.
Yeah, Robotech. I didn't get into it, but I liked it. I was too busy with the other stuff, you know. You can only play with so many toys.
How you doing, Sean?
Hey, what's up, Andy? How are you?
I was looking at a Jeep Grand Cherokee the other day.
Yeah, that's cool. You're gonna get it?
No, there's a pretty sweet one. It was 2005. Yes, hear me out. It sounds old, right? But
No.
It was a Japanese import, right? And there wasn't a mark on the thing, right? They'd obviously,
Yeah.
I don't know what they did. Once he got to Japan, they put it in a temperature controlled room for the last 15 years. And yeah, I don't know. There's not a mark on this thing. But anyway, I did inquire about it.
That's great.
The tax is too
You
much.
inquired about it.
It's got like a big 2.5.
Yeah, they probably want a pretty.
It's got a 2.5 litre engine, and that's not big by American standards, but yeah.
No, well, it's okay for Jeeps, but yeah, they weren't. So the Grand Cherokees, they didn't focus too much bells and whistles.
Well, the point
for the
is,
Grands back then, at least. So they weren't like, oh, let's give it the badass engine. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say it'd been like £360 a year tax, which is like 10,000 your money, you know. But
holy shit, that's too much just to have that kind of.
It's ridiculous.
Car. If it were like, you know, I don't know, your favorite car would be different.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Yeah,
cool, man.
And it was nice.
Cool, man. That's good. My parents, my stepdad drove. My stepdad drove a Grand Cherokee for a number of years, and I always liked it. Yeah, and I've driven 3 regular Cherokees. 2005 though, so I had a 2002 regular Cherokee, but and that was fine. A little more boxy. I like the style, the body styles though, of the older stuff.
Well, there's something about that climate as well. The Japanese climate. It doesn't. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't mess the cars up like our climate's obviously.
Oh gosh, in America we got. Yeah, we've got. What is it? You know, calcium rust and everything from winters and tons of, you know, just our cars are kind of like our battle vehicles, depending on where you live in America.
In Washington, basically, it's going to rust to fuck. Bolt rubber's going to be okay, but if you buy one from, I don't know, Las Vegas or something, then all metalwork will be fine, but everything else will be perished. Basically.
Yep. Well, it's good to Hear that, Andy? Good to hear from you. I'm gonna reconnect real quick, because my connection's very late and labored. So
dropping out a bit.
I will be.
I want to do the game show thing, CB, with with one of these Glovers. It'd be hilarious. Just to go, oh, look what you would have won. You could have won a car. Do we have a fruit basket? Do we have a Give him a round of applause? Here's another fun video with this guy, not this gal who's in the picture, but the guy thinks he's found a dinosaur by getting a time machine or something. I don't know. I don't know. Poor guy. I don't know.
Is
He
that
also
what their
thinks
story has come to?
he
Now
thinks
they
he
have
can
to invoke time machines.
he thinks he
It's
can
just
punch
full-blown
germs.
sci-fi now.
He thinks he can punch germs. But this, I don't know what this guy's name is. This guy might be Dave something. I'm not sure, but the dude's a legend. He's really cool. He knows all about the the corporations versus the living man, all that good stuff, and he's shouting it as loud as he can. He's really good. He knows his stuff. You know what I'm like? I think the guy who comes up to him is, part of the gang, shall we say, part of the brotherhood. But on the other hand, some people are just kooky, aren't they? So maybe he does think he went to the time machine. I don't know.
I'll go rent one. See if I can go back and confirm dinosaurs.
I've heard Brian Cox talking about that shit as well.
guess I'll have to take care of this myself.
Love it.
Just hit your ball if you can find it.
Yeah, ballers, just find your ball. Bring it back to us. Let's see it.
Excuse me, I just got to get through. I'm looking for my ball.
Got to be a ball out there somewhere. Some sort of refracted ball somewhere.
That's not possible, sir.
Oh, you're killing me.
Those are the rules. I didn't write them.
I'm afraid he's right. Take a shot, Mr. Gilmore.
Damn, pressure's on. I got to find this ball.
I mean, just a bit of curvature. I mean, is there any curvature anywhere? Please.
Oh, and Virginia, in case you were wondering, my jacket size is 44 long, and my right arm's just a little longer than my left. Oh,
Today, Junior.
Today, Junior?
So we got Mr. Ware joining us. How are you, sir? Mr. Ware, as in, where am I?
Hey, what's going on?
Just sitting in, hanging out. How about you?
I'm just sitting in, just listening.
Just taking
You know
care
how
of
it is.
business. Yep.
Yeah, trying to figure out where. As per
Exactly.
usual.
That is the question. Where?
Where?
Where are
Yeah,
we?
that's the
Where
best
is
part.
this?
Where is this?
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with all the very quick quips that we got going on.
Well, we got nothing else to go on for the moment, so might as well go on some quick quips.
Yeah, it's very impressive. I'm very, very impressed. There's so many people in here.
There's a bunch of us. We're just sitting here waiting for something to happen.
waiting for the fall. So what I mean, it's just such well done. Well, I hope everyone is having a good time. Just sitting here on mute, you know.
Oh yeah, no worries. That's all good.
Hope everyone's, you know, we've had something to eat, we've had something to drink. You know. No matter what you believe or whatever you believe, you got to take care of yourself. That's the most important thing.
Oh, I got it covered. Not
Exactly.
It feels so lovely.
Exactly.
It feels so lovely to be here tonight. What a beautiful lot. Give yourselves a round of applause. You're so lovely. Everyone's so lovely.
Exactly. I'm so impressed by that.
I'm glad we have this together.
Exactly.
We got our act together, you know. Took some time to get it rolling. Here she is.
Here we are. Here we all are. I love just popping in every once in a while and having a listen. Having a listen to people. Yeah. I love how some people love to, you know, just think that they're correct, and it's very funny when people prove them wrong.
Yeah, when they start doing backflips of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
To assure us that they're standing on the ball no matter how much it doesn't look like it. It's a lot of fun.
It gives me a giggle. It does give me a good giggle.
Yeah, it's a good laugh. It's a good time. Alt Info, how's it going, buddy? He did.
all right.
That's
Then
enough.
keep your secrets.
I actually know him. He's a friend. IRL.
Hi.
Oh,
he's back.
He's back.
Hello.
Yo, buddy.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Just sitting in on the live stream.
Just relaxing.
Just
I'm
filling
just
some
sitting
dead air.
outside, but it's kind of. I can't hear shit.
Can't hear shit. Can you
The
see shit?
speakers on my phone are pretty bad.
Can you see any horizons, or is it cut off by Earth curve?
What are we saying?
I don't know.
We're seeing a whole lot of.
Be right back.
Okay.
Seeing
No
a whole
worries.
lot of falling off the ball. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Well, of course not, Neil. You don't see things that don't exist.
Exactly. You gotta put your.
Not hard.
You gotta put your beer goggles on, then you might see it.
Yeah, in that case, it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yeah, it'll be right there. It might not even be a curve; it'll be like a squiggly line, and then they'll
See,
start talking.
if they would just say that, that would at least be honest. That'd be somewhat valid. It'd have something to go on in that case, at least.
Slightly intoxicated.
Yeah, I couldn't blame him.
It's like, yeah, okay, you got a point there,
Yeah, that'll happen.
But yeah, okay, if you're intoxicated, you can say there's a ball. That's the only exception.
With imagination,
Exactly.
I can be anything I want.
Exactly. A little bit of an imagination.
So, I level up. How's it going? All right. No worries.
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
I know how it is. Sometimes you just listen in. Yeah, go ahead.
What say you, dude? We're bringing it back.
What say I? Pray tell. Pray tell, what say I?
Sure. Listen, I'm trying to work that bit into conversation.
Yeah.
What say you?
I like it. Miggy's a man of style. I like it.
As in gas pressure, you say? Pray tell.
I got to see that next to a vacuum. We had an extra super level 9,000 try hard in here last week trying to prove it, but he just talked for like an hour and a half about how he tried to isolate pure space-time to prove that pure space-time is a causal factor in things. And then it was like, wait, well, what was the point of the conversation again? Like, what were you supposed to prove? Oh, yeah, gas pressure without a container. Oh, yeah, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, is that the Go Fast guy, whatever?
Yeah. He said, well, look, if you gave me $8 million, I know I could do it. Okay. So future proof, and it's going to cost $8 million. Throw that one in the bin.
Yeah, he was a double speaker, no doubt about it.
Oh, man, that's an understatement. Triple, quadruple speaker. I don't know, probably more. And he had to remind you every 5 seconds, I'm completely honest, guys. Nothing's more important to me than intellectual honesty. Can't you tell? Did you notice how honest I am? I'm very intellectually honest. You know that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you were doing a pretty good job actually of exposing him, shall we say? But then when QE came in, that's my first experience of QE just guillotining somebody.
Yeah, it's over right away.
In about 2 minutes. And
Yeah.
then it just made me laugh when I looked at comments like 5-10 minutes later. You're still booting to this bloody stump in car park.
I mean, it's like a punching bag, basically. Just keep them around for fun, for reps, you know. I mean, he put up more of a fight than most of them do. Like, most of them just say something stupid like, where's the edge? He tried. He really tried.
Yeah.
It's just that it doesn't matter how clever you are. You can't prove a non-reality. It doesn't exist. There's nothing you can do to prove it. So you can try whatever sort of reification, Whatever sort of
Sophisticated.
absurdity
That's
that you want to try to bamboozle people with, it's just not going to fly at the end.
I was just going to say sophisticated language.
Yeah, just try to confuse people with the way that you speak, or just get really esoteric on some topic that not a lot of people know a lot about. But I mean, we don't have to go there. We're talking about measuring a curve. It's simplistic stuff. So you just hold them to the point, and you don't have to let them run you into the weeds like that.
They're like entry-level magicians. They're trying to confuse you with one hand while doing something in the other, but they're so new at this, they're not really hiding it very well.
The thing is like, they might not be able to pull it off on you, but if you don't respond to them properly, they might pull it off on the audience, right?
Right.
The audience might think, oh, wow, this relativity kid, he really knows his stuff. Yeah, stupid flat earthers, right? So you just have to hold their toes to the fire. Just keep them right on the point and be like, wait, you've been talking about isolating pure space-time to the best of your knowledge for an hour and a half. Where in that was the demonstration of the gas pressure inside the vacuum that didn't seek its equilibrium with that vacuum? Yeah, it didn't happen, right? Take the wig off. Take the wig off, right? Go ahead, sorry.
No, I was just going to say he did try. He did tell me he could bottle a concept, so I'll take 2.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to be throwing rocks at people in no time with my bendy warp space time.
Yeah, I need a gravity gun. Come on, get this going. Figure this shit out so I can actually manipulate this stuff. I got a lot of uses for it in mind. Help me out.
And the other thing worth pointing out is that once you know how the trick's done, then it loses its power, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a magic show. It's a tap dancing act. If you don't keep them in check, if you don't hold the toes to the fire, it might look pretty impressive.
Hey, what kind of car do you drive?
A Civic. Oh wait, that was the last car. I forget what car I'm driving now.
Man that knows his stuff. Yeah, Honda, eh? Honda's not going to let you down.
Yeah, it never did. Shouldn't have sold it.
What kind of gas mileage were you getting on that puppy?
I took her up to about 300,000 K. Oh, gas mileage. Oh, right. Liters. I don't know. It cost me like $50 a tank, but that was like last year gas prices. I made it to what was it? 350 a tank. It was pretty good actually. 350K.
Yeah, I don't do liters. I do. I'm basically on your system. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking metric system confuses me, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. All of our arguments here are based in imperial, right? But where I am, we use metric, so well, it's not a big deal.
I was just going to say the only thing is, when it comes to, put yourself on a scale, I use stones instead of pounds.
Well, even NASA themselves say that gravity cannot be manipulated or controlled.
That's convenient.
So I guess it can't ever be used in any kind of scientific experiment.
Yeah, they're admitting that. 1 sec. Can't be manipulated. Well, yeah, like you said, can't be experimented with, can't be validated scientifically. It's just a dude, just trust me story. It's NASA. Come on, why would they lie?
It's like a young kid.
They don't know.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go. No, you go.
No, it's like It's like a young kid telling you about their imaginary friend. He saved me from this thing. It's like these people are saying that if it wasn't for this imaginary thing, I would be floating away. My imaginary friend is holding me. It's like this is what I hear when I hear people talk about gravity, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so superstitious because I mean, given the definition of gravity now, it's space-time curvature, right? So how do you know that you warped space-time by dropping something? How do you know that you're warping space-time by being planted on the ground with your mass? Like, when have you seen that? How is that a foregone conclusion? How is that obvious that that's happening? Without it, you'd be flying away. Yeah, just drop something. Okay, and then space-time will curve. There'll be a gravity wall. It'll fall to the ground. That's what's going to happen? Like, I think you're missing some steps here. I mean, just tie A to B even, let alone what they're claiming, which is like A to Z. But I mean, it just tells you how lost in their fairy tale they are because gravity is something that they need for the fairy tale, right? It's not going to work without something like that to make the relationships between the celestial bodies work and to make things stay on the ball and all that, right? And then they bring something in that was used to reify their story and try to use it as some kind of a checkmate against you in reality.
That's why they introduced dark matter, isn't it?
I guess, yeah, to make it balance mathematically, right?
Mm.
Yes, that's right. There's no other way to explain why galaxies aren't ripping apart at the seams.
Yeah. Yeah, there's got to be some sort of unseen influence, right? And it's like most of the model, the stuff that, well, we haven't found that yet. Stuff they just had to invoke just to make up, just to make this model work. Yeah, it's pretty obvious we're starting with the assumption in your cosmology that Earth is a ball when it's so easy to prove that it's not. Gets you. The biggest theoretical failure of all time.
Right.
But what they do have going for them is a good PR strategy. They're organized on that front. They're no rookies at psychological operations. Not much for experimental or empirical proof or anything, validation. Not much for that, but they can sure sell a story.
Yeah. Yeah. Descriptions. Mathematical descriptions. It's like, but you can replace their letters with anything you want, and the result is going to be the same because it's just based on observation. It's not. The letters are their reification of and their assumption of cause, right?
Exactly. You can mathematically reify things any which way you want. I mean, you could just pre-assume that Earth is a triangle or any of these other stupid things that they come into the lobby saying all the time. Then you could just come up with some sort of mathematical framework that explains how we're seeing what we're seeing, no matter how far out of sync it is with their triangle supposition.
Yeah.
Light would have to be doing this, etc., right? Can explain anything mathematically.
Right, and that's their standard of evidence. So how do they go when there's multiple possible explanations? Why do they get to choose which one? Like, why is one more likely than the other? Who sets that standard?
I don't know. They proved it, man, with 2,500 years of science or something. 2,500 years of science and not one experiment. And why would you anyway? It's just geometry. But yeah, something like that.
Just trust the science, all right? Don't worry your pretty little head about it, okay?
Isn't it kind of telling, though, that they don't really ever bring any proof themselves? Their proof is usually just something that we gave them that blows the globe away, right? And then they just come back and dwell in on some red herring in it, right? It's like, don't you guys actually have any positive proof of your own? Like, why is everything you argue from just something that we use to debunk this story? Like a dope-ass kid last week who comes in with the Canagoo shot, right? Like, why are you even using this? Why are you pointing to a church we shouldn't be seeing if your story is true? Like,
fallacies, 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 fallacies.
yep. You'd think that they would just go back to whoever it was that actually proved this ball in the first place and just run with that, right? But instead, it's just nothing but damage control all the way down. And that's it. That's all the story's made of.
Right, so someone points out an inconsistency and then they work, instead of going back to the drawing board, they keep what they've got on the drawing board and just make allowances and excuses, just build some sort of excuse for that inconsistency.
Yeah, they'll just write out some math equations that explain, what light needs to be doing in order for the sphere to still be true, while just pre-assuming the sphere and never actually proving it, right? And all good. We got Toxic Void joining us. Hello, sir. How are you, Toxic Void? Oh, Vold. Sorry.
Vold.
Got my beer goggles on. My bad.
You need Andy to hold your beer.
Yeah, hold my beer.
Oh, right, sorry.
I'm trying to read you.
There's a lot of people in here. There's not many people talking, so
Yeah, I'm just
I can
rambling
talk about anything. Doesn't have to be flat Earth, or does it? I don't know.
Well, at least tie back to it. But I mean, since everything happens on Earth, you can almost do that with anything. But
point well made.
I mean, what other place is there? I haven't seen one.
I was thinking about Hinduism, so I don't think that's a really good topic for this room.
Season 9.
Yeah.
Season 9. If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What?
Yes, the Upanishads. Anyway, they were good. They're a poetic bunch, and they wrote in Sanskrit. You've heard of Sanskrit?
Of course.
And it's fascinating. A million God with a million faces, basically. That's the belief. Playing a game with itself. It's fun.
And we're all
Now,
those faces, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I've heard that in I don't know if it's Hinduism or which Indian-based religion it is, but I've heard that there's texts describing the universe as being in, like agreeing with the mainstream rhetoric that the universe is billions of years old.
I think there's Kabbalah that says stuff like that. I can't cite it, but yeah, I've kind of heard some things like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it too literally as well, because it's a bit more playful. It's not like Western where it's very serious. You don't see pictures of Jesus laughing, or God for that matter. They're very quite serious, and it's a bit more playful. That's why I'm drawn to it. So, I don't know where I'm going with this. Nowhere in particular, I guess. But yeah, back in the day when I used to drink a lot, I used to love listening to philosophers. Alan Watts is one of my favorites.
I was just going to say Alan Watt as soon as you said, philosophers.
Yeah, same here. I had a phase with Alan Watts.
Terence McKenna too.
Yeah,
McKenna.
Back in the day, they got me started on the hero's journey, at least.
Hero's Journey.
Man.
Yeah, I like that.
That's so cool. That was a part of the path for more than just one of us. That's really cool.
Yeah, for sure. McKenna's self-transforming machine elves, hyperdimensionally speaking.
Although, they both Watts and McKenna believed in the globe, so.
Oh, I know. Yeah, they were Globers.
Powerful
Do you
spells.
think? Yeah, well, Watts definitely was sort of pushing it, but I don't know. I wonder if they had any deeper understanding. This is what they had to push, but I don't know. They definitely seemed like they believed in it, though, outer space and all that.
I don't think they really even second guessed it.
I think especially at that time as well, because they were talking about, especially Alan Watts, who were talking about really ancient ideas. And so, he's got to be somewhat progressive, hasn't he? And know the new stuff as well. And, he's talking to a very young audience as well. So he's got to seem hip with the kids.
Right.
Like, I wonder what a combo would have been like if they were flat earthers. Imagine that combination. That would be crazy. But
I'd love to have seen that conversation just to say,
Yeah.
have you ever thought about this or that? And oof. I don't know.
There goes a lot of followers. No.
You probably need to catch them in, like, I don't know, even 10 years from now in order to even hear their opinion on that. Because even if they were going now, they would just be quiet, even if they did have thoughts about it, I bet.
Honestly, yeah, that's a really good way to put it. I agree with that. I think that's the case for most people. That's like the answer to why would they lie? Because you see that with even just small people who have like a Twitch following. They'll come here and be like, "Well, I agree with you guys, but I just don't want my Twitch following to know." So it's like if some teenager is not going to tell his Twitch following, you don't think like some mega corporation CEO like is going to just come out and speak out, "Oh, I'm a flat earther." No, he's not going to do that.
No, he's not going to do that.
Well, until it might reach a tipping point. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah.
Like
if it does reach a tipping point, then there will be people, trying to elbow in there being like, yeah, man, I was a flat earther all along.
Right, then, try to get this.
Yeah, I'm something of a flat earther myself.
Nah, bro, you got to have that badge. You got to been wearing that badge.
Yeah.
Needs to be a little chinked up. You know what I mean? From being in the trenches. I don't want to see no shiny badge.
I don't think the pendulum has swung quite far back that way yet, though.
No.
Once it does, though, yeah, it's going to get interesting.
Yeah, the funny thing about that pendulum, it always swings too far.
That pendulum. Does it process?
it always swings too far. Every
That's a good
time.
way to put it. Yeah, that's a good way to put that as well.
I was sticking up for gay people back in the day because my girlfriend at the time, she had a best friend who was gay and so on. And in what I would say is I don't want to live in a world where people are throwing stones at a person for the sexual whatever orientation, and while they're going to the supermarket, for instance. So if anybody treated them bad, and the other thing about England is we love an underdog, right? We always stick up for an underdog, usually, anyway. And yeah, I just didn't realize it was going to turn into everything's gay now.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they come and stay at your hostel and they plant their flag in your front yard. Like,
I didn't see that one come in. So that pendulum, it usually does swing a little bit too far.
Yeah.
Feminism, you name it. It just, oh shit. Can we just pump the brakes, pull that back a little bit?
Well, if that's anything to go by, then I guess Flat Earth will probably get its day in the sun too.
This is why I say, like, I'm totally okay with where we are, how it's sort of under the radars. Not many people don't really know about like this Discord and stuff like that. I look at it like a really cool beach spot or some badass hangout spot that not that many people are aware of. And the people that come by take care of it. When you come back, it's not trashed. But when you start telling your friends and everybody and their mama starts hearing about it, you come back after every season or whatever, and like it's kind of tagged up with spray paint and you know what I mean, it's garbaged up and the water's all dirty. So I don't know. You're like the pendulum swing, it does swing kind of far. That's why I don't mind like where we are. I'm not trying
it hasn't gotten extreme.
Yeah. And here's the other thing too, is like, you know how a lot of these new globe earthers, I've been saying, like, if you just scooped up 10 of them and started asking them questions, what's gravity? How high can you see curvature? It's going to be different. They don't really know it. So imagine you have all these NPCs, they get that flat earth download, and then they start like just different random things that probably don't even make sense. So like, you know how they don't understand the globe. You think they're going to understand flat earth? Like just because daddy said so,
It's just a programmed Pavlovian response kind of thing, right? Like, if you ask anybody, they don't actually know how they know this fact of the globe, right? Nobody does because it's not a fact, right? It just goes unquestioned in their minds because, well, everybody knows, right?
No, I could always pick out the people, the dodgy, what I'll just call minions, who were following Austin Whitsey around. It was so obvious to me, because they had they had some understanding of the God, not a very good one.
Yep. No.
But they could answer. There was something of something there, and as soon as the whole point was to challenge Austin, so he couldn't plant the seeds anywhere else. So they could just literally take all his concentration, and it was really frustrating for me to watch. And I kept typing in the chat, "Get away from these fucking people!"
Yeah, they're just disruptors.
And it was just so frustrating. But thankfully, after a while, he realised it himself, and he literally put his hand in the face, sort of, "Nope, I'm not talking to you." And I was like, "Yes."
Yeah.
But they'd be waiting for him. I'm telling you, they were organised. And I agree what he said. Yes, some people are just lame, and some people do silly things, especially in a crowd situations, things that you'd never do as an individual. I get all that, but the fact that I'm saying it was organised has a deeper implication, and I hope he realised that when I told him.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't come as a surprise to me, though, because, I mean, like, the globe itself is obviously very organized, right? I mean, it's in all your schools, it's on TV, it's in every movie, right? The whole thing
Oh,
is
yes.
organized, so of course you're going to have the minions like that.
Yes, and they find their way in here, even, as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I have suspicions about some of them. I mean, I might as well not name drop because I can't prove anything, but I mean, in some cases it seems kind of obvious that someone has a mission, you know?
Huh? You know, the funny thing about Matthew is he doesn't set off my spidey sense.
Matthew, of course.
Which is odd.
What's that? Sorry.
Doesn't set
About
off
Matthew?
my spidey sense.
Oh, yeah, well, he's very calm. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's a veteran at this. Maybe that's deliberate. Maybe it's calculated. Maybe he knows how not to.
Well, he could pass a lie
That's
detector test in a you know the shitty computer ones, the ones you see with the needles moving. He could pass
right.
one of them easy.
Yeah, he could.
Because if
He's
he
very
can fool
calm.
me, he can fool that. If he puts all his chips in, I'm passing. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The fact that I don't know how to put this. This is going to sound very weird, but he believes what he's saying. Do you understand that? He believes
Yeah,
what he's saying.
I mean, I can't get inside his head, so I don't know that he even does, but he sort of seems like he does. Sometimes. I don't know. There are other times where I'm like, you're a college professor and you're telling me right now that if I stick my hand out a moving car window, that's a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, and that's actually supposed to be analogous to what we're asking for.
Yeah,
Like,
I
you know,
didn't say.
come on, man.
I didn't say he could take on new information. I
Yeah.
just said he believes what he's saying.
Some of the arguments, though, are just so sophistic and weaselly that I wonder, but it's neither here nor there. Like, it's not really about him personally or what his motives are. It's just about the conversation itself.
It's always about that for me.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's really
Yeah.
all that matters. Like, it's just kind of an aside, like, whatever motivates him to be here. The main thing is that we get to, you know, talk about this.
QE wants to figure out what makes the world tick. I like to figure out what makes people tick.
Yeah. Fair. Well, I mean, that's an important part of the equation here because that's kind of why this is even happening, why we're even having this conversation is, you know, psychology, really. Like, how did they get this into everybody's heads the way that they did? And it's like, I mean, it stops even being about geometry or any of those things and more just about like, okay, like, what is this mass psychosis? Like, how did this happen? Why do so many people feel so strongly about something that is so easy to prove wrong? You reach a point where it's like probably like a better use of your time to ask that question than to debate the geometry in question anymore, right? Because there obviously is none. But I digress. I'm just here filling dead air.
You do good, man.
Thanks. We got a whole pile of newcomers. I think I'm going to jump into the VC check-in and get some of them in here. 1 sec.
Yeah, I might have to drop eyes. Super duper early here. Very early.
Oh, good talking to you, Andy.
Yeah, you too, man. Yay. Toby Dog. Yeah, I can't explain the Spidey sense, I'm afraid. It's like cymatics, that's all I can say. When I say he believes exactly what he's saying, he might be a psychopath. There's several reasons why. Yeah, I can't be asked to explain it. We're talking about Matthew, CB.
Okay, thank you.
Diggy Soul, I recommend you go back to VC check-in and get your role, which allows you to open your mic in here.
And the other thing is, he may be so identified with this information in his head that away from him is like a miniature death of sorts. It is a death of sorts. And so he's clinging onto it with everything he's got. And so on. Yeah. And he gets to be the center of attention. He gets to, he gets everyone arguing. I mean, that could be why he comes in.
If you had to choose between being stuck on an island with Matthew Learns or XO, which one would you choose? I would choose Matthew Learns.
Whoa. Okay.
Who's the other one? I don't know the other one, I don't think.
Well, XO's a flat earther, but he's kind of interesting to talk to sometimes. He's friendly sometimes, but he just kind of gets in these moods where he just yells and says stupid random shit that doesn't make sense and just insults people.
Okay. Yeah, Matthew does fascinate me, I've got to say. He's a very cool customer. Has any of you guys ever heard him lose his temper? Or lose his cool in any way?
Sorry, what was that?
I was just saying, you ever heard him lose his cool?
I think I've heard him get a little frustrated just in his tone, but like not really like not flipped his lid and yelled or swore or anything like that.
He hasn't let his emotions get the better of him, is what I mean. I mean, the fact that it just keeps coming back here for presumably years is a bit odd, don't you think?
I think it's concession. Unless he actually has this, like, I don't know, a religious kind of concern for our souls or something. Otherwise, repeat customers. It's a concession. There shouldn't be anything to debate.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree.
But Matthew's pretty honest. Like he's been described as a concession vending machine.
Yeah. That's actually one of my favourite of Nathan Oakley's shows. I don't know if it was the last guy who came in to talk about, he was doing the like Dearth challenge, the Bitcoin thing.
Guys, where's the edge?
Where's the edge guy? Oh dear.
Sorry, I came in here. I was told somebody was gonna ask where's the edge, so I had to be the one to do that.
So, did anybody claim there's an edge?
I agree.
You might have a conception of flat Earth in your head, which is maybe based upon your pre-existing idea of a heliocentric universe, where the Earth is an object embedded in space. So you might be imposing your cosmological view onto what flat Earth should be, according to your preconception. All right. So we don't claim that Earth is an object within a void or surrounded by, enveloped in space.
I'm confused what this graphic is trying to show me.
So that's just supporting the point I'm making, is that most people think of flat Earth as existing within the heliocentric paradigm, where Earth is an object amongst other objects in a void in space, right?
Yeah. So what's your opinion on it, or like what are you guys doing?
We're just stating what we observe and what can be empirically validated independently. And that so far is that there's no curvature, there's no measurable curvature, no detectable measurable axial rotation or movement of Earth, and that the vacuum of space doesn't exist as claimed by the heliocentric model, due to the idea of gas pressure existing adjacent to a vacuum without physical barrier in between cannot be demonstrated.
Oh, a lot of people just come in. To be honest, I'm just here to question things. I like people that question things. That's why I'm here.
See, the level list person sent a graphic with the sun circling around with clouds around the Earth. Hold on.
Keyword graphic.
Yeah.
A possibility.
Yeah.
Presentation.
Well, okay. My counter argument for that is, what about gravity?
Your counter argument is with a graphic, though.
Right. Obviously, yes. But the thing is if Earth is flat, then how would gravity work?
Gravity. What is gravity?
Okay. Well,
What is
for example,
gravity?
whenever some object has a really high mass, their gravity. So gravity all focuses down into the center. So of course it would form into a ball.
Okay. So if that's the
Is
case,
gravity
then gravity should have formed Earth into a ball, right? So we should be able
Exactly.
to
So
test
that's
for
why.
gravity by simply measuring the Earth to determine whether it's a ball, right?
Right. Okay. So there's this video on YouTube confirming. So there's a proof that Earth has a curvature is if you go and set up a post that's 10 meters tall and then you go, I don't know, a certain distance away, straight away from that post, and you make another post. It's like, hold on, I have to look up the video.
Hey, do you think no one's ever heard this before? Do you think you're dropping some new information here?
Obviously not. Like, obviously people have heard this, but
Okay. But
is that an accurate
you're saying it
measurement,
like
though?
no one's ever heard this before.
Is that an accurate means of measuring a sphere radius? Do you know that you're on a curving surface just because a few posts in the distance appear to angle down in size or something like that?
Have you been on a plane before?
Yeah, you don't see curvature from plane altitude, and Globers say that themselves.
Let's clear this up really quickly. So, Paint, let's pretend for a second you and I were on a plane together. All right? We're both looking out the same window together. All right, you follow me?
Absolutely.
All right, so you look out the window and you say, I see the curvature of the Earth. I look out that same window and I say, I see a flat Earth. Do you see the problem here? It's subjective. It's not objective. So what we would have to do, so it would just be your word against my word, which is subjective. So we would have to land the aircraft and then figure out a reliable way to measure the Earth from the surface, measure the surface of the Earth to find curvature directly, because that wouldn't be subjective. That'd be objective.
And we can measure it directly. Pretty easy to do. So if it is a ball with the radius that you guys said, then every horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. So to dumb it down, let's just say 1 foot of height. Horizon has to be at 1.2 miles for the geometry to hold up. I can post a pic in the live stream right now that just blows that away.
Okay. Now, another question is, if you're doing a trans-Pacific flight,
you're just
going
to whistle past what I just said?
Yeah, no, I don't really care. If you're doing a
respond,
you don't really
can
care.
You just,
yeah, no. I just have.
Just maybe you could address what was said and then maybe move on to your question.
Yeah, you can't just sort of like slink around that. Like that's kind of the end of the ball right there. If you're going to move on to some sort of ad hoc, or some sort of reification, well, I mean, that's a concession in itself. You got to address this. This is the geometry of your claim, right? This is the whole thing in question, and it completely falls apart right here. So if it is a ball, the one that you're saying it is with the dimensions that are claimed of it, that horizon has got to be at 1.2 miles. But if you're looking at the live stream voice text, you'll see it is where?
Like,
let me just add that all other questions that you have beyond this point are mute. That anything that you want to try and any what if questions like, oh, but what if this flight does this or that beyond.
Well, no, it's not really a what if question.
No, it's
because
desperation.
It happens.
Yeah,
it's desperation though. I mean, you're jumping to things to sort of grab onto to sort of reinforce the ball, right?
No,
I mean, like this isn't what they put in the textbooks. This isn't what they put in the textbooks, though. They didn't say that they measured the Earth by taking a flight over it, right? So that's not an argument, right? You need to measure this ball that you're talking about. You need to show us that the dimensions are observed in reality, that the horizon is where it's supposed to be, that the curvature drop-off is where it's supposed to be, not just, well, I took this flight and it seems like it's a ball. Like, that's not going to work.
Hey, Payne, let me ask you a question and then not give a shit about your answer, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
That's the point. You have these questions, but you'll chuck each question out the window.
Right, because I was waiting
it didn't matter in the first place. So
you were winning, and then you got smashed, and so then you wanted to jump to something else. But anyway,
I think that's a little
horizon
disrespectful that you
get-
just said that I just got smashed.
you just said you didn't care, dude.
Yeah, no, because I
relax.
really don't. Come on, man. This is
Okay, well then.
listen.
You don't. That's a lie, though. That's a lie. You care, or else you wouldn't be here. So don't say that. Don't lie.
Hey, yeah, and I got a quick question. I'm so sorry. Young man asking the questions. What's your name?
He's muted. He's muted.
Paint.
Oh. Okay, Paint. Cool name.
Paint.
So, whatever it is. My friend, what class asked you to attack a bunch of flat earthers with a list of questions? Who are you doing this for? Because clearly you have a list.
No. This is on my own accord. Because I just feel like this flat Earth. Why? It's the middle of summer. Why would I want to be?
How could it be on
school?
your accord if you don't care?
I'm just wondering why you brought a list of questions when really
because
the only thing
I just want to know my answers. I don't want to have other questions asked towards me.
Well, we answered them.
Okay, buddy.
We blew the globe geometry out of the water, so whatever you want to use to try to reinforce it from this point on is invalid. Go ahead, Glenn.
You might have to think for yourself here, Paint.
You can't control conversations just because you say so. That's hilarious.
That's actually
only
kind of
I get
ages.
to ask questions,
That's really
and no one can
ages.
ask me questions. Like, okay, buddy, you're on an open panel on the internet. Relax, dude. This is your first time online.
So now, like, harassment.
Oh, okay. So don't be soft now. All of a sudden.
No. I'm not soft. I don't give a fuck.
Wait.
But
Is whining going to prove the geometry of your globe?
Dude,
okay, I just want to jump in, but like, can you guys get back on topic?
Yeah, we're trying, but Paint's trying to derail.
He doesn't care.
No. I'm not derailing.
Well,
I'm just waiting. I'm just
move
waiting
on to
for the
next
answer.
person. That's fine.
We gave you the answers already. You're just not taking them in, right? Either that horizon is at 1.2 miles, the one I just posted, or Earth ain't a globe. That's it. It's over. It's done. Finished.
I think
Finito. Who else has questions? Who actually wants to stay on point here?
Here's what I see. It's like they're holding this thing in their hand. It's heavy. Here, hold this for me. This is my question. Here, hold it for me. Right. So we take it, we hold it, and then you don't want it back. You ask me to chuck it out the window, and you have something else to give me. You have another question. So if your question doesn't have any value and you're just throwing it out the window, then like, what's the point? Don't you want genuine answers to your genuine questions, or you just have 10 questions that have no value and just going to chuck them all out the window once they get addressed anyway?
We're the ones who should be putting you on trial. You're the ones who come in here with this globe claim that you think is a foregone conclusion. We should be asking you exactly how was this measured? How was this proven? How do you know this to be a fact, right? And you start talking about plane flights. Well, we know that that's not how this claim was formed, right? So that's not going to fly. You tell us exactly how you measured this ball in reality. But you run away from it every time, and then you try to put the burden in our hands, and then we meet it, and then you still run away from that. So it tells a lot about the globe story.
And then randomly start talking about it's summertime, I could be doing better things, but you're in here anyway. Contradicting ass mother.
Well, it's like if I got invited to go on Dancing with the Stars, right? There's a show on TV called Dancing with the Stars. If I got invited to go on there, I probably wouldn't think that I would be leading the dance. I'd probably let them lead the dance. But why you guys think you're gonna come in here and start leading the dance? You have 2 left feet. You just Googled flat Earth 2 weeks ago. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know 10 things about the globe.
Think you're the only kids who've ever seen a Netflix documentary? Like,
it's like coming in and it's like going to an apple juice store, but only asking about orange and grape juice. Like, come on, bud. Do you want to talk about the topic? Zero Earth curvature to be found in physical reality? That should be startling. Not, why the fuck can we see the fucking cities from the fucking and the plane flights and God, you guys are so fucking stupid. Take a science class. Did you even graduate?
Yeah, no, did you graduate?
Yeah, And college too.
That sounds like
What's
a
your point?
leftist trying to
I'm
start a
working on my
business.
second college
We'll do
degree
so.
right now. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just saying
He's
I'm working
appealing
on
to
my second
authority.
college degree.
We should point that out to him. You're appealing to authority, which is a fallacy, which is stupid.
It's
What are you majoring in?
So it doesn't have anything to do with that, right? So it's about the evidence. But you guys always want to do some type of psych exam on other people. Where's the evidence? Imagine you're at a poker table. Do you have a hand that you're willing to play, or are you guys just going to keep folding, calling, or bluffing?
My question earlier, yeah, exactly, CB. My question earlier was basically for whoever's coaching you guys and telling you what to ask. That's what I was asking.
I'm all in.
Glad. I gotta say, Glad. I think these guys are just really stupid and brainwashed. I don't think anyone's coaching these people.
Well, here's why I say that, and I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. But I said I'm working on my second college degree, and then a smart response would be, "Yeah, but in what? Fucking sports? You don't know anything about the Earth." And most people aren't quick enough to think about that response.
Even if they were being coached, it's the blind leading the blind.
Totally.
Yeah, your teachers are the blind. They told you there's a 1.2 mile horizon in that picture I just showed you. You think they know what they're talking about?
Yeah, that's fundamental, Paint. That's fundamental. That's the most fundamental aspect of what is claimed. And you just want to not care about not care. I don't care about that. I want to talk about planes flying.
It's a contradictory statement. You don't care about the thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, he didn't care about the answer because he didn't expect it.
Yeah.
But it's good. You know what? I like, real quick, I like when Globers try to come in at least prepared with some questions to ask.
Okay,
I think that's
sorry to cut you off. With the 1.2
I'm sure
mile
you're
horizon,
not sorry about that. I'm sure you're not sorry. But go
yeah,
right
no, I am. I really get frustrated when I get cut off. I'm sorry.
Okay, now he's going to actually try.
okay,
Yeah, you get frustrated, but you're going to just do it to someone else. But now you actually have a salient point.
Anyway, so about the 1.2 mile horizon, that I don't think that's how far away a horizon is.
Oh, so now you're just going to mess up. Now you're just going to mess up.
No. Because
no.
That's not what I learned. That's not what I learned. Okay, so open up your weather app real quick. Open up your weather app on your phone.
Oh boy.
No. Listen. Hold on. Listen. Open up your weather app on your phone.
You're gonna embarrass yourself here, bud.
Yeah. Listen. Go to your weather app and then look at the visibility.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with curve.
Yeah.
That's about air.
Right, but the horizon. The horizon, how is that only 1.2 miles away? You can literally see exactly.
That's our point.
Exactly.
No. What point is that? No. What point is that? No. What point is that?
He doesn't realize it, dude.
It has nothing to do with the geometry, the claimed geometry of the curve, right? That's just about weather. That's all that is.
The point is we don't live on a
weather. It's in the word weather.
No. A horizon is not only 1 mile away from you.
That's the point.
What number? Where did you pull that number from? Where did you pull that number from?
Buddy, that's our point.
Hey.
It's not. At 1 foot of height, it would have to be geometrically speaking, though, if your claim is true.
Paint, listen,
Let me ask you something, Paint. This have you heard of the radius of Earth number that they've come up with?
No, I haven't.
3959. Do you think we came up with that?
Hold up. Let me look it up real quick.
Okay, well, that should answer your question. We didn't come up with this number, so you're arguing with the wrong people. Correct. The Earth is not a ball with a 3959 mile radius.
Look, listen. This is what's funny. It's like, as flat earthers, we're talking about the globe. I know you think we're flat earthers and you think we're wrong, but when we talk about the globe, you're telling us we're wrong about the thing you believe in. It's like, now you're about to go look up the radius, which is going to tell you why it's at a 1.22 mile distance from a 1 foot observer height. Then you're going to have to feel a little salty for coming in here with all this ego when we're just teaching you about the thing you believe in, brother.
You're fighting your own claim now.
Yeah. Like, you just heard heard about this 2 weeks ago. We've been looking into this for over 2 years.
2 years?
Take a back seat, brother.
2 years.
Yeah, some longer, some shorter. What's the big deal? But don't act like you're going to teach anybody
I'm so
about this.
sorry.
You just heard about
I'm
it 2
so
weeks ago.
sorry.
Yeah, many summers, Paint.
Why would you be sorry? We're teaching you today about your globe. You had no idea until about 5 seconds ago the size of the globe. So why are you sorry?
He's going to apologize for us that we've
No. Yes. We did just teach you about the globe. You just Googled the radius, right? What is it?
Why come
Can
in
I
here?
can I talk? Can I talk instead of getting server muted? This is such.
What's the radius of the Earth?
It's hold
Hey,
up.
Paint, did you know it's summertime?
So what's the radius?
Give me a second. I was on the wrong tab.
All right.
It's 3,958.8 miles. But what does that relate to the?
Yeah, that's the size of the globe you believe in that you just learned 5 seconds ago. So before today, you've believed in some vaguely shaped, bigly sized globe. You had no idea till just now what size it was.
And check this out. The reason the radius matters is because if you don't have a radius, you don't have circumference. If you don't have circumference, you don't have a sphere. You can't make any shapes without all those things.
You don't have the curvature. You don't have the geometric horizon. You don't have anything. You don't have a globe.
You don't have any distance to the sun either, or any other heavenly body for that matter.
And then you're telling us about weather. That's hilarious. That's our point, dude. Of course, it's not at 1.22 miles. That's where it should be on your globe. It's not there. And then you come and say, well, you can see 10 miles. That's our point. Thank you.
That is the point. Dude, listen, real quick. The globe narrative is false. It's not real. So we're here trying to say, hey, isn't it crazy? Yeah, here's how. Oh my gosh, right? So that's a very interesting thing to know that the Earth isn't a globe at those numbers, right? And we just went from there. I love this topic because of that. I just keep finding out more and more truth about the world instead of having to believe what I'm told.
But if you guys don't even know so much as the radius, why come in here trying to defend something you don't know? Why not just ask us questions?
That's actually what I'm about to ask. I listened to you guys say, you guys have been studying this for 2 years. I want to know why you've been studying for 2 years exactly. What made you, like? And sorry, I don't know the right word for this.
Here's the question, bro. Here's the question. How it's been? You seem like you're, decent. You're not a kid, so it's been what 10 plus years, maybe 20 plus years. When were you gonna look into the globe? It's been all this time. You never looked into the globe. So it's more like we looked into the globe maybe 2 years ago, 5 years ago for some people. And when you start investigating, the globe falls apart upon your investigation. So you're 2 years, whatever. It's been 20 years and you never looked into the globe.
And you have to understand that before the smartphone and all YouTube and these things, the space narrative, the moonwalk thing was a big deal 2 decades ago. And when you start looking into that on your own, saying, wow, that's cool. And then you say you think it's so cool that you look at it so much that you realize it's fake. And then then there's a trickle down effect. Then you say, oh, that unravels, this unravels, that unravels. Wait a minute. We can see, and then you realize you see things on the beach or your whole life before flat Earth. And you just take it for granted. People used to say, oh, the boats go over the curve. There was an entire narrative before this flat Earth thing that everyone took for granted. And after everyone started living it and examining it, it fell apart. That's why. That's how.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Is that okay with you? I mean, I collected baseball cards when I was a kid, too. Why? I don't know. I wish I still had them.
crazy too is like I could debate the globe better now today as a flat earther than I could back when I was a globe earther for like 20 plus years of my whole life. You know what I mean? That's
not even close. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because at that point, you're believing it, and then when you start to go and test your beliefs, like if you want to have a strong sword, you got to test it in fire against other metals and so on and so forth. We've done that for 2+ years. So the sword has been tested. It is strong. We've gone into the battle. We get it. Okay. You guys, when you test your globe beliefs, it's like a paper sword. Somebody sneezes and it gets wet and it's done. So go ahead and start your 2-year journey. Starts today when you start trying to invest your globe and it's not there. So you can start your timer. We'll start it for you.
Can I ask my question now?
No. I'm kidding.
Shoot it.
Just a thought, like, I'm not even sure how flat earthers think about this, but like when you do you guys believe that all planets are round, right? Right?
What?
Do you guys believe all planets are round?
No, they don't think that the other planets are real.
I mean the lights in the sky?
Okay, paint, listen.
Yeah, why is the noob trying to answer on our behalf here?
You don't have to straw man the position here. There's no need to come up with your own silly cosmology and then try to debunk the thing you just came up with. Like, if you want to try to have a debate,
They
just ask.
Trying to do like the opposite of a white knight. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're just roboting a little bit. Glad.
It was a black knight.
Sorry.
Here, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. The Earth is not a planet. Okay, the Earth is, as the young ones say, is built different. Okay, the Earth doesn't move. It's not a planet. Planet is something that moves. So, you see any trees in the sky? The Earth isn't like the things in the sky. So, other planets, we're not a planet.
So, can you explain what is the Earth then?
So, what do you mean? So when you go outside?
No. Like, what is the Earth?
When you go outside?
What do you see when you go outside? Describe it to me.
No, not that. Like,
what do you mean?
In the whole big picture. No, the big picture.
No. Listen, here's the thing. I know you guys. I know when you go to Google Maps, you can zoom out, right? You don't have puppet vision or Muppet vision. You can't look at the Earth, zoom out like you can look at a puppet on your hand. I know you guys always want to zoom out to outer space. There is no outer space. There's no flat Earth in outer space, dude.
Yeah, you can go to an Omniscience 24/7 server for the answer to that as to what Earth is.
There's no zooming out when you go outside. Okay, that's why I said outside. That's what it is. Can't zoom out and see the whole thing. Sorry.
Hey, can I ask these guys a quick question? Hey, AE, would you say that you see the Earth as flat and feel it as stationary at the base axiom level? Like from your front door? Do you see the curvature of the Earth from your front door?
No, sir, I do not.
All right, so neither do I. We both see it as flat from our front door. Would you say you feel it as stationary?
Sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
All right, so at the base axiom level, your knowledge is that the Earth is flat and stationary, just as you see it and observe it to be. And it is flat and stationary in the realm of objective reality until you have direct evidence to the contrary via direct measurement of curvature, demonstrating it to be a ball, even though you don't see it to be a ball, and along with that, a direct measurement of axial rotation, a measurement of the spin of the Earth to demonstrate that it's spinning even though you feel it is stationary. So do you see how the burden of proof is on their side? And we're not opposed to this proof. We're not opposed to the idea of the Earth being a spinning ball in the vacuum space. In fact, I can think of a few reasons why I'd actually prefer it to be. But it's got nothing to do with what you want it to be or don't want it to be. The Earth is flat and stationary as far as I know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but what is it? What if it's not a globe? What is it?
Well, it's not a disc in outer space.
Then
for
yeah,
starters.
Like, is it just infinite?
Well, why does it have to be what you make up in your mind?
I'm asking.
We can answer this a simple way. Let's give him a direct answer, which is good. So you asked, is it infinite? So we would, if we could somehow, some way, in the realm of physical objective reality, demonstrate infinity. So if someone could show me somehow, some way, an infinite number of apples, an infinite number of cats, or an infinite number of trees, or something like that, something physical that's infinite, someone could physically demonstrate infinity, then you and I would have a logical reason to assume that it's possible for the Earth to be infinite. But until we have that kind of a demonstration, there's no logical reason for anyone to assume that anything is physically infinite, including the Earth.
And why would you even ask us that? I mean, who has traveled an infinite distance into the unknown?
I'm just asking what you believe it is.
We don't
We're
have
not
a
talking about
belief
beliefs
to
here.
provide
We're talking
you.
about empiricism, though. We're talking about what we can validate, what we
So
can
you
measure,
don't
right?
know?
Wait, Puncture. 2 minutes ago, Paint didn't know the size of the globe, so just
Yeah, you guys.
relax.
There's a lot you guys
I'm
don't
not
know.
trying
There's
to-
a
I'm
there's a
not
lot
trying
all
to
of us
argue
don't
You
know.
guys,
I'm
no.
just
You guys just
asking.
aren't answering or
Like, I'm
getting
not
the
trying to
question.
argue. I'm just asking.
No, but we're not
Do you
answering
think all
questions.
questions can be answered?
Yeah,
Do you
we
think
don't
all
have a
questions
million.
can be answered, bro?
So you don't know?
Yeah,
Of course
it's
we don't
better
know.
to not know than
Alright.
make stuff up, Puncture, right?
All right.
You
Yeah,
don't
I
have to
mean,
make stories for things.
they said that the thermodynamics violation in the sky of outer space is infinite, essentially. Do you know that? Did you travel to the outer limit of that place, that fairy tale Narnia thermodynamics violation that you can't verify in any way? Of course not. It's just a belief. It's a story that you took on faith. So nobody traveled to the limits of the Earth, not that we're aware of. We haven't, so we can't answer questions about that. But what we can do is measure the ground and tell you that it don't match the globe.
All right.
I have a question. It's a bit of a personal question, but I just want to know. You don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable on it. But what is your religious beliefs?
You can
nothing to do with
verify
it.
the Earth is flat without any type of
No.
religious
I was
script or
I
texture.
was just wondering.
So that's the
I
answer.
know.
Paint.
I was just
Doesn't
wondering what
have
your
to do
religious
with
belief
religion.
is.
Yeah, there is no
None.
religious belief. It's not directly connected, right? You can verify the surface of the Earth is flat or not without that.
Yeah, I know. I was getting off
So how
topic
about the
about that,
evidence?
but
Maybe?
I was just
instead of doing
asking.
a psych exam on people, Paint. Maybe
No,
we could talk about
this
the evidence.
this
'Cause we
is
could do a
more
psych
of
exam
just
on
a.
you, maybe
Can
a little bit
you?
more.
I was christened Anglican.
It's not relevant, though, is it? That's the point. It's not relevant to the topic.
Well, no, this is just more of a personal question.
Yeah, that's why it's not relevant.
Well,
And
if
you
I
were
told you I
told in the
measured my
VC
shoe
check-in
size,
to stay on topic.
if I said I measured my shoe size 11, would you go, yeah, but what religion are you? What sort of religious beliefs might that measurement be tainted by? Like, that's what
No, I
Size
just
11, I knew it. You're religious. I knew
just
it.
wanted to confirm
dude.
something that I
Well,
was
he's definitely
thinking.
not one religion. Just kidding.
You wanted to confirm something you were thinking?
Yeah.
Did you confirm it?
Well, no, because I
what
didn't
you
get an
guys
answer
do.
to my
You guys
question.
do.
It's called confirmation
I just
bias.
want to know. Okay, here. How about here's a
Paint,
better
this
question.
is-
Are you religious?
Yeah,
That's a question.
the funny thing is, he didn't even hear the answer that was given by someone of a person.
No. I heard. It was like Chris something. They had a muffled mic, so I couldn't hear.
Okay, so if you're looking for confirmation, and someone actually went out of their way to answer you,
I know.
and
I heard them.
you
I
would
heard
have
them.
Oh, wait a second. So how many people are you going to ask?
Well, no, I just want to know the general people in here.
General. Well, that's what.
Yeah.
Why
Let me
would you
answer.
assume?
Okay, I'll tell you what the common thread is. Empiricism. That's what brings us all to this place. We tested the
Correct.
claim that you are not testing. You are the one being religious, not us. We went and tried to empirically validate this thing and found that there was no validation for it. That's the deal.
No, yes,
Is it paint?
correct.
Is it
And we
paint
are
from
not
what-
religious. None of us are religious in any way, shape, or form in this debate.
Thank you
Not
for
in a debate.
answering my question. That's
In my
all I
personal
asked.
life, right?
Okay,
can I
buddy.
answer?
Yeah,
You
but
don't
you
even
were looking.
understand your own question.
Yeah, that's correct.
You asked the question
That-
and you admitted it for some sort of confirmation.
Yeah. Wait, do you want me to
Yeah.
answer why? No. So, I was just confirming what you
No,
said.
we know why. We know why.
Why?
Yeah. Because you guys have your own narratives about flat earthers, and you didn't hear it from us. We didn't provide you. You're not asking for evidence. You just have a narrative about us that you've spawned in your mind.
It's easier to argue against a straw man than an actual flat earther.
And listen, man, it's not your fault. You have preconceived notions that were fed to you.
Correct.
Not something that you came to realize on your own, and that's the difference.
Correct.
Yeah. So let's talk about real world data. In the real world, roughly 80% of people self-identify as religious. That means that wherever you go, it's fair to assume, it's not unreasonable, that 8 out of 10 people will be religious. So asking the question is kind of, just shows you're not aware of the socio-cultural dynamic of the people in the world. It's like you're asking the question as if it's a point. It's not. Okay?
Well, I was just confirming something to myself.
Yes.
Yeah, you were confirming nothing,
Again.
friend, is what I'm trying to tell you. You understand?
How do you know what I confirmed
but
in
here's
my
the
own
thing.
mind?
If
I
what he
just
just
asked
told
That's the
you,
point. It's your own straw man. That's the point.
yeah, but he just told you that 8 out of 10 people are religious. So that would mean that most globers are religious. So do you go to them and ask, what's your religion? Is this globe thing you're telling me about, is that religiously tainted?
No. What I asked
See, well, that's a double
for
standard.
religion was I was wondering if you were to believe in, for example, a god, then with that, you would think you would be believing in something that is very difficult to believe in, right?
Well, even if we did, it doesn't have to be the thing
So
that you
difficult.
created in
Hold
your
on,
mind.
friend. Hold
Again.
on. It's so difficult to believe that 80% of the world's population believe it. Oh, wow. So difficult. Dude, did you just grow up yesterday or something?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a big bad world out there, right? With reality. Okay, this idea that atheism is on the rise and that 90% of humanity is atheistic and doesn't believe in God or finds it unpalatable is just not borne out by real statistics. Okay, so welcome to reality.
Check the live chat, fellas.
And the other thing too is like when you say God, it doesn't have to be the same thing that other people are talking about. A lot of people make stuff up in their own heads, just like you have just admitted. Well, I haven't. You don't know what's in my head. You're telling us you have things in your head. That's the point. People have already told you we're more into empiricism, like evidence, like measuring your foot, knowing it's a size 11.
Can I confirm
not
something?
what religious, how religious your foot is. So
Hold on, before you try to confirm anything else, can you answer to my simple, quick question?
Yeah.
Are you here to perhaps learn something or just confirm biases that you already had coming in here?
Both.
Oh, it might get real now.
I'm just asking you to be a human being for a minute before you go back to appealing to everyone else but yourself.
Like I answered your question. I said both.
Oh, I thought that was someone else. So you said so you'd like to confirm biases that you brought in here, right? Which is never productive, but let's give you that. You also want to learn something? Is that right?
Yeah.
You also want to learn? Okay.
Yes.
So here's the deal though. To be able to learn something, you have to leave your bullshit at the door, i.e., all preconceived notions, all biases need to be left out of the conversation so that you can learn something. Does that make sense?
I think that you are able to both learn and keep your biases because that's what it's what's called being open-minded.
Double speak, sir.
Being biased as being open-minded? How?
Okay. Well, thank you for answering the question, my friend. That was a complete answer, and I think that you were being honest. So now the audience has a better understanding of the quality of thought process that enters in here on the early stages, right? And those that survive get to a critical thinking process. Anyway, continue.
And about the 83% of the world being religious, that still leaves a nice, at least not a billion, but almost at least a billion people, which is, I would say, a lot of people. I don't know
Okay,
about
but
you.
80%.
Do you need glasses?
Whoa,
my
friend. Friend. Holy crap, did you fail math class?
Give me some glasses, bro.
I might have did something wrong in my math. Okay, atheism is a religion. Haha, funny noise. Dude, I didn't know atheism was a religion.
Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if 8 out of 10 people that you encounter in your average life are probabilistically religious, then that means that in almost any avenue except it's explicit, like let's say an atheist forum where you have to be an atheist to enter, obviously those are all going to be atheists, right? But in the general population, you're going to encounter 8 out of 10 people are religious. So almost anywhere you go, 8 out of those 10 people are going to be religious, no matter what they believe about other things, like whether they like Ferraris, whether they like pasta, whether they watch this show or that show, whether they go to the beach, whether they believe in the globe, whether they believe in flat Earth.
So how can you be sure of anything anyone ever told you? Most of them are religious.
The problem is, I bet you 80% of teachers are not religious.
How do you confirm that?
Well, like 90% of teachers are women.
Well, okay. As an attender of school, high school, just to inform you, I can confirm. I know plenty of teachers that are in fact religious. Actually, most of my teachers were religious, but that doesn't
exactly. That doesn't.
Let me figure out a way to. Let me figure out a way to put my words together.
It doesn't automatically invalidate what they say.
Yeah, but it begins by putting your thoughts together, my friend.
Give me a second to put my words together.
Might have a little bit of a double standard there, buddy.
We'll allow you to regroup, bro. No worries.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm getting harassed.
Don't say that. I think you're in danger.
You came to us. You joined us. Hey, we're happy to have you here. Like nobody's harassing you.
You're in danger of actually learning something. I'll say that.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Would you say you're in danger of learning something?
Yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
Can I ask some questions?
Yeah.
Only if you promise not to say you're getting harassed.
Oh my God, no. All right. So one of my first questions I thought of when you guys were talking to what's his name, Paint. My first thought was more of I just want to confirm on what you guys believe the Earth is, because I personally have no idea. I just I read the thing, it says flat Earth discovery, and so that doesn't really tell me much, And so I just want to confirm some things I was just scrolling through the chat, and I saw one meme. I'm not sure if anyone here believes it, but I did see one meme where it was like the space is not real, correct? You guys believe that? And that
space is the belief, and the claim violates the second law of thermodynamics. So.
Yeah,
I mean,
let's get a little more specific here. It's not space. It's not space. It's the vacuum of space.
Yeah, the cartoon. But like, you didn't think that we were all sitting in here talking about some sort of like space pizza, did you?
No, I just want to confirm on what you guys believe certain things are. Like for example, someone said earlier that you guys believed the planets were lights. If that was only one person, does everyone here believe that?
It's not a belief.
Well, look up.
What do you see?
What can you
It's not
confirm
a
of them?
belief. It's what you observe it
I
to be.
believe personally that they're real because I can use a
No,
telescope and
not
you see them.
that's not the question. It's what do you see? Not
Yeah.
when you look at your screen. When you look outside, no one's
They're
questioning
real.
whether they're
That's
real or not. It's
Yeah,
that's what
everybody
I
sees.
that's what
Everybody
I
sees them.
said.
The contention
no,
is,
you
what
said
are
they're
they?
real. That wasn't the question. Are they
Yeah,
real?
everybody
You're not
knows that
asking
they're
what you
real. The
believe.
question is about what are they. Sorry, go ahead.
Nobody's asking you what you
Confused me
believe
a
they
little
are.
because two people said two
What do
different
you
things.
observe them to be? When you look up at night outside with your eyes, what do you see?
I see planets.
No, dude, you you don't see what they show you on TV.
No, can I explain what I was going to go on before I
You
got
can
cut
see
off by two
planets
separate
and
people?
you can see stars. Sorry, go ahead.
I was talking about using telescopes and be able to see the planets of our solar system. I don't imagine that the telescope would lie to me.
Who's saying
But
anything about lying, dude?
no, because you guys said earlier that I need to look up and see, as in you
Yeah.
implied that the screens were lying.
Even with
Does anyone have a guess with the three circles? You know, one of them's like a half sphere, one of them's a full sphere, one of them's just a flat circle. We could
I'll post
show
it.
this guy that. I don't have it handy. Does anyone have
It's
that?
in the chat already.
I was
17 minutes
gonna
past the hour.
talk about how at one point during this year you were able to see Jupiter if you used a telescope of some sort
Right,
to look
and
up and see. But I would
do
imagine
you
that
see?
someone else on the other side of the planet wouldn't be able to see Jupiter because the sun's too bright. But on the other side, for me, that it's dark enough to a point where you can actually see it with a telescope. Correct? So how would you, if
No, you can see. You
if
can
it
see in the
was,
daytime.
oh, you could?
There's only one side.
Oh, there's only one side.
Well, actually, technically, yes. True.
That's what's in the live. You know, it's the GIF that is above the two pictures that are in there. Can you see it?
Where in the chat? Hold on, where?
He
19
just
minutes
sent
past
it.
the hour.
Technically, what they're saying is true because a sphere is only a one-sided object. So, they are right about that.
Yeah, but you're messed up there because there's no sphere.
Actually, I
Right.
think
Sphere is like a perfect circle
you might be
ball.
wrong on that. It might have two because there would be an inside and an outside, like a circle.
And there's no sphere to speak of anyway.
All right. Anyway, the point I was making was that when Jupiter was visible with a certain observation tool, such as a telescope or something, of that similar degree of magnification, you would not be able to see it in a certain spot of the flat Earth, right?
And you
But
don't know what flat Earth is, though, so you can't say, well, on a flat Earth, it should be, it shouldn't be. You don't even know what that is.
Is
so
it
how are you?
exactly what
How
it
are you
is?
telling
Globe
us?
Earth, toxic. Wouldn't you have to have a globe Earth and a flat Earth to see the difference on the two to know that to be true? So, look, toxic. Can you just address what's in the live stream?
In the live stream?
Yeah,
Okay,
the
you see the
four
live stream voice text.
circles or spheres or half spheres.
I mean, like, anybody can also draw that. Like, it's not just a camera; it's an optical illusion.
Draw what? What are you talking about?
With
Yeah,
the
well,
with the
no,
four
that is true. No, you're
things.
right. You're right
kind of-
about that.
So you're going along the correct line of thinking as you're beginning with that. The point we're trying to make to you, Paint, and this other guy, Toxic, is that just looking at a light from a distance away and not actually going up to it and touching it to validate what it is isn't any way to know what it is. It's just an unverified light in the sky until you can directly validate any claim about what it is.
Well,
now, they might tell you some claims. Somebody might have told you some claims and stated it as fact. in school and on the TV and other places as well. And I believed it too for most of my life up to now. But you got to understand, making a claim about something and demonstrating it to be true are two different things.
Yeah, the telescope isn't whispering in your ear these little things about the the planets that you believe. Somebody else, some strange weirdos whispering things in your ear. It's not what you're observing.
Would
You
it
have to
not be
separate the two.
correct to assume that they're spheres? Because if you look at them long enough, you'll see certain patterns change.
No. Even if they were spheres, it doesn't matter because it doesn't verify what the surface of this Earth, the
So
Earth that
then
you're
what
standing on,
would-
is doing. So that's what you should be doing. Instead
But
of
that's
staring
what
up
I'm.
at the sky,
That's what I'm
go
trying
and
to
measure the surface
confirm.
of
I'm
the Earth.
not
'cause
trying
you
to
wanna
make any
Didn't you
claims.
measure
tell
the
us to go look
surface
at the
of-
sky though?
No, we said measure. If you want to know what your shoe size is, you measure your foot, right? You don't.
No, but the whole
start-
thing I
yeah.
started on was just to confirm on what you guys believe certain things were, such as what spaces and what other planets are.
Yeah,
I
okay,
wasn't
here's the
really-
deal.
Yeah, but what
You're bringing your
about when
biases
are we going
back
to talk
in.
about the evidence?
You're bringing your biases back in, partner. You don't need to do that to learn.
No, I brought my biases in to give an argument for you guys to give your point on.
Oh, so I see.
That doesn't make sense.
I know what's going on. You don't understand that you have the burden of proof.
Correct. Probably doesn't know
That's
what
the
that
deal.
means.
So, right. So, burden of proof means. So here's the deal. So,
I
Earth.
know what it means.
All right, tell us.
Good. Well, hold on.
Definition.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? Go ahead. Tell us what it is.
The definition of burden of proof is when I make a claim, I also have the burden of proof to prove that that claim is true. Such as when the continents were all one thing and someone had to claim that they were one thing, and so they had to bring a bunch of fossils together and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean?
And hold on, before I'm done with this. Stop.
Kind of about halfway. Like 40%.
I didn't feel like explaining it, but if you want me to.
Listen, dude. Do you understand why we laughed? Do you think about what you just said and the way you said it? You don't even believe the nonsense that you just uttered at us, do you?
Some dude brought some fossils and shit, man.
Giving an example of something that would take a little bit too long to explain for my actual point. But if you guys want me to explain it thoroughly, I can.
No, dude.
Just make a point
You
that you
don't
can
have to
actually
act like
make
no one's
about
heard this stuff before.
I was just trying to confirm
what
on
was
what
laughing
you guys
for?
believe.
Well, you're talking about our beliefs, but what you don't understand is what this whole server is about what you believe. And we're investigating that. That's what's being held to question here. The globe, your belief. It's not about what we believe. It's about what you believe.
But what I believe in?
Well, I laugh because it's not about going more into detail about the story. It's about how you have the burden of proof. So present the evidence that supports the story, the claim. You don't have to go into more detail about things that we already know, probably better than you.
Okay. I see what you mean here, but I don't have a $2,000 telescope to look into the sky as of right
You
now.
don't need to look at the sky, brother.
Well,
You
then
need
just
to
take
measure the
part-
surface
question.
of the Earth.
I have
And
a
just
question.
take cartoons on faith then.
So we're now going to Earth when I was talking about Saturn.
Yeah, that's the whole point. That's where we are.
But I was
We're
trying
not
to confirm on what your
talking about-
physical beliefs are about
We
space
don't have
and what's in
beliefs.
space.
Bro, do you
There
live
is
on
no outer
Saturn?
space.
I can't talk about Saturn. I don't know anything about it. I've never been there. Have you?
What's it
Well,
I've
then what is
never
Saturn?
been to
What is
Saturn.
Saturn?
Oh, look, the only
That's
thing
the
that you
good
or I
question.
can verify. The
Is
only
it
thing you or I
summertime on Saturn?
The only thing you or I can verify about Saturn is that it's a wandering light in the sky. It's a light in the sky that doesn't move with all the other lights in the sky. From the ground, which is where all of us are, that's the only thing any one of us can confirm about it. You have this extra story about it existing in a vacuum of space and doing all this stuff.
What are the
but
lights in the
nobody can
sky?
Exactly. What are
Hmm.
they?
Well, I
Excellent
feel like you guys
question.
should know.
Why should we know?
Why?
You have a Well, why
Okay,
should
well,
we
okay,
I
know?
can
what is-
answer what they are.
things
It's a very
about them.
technical name. I can answer for you, my friend. I have the answer if you want to know it. It's a very technical word you may not understand. Lights in the sky are non sequitur.
Correct.
There you go.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the point of what the Earth is. It's a thing in the sky that you have stories about. So what? What's the ground? Your stories are dependent on the ground being a certain thing. So check it out. Make sure it is that thing.
But that's how I know you guys are not really listening
here's
to
what's-
me. because my whole ideal of putting this up as a talking point was to confirm on what you guys. I say belief, but like what you guys think of the Earth, like what are the planets, what is space, what is Earth? You know what I mean?
These are
I
things
was
in your head.
I
We're
was
just not.
just gonna.
We're not making leaps like you guys are. We're not filling in these additional blanks. We see the same thing of them that you do, that they're unverified wandering lights, and we don't go beyond that with this whole lore and a story about it that you guys have. We just leave it at we don't know. They're unverified, right?
If you're confused that we don't know everything, what did you come here to confirm? That we knew everything?
If you guys didn't believe that, you know, Jupiter is round, I was coming in here to ask of what is it then, and more of why does that not be consistent with the Earth?
Listen, it's like having a little brother and you tell him Santa's not real. You don't have to provide him with a Santa 2.0. Okay, that's what you're asking at this point. We don't have to give you a second version, another story. We're just telling you Santa's not real. There's no elves. There's no North Pole. There's no outer space.
I'm just
Sorry.
I'm more confused on why you guys keep going onto a topic of me bringing up fake stories when I'm simply asking what you think Jupiter is and if it's spherical.
We don't know. You want another version of Santa Claus.
Yeah, we're trying to tell you that you don't
You're
need
asking
stories.
us why we keep going on to a topic that you keep going on to? That's what you just said.
We're in the same boat as you, Toxic. We're in the same boat as you. We don't know. You don't know either.
Do you want? I'll tell you a story about the stars. You can go out tonight, look up at the sky, mark down their position where they're at, come back in 1 year, and they'll be right back in the same exact position they are tonight. There's a little fancy story for you.
Yeah, but they weren't always like that. There's been drawings of astronomers from very early in human age with star positions, and they've changed, and they've even used it as methods of travel.
You know it.
Wow. So let me get this straight. You validated this by going back in time and looking at the night sky when this half-assed artist drew the picture.
Why are they suddenly a half-assed artist?
Who?
Dude, have you ever seen the old drawings?
Don't ask a stupid question. Hey, that was a stupid question. He's asking, how did you confirm it? Yeah, drawings.
He did
you go
say
back
drawings.
in time? He did. You said drawings.
I know.
Did you go back in time, brother? Or how did you really confirm it? Or are you just believing more of what you were told?
Yeah, you're just believing more globe lore, buddy. Everything that you say is just a reification, a reinforcement of this globe story that you have in your head. But the globe is the thing that you refuse to check. So check the ground and see if there's a globe.
Have you checked the ground to confirm the planet isn't a globe?
That's the whole point. Yes, we did that. That's the whole point.
Have you
And we've been telling
personally?
you this for the past 30 minutes.
Hold on, friend. Friend, stop. I'm going to do it right now. Hold on. I'll be back. Keep talking for a second.
I'm just confused because now you're just saying that I believed something that someone else told me, but you guys, I'm guessing, also haven't done that.
Right, I'm back. I'm
Yeah,
back,
we all
bros.
did, Toxic.
I got my tool.
We all believe the
tool,
same
bros.
thing as you.
You guys ready for a live demonstration? So what I have here is an 8-foot level. I'll put it down on the ground. Frickin' flat, bro.
The bad
pancake, Kansas.
Now, before you start accusing me of being facetious, I obviously have a bigger level than 8 foot, right? So when you want to make a level bigger than a mechanical level, use what's known as a laser transit. It's done all the time in construction. Gives you an accurate lay of a level line and also an accurate lay of the horizontal below and any deviation from horizontal should you need to fill it or excavate.
So what about the Golden Gate Bridge where they have to account for the curvature of the globe?
Holy freaking crap.
Wow.
Cool story. Now let me ask you this question, friend. Let me ask this question.
Well, we would say
a Glober took a flat earther to court on this very topic about bridges, and he lost.
Which
took
which
the L.
one?
He put into the court as evidence the modelic projection that a bridge in principle or theory would have to take the Earth curve into account. However, what he failed to do, as you're going to fail to do and everybody else has ever failed to do, is provide actual tangible verification that this actually occurred and that the bridge is actually has any engineering in it whatsoever that accounts for the curve of the Earth. So, my friend, go ahead and provide us that actual evidence.
I disconnected. What did he fail to do?
He failed to provide tangible demonstration of claim. So, for example, this bridge takes the Earth curve into account. Yeah, prove it.
I'm going to look up how.
Oh, you're gonna look up another. You're gonna look up another claim. You're gonna look up another claim, bro, or are you gonna provide tangible evidence?
See, this is the thing. To put it simply, he's asking for not looking it up, not appealing to somebody else's work and going out and checking yourself. Here's the problem, though. You're talking about a bridge you didn't help build. So now you have to just take someone's word for it that they took curvature into account.
But it kind of makes sense because the Golden Gate Bridge is 1.7 miles long, and you.
Why do you want to believe that? Why do you want to believe what they tell you?
I can go there myself and measure it, but why would I waste
Okay,
days
friend.
of measuring?
Yes. Why would you waste your time? Okay, let's talk about it since you want to get to brass tacks and you threw a number out into the air.
Like,
So
would it help my claim if I went there right now and decided to just
No. Just listen.
measure it?
Just listen along. Listen along. What's the differential curvature for that length of bridge? Horizontal or vertical? Yeah, you have no freaking clue. So let's use an example that I actually know off the top of my head. The Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York. I drive by it all the time. Okay, it's actually pretty famous because it was on Modern Marvels on the History Channel while they were talking about engineering structures. You know, the cool guy with the cool voice, right before the commercial, he goes, "Did you know that the Verrazano Narrows Bridge towers are 1 5/8 off at the top to account for the curvature of the Earth?" Okay, so let's talk about it. 1 5/8 at the top of the towers that they say that they engineered in. Okay, let's be clear. This thing is built out of cement and steel. Okay, if you've ever built anything and you know that these towers are super duper high, there is no way you can engineer in 1 5/8 differential intentionally. It's not possible. The materials will not allow it. So, during the course of the year, the Verrazano's Narrows Bridge deck, because of the heat expansion of the materials of the bridge, expands and contracts by 11 feet. 11 freaking feet, bro. And you think that they're worried about 1 5/8? You're out of your freaking mind, Holmes.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yes,
Didn't know that.
yes. So let's be clear, my friend. If you say in your life ever again that they accounted for the curve of the Earth on a bridge, you're just stone cold lost.
But did you build the Golden Gate Bridge?
What the hell?
What?
It's just going nowhere, really.
Did your mom?
Dude,
build
I just
the
told
Golden
you that
Bridge?
it's physically irrelevant based on the materials that they're constructing things out at the scale in which the alleged curvature would be, that it's irrelevant. Not only that, it's impossible. So what's your answer to that?
Just
go look up
can
on
I just
Google
add something
where
in?
it just repeats the claim.
Can I just add something in as well? The
Keep in mind, a guy tried.
Golden Gate Bridge is a suspension bridge as well, so they're built with a curve to allow for the suspension. It's got nothing to do with the Earth's curvature.
You don't think
That's
so?
how they're built. That's how they're built. Suspension bridges are built with a curve for tension. That's simple fact.
That's interesting. So cool. And I think that's it. Like, people listen. People listen to listen and find out. Other people listen just to for a comeback. And that's what he's doing. He's not listening. He's not taking anything in. He's just trying to do a comeback on everything.
No, I am listening, and that's why I'm taking very long to respond to any questions and any statements you guys give, because I'm listening and then I'm taking that info and then trying to like fit it in somewhere into something I know, or just put it new. You know what I mean?
Want to learn something else? You want to learn something?
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Keep doing that.
So
I hear you, man. Go ahead.
Let's talk about this claim about the bridge, right? Since it segues perfectly. How in the world would you, in principle, account for such a thing as Earth curvature if you were building such a bridge? Well, you'd need to have some kind of metric in which to base your off balance or off angle from. And the only way you would be able to do that is by using a straight baseline of some nature, whether it be vertical or horizontal, in order to put your angles against, right? So how would you do that over a 1.7 mile span? Could you use an 8-foot level and just tape it together with another 8-foot level?
No.
You starting to see the problem? No. What you'd need is a massive scale level, right? Now, the most accurate massive scale level that you can come up with is laser transit. Okay, now how do you do a laser transit? You set up a level laser and you set up a target. You shoot the laser at the target, minus the variables of the differential of the beam, and you have a level baseline. So in principle, you could throw this level baseline over your water and get a differential to the water of whether it's curved, higher or lower at different points along the beam, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so it just so happens that the FE Corps took such a device to a 25-mile lake, shot it across the lake, and it hit the target of an approximately equidistant height from the surface of the water, being roughly 6 feet. So 6 feet on one side, 6 feet on the other. And they shot a laser beam straight across and hit the camera on the other side, directly into the face of the camera, verified by the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid, which is how lasers function. So, by the principle of laser transit, that 25-mile stretch of water is validated to have no curvature.
Wait.
By
That's
orders
6
of
feet?
magnitude.
Wait.
By
I'm
orders
going up
of
the video.
magnitude. Yeah, let me tell you, friend, by orders of magnitude. So, the laser beam should have went over the top of the target by 87 meters or something like that, roughly. But it hit the target.
Hey, wait, 87 meters?
Yes. If the Earth was a globe and you leveled a laser, and the laser shot...
We're talking about the same lake that the Golden Gate Bridge is on?
No, we're talking about a 25-mile lake known as Lake Idsel.
Oh, okay.
I mean, unless your globe just, has curvature in some places, but not others. Kind of like a golf ball or a dodecahedron or a soccer ball. I mean,
the globe isn't perfectly a globe. It's just something. Yeah, it's more
So
of
you're saying it
a
only curves in
weird
some
ball
places?
shape that with many very indents and all.
Well, the funny thing is that you think that the Golden Gate Bridge is built on a lake. That's even funnier.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also funny how you just said that a structure 1.7 miles needs to account for the curve of the Earth, but a laser shooting 25 miles found the flat spot of the Earth. I mean, good grief, dude. Drink some coffee.
Well, it only curves under the Golden Gate Bridge. That's it.
Man, they told me you flat earthers were stupid.
I'm sorry if I implied lake. I was just thinking about lakes, and so I just said lake.
Implied?
Well, that comes a question like, well, what do you think about all the tests being done for infrared, laser tests, long distance observations? Like, there's hundreds of them now, like at 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles. Like, have you looked at any of those?
I literally started searching them up like 20 seconds ago just to see.
That's where I started, and you get the formula of the curvature of the Earth and how much curvature drop there should be after 20 miles, 50 miles, and the observer height, and just go through all that.
Excuse me.
Now,
Hi.
speaking of that, hold on before you go on. I got to correct that kid's error. So before, he did mention a good thing, which is that the Earth is not alleged to be a perfect sphere. That's true. But it does have limits to its boundaries. And the test at Lake Idsel took that into account. They used the WGS-84 datum to test, meaning that all the anomalies or discrepancies would have been factored into the test. You could see that for yourself by watching the documentary of the event and reading the published documents. So yes, they did accurately test the WGS-84 model, which is what they claim the globe is, and they found it was off by 2 orders of magnitude. And if you know anything about measurements, 2 orders of magnitude is an absolute evisceration, destruction. It's over with.
Okay.
All right, continue.
So I have a question about the link that was sent by old dude FE Core Wiki. So on page 27, it says laser beam hidden height calculation, and then it's given an example of the 12-kilometer distance calculations based on the spherical model results in a target hidden height measurement position 4.56
Hold on, buddy.
meters.
Stop. Please.
No, I'm
Listen,
just reading it
how
out.
hold on. How the hell did you come up with that question so quick? Did you read 27 pages in 90 seconds?
No,
Somebody's in the DMs. Somebody's in the DMs.
Oh shit, bro.
No,
Dude.
I'm looking through this, but I'm just looking at this page, and it
You flipped
shows.
right to page 27.
No, I was scrolling through this because I was looking at the link that you sent. Anyways, that shouldn't really matter. But it's given like a circular object or a round object, but like I feel like that's not a very good point given, because that's a very round object. It's like trying to shine a light or whatever. Like I put a line over like a soccer ball, put a ruler on a soccer ball. It's about the same, but it's not. I don't
go
know.
look at an Earth calculator.
What are you trying to say, bro?
Can I come back to the laser thing?
This dude needs to go look at an Earth curve calculator, but go ahead.
So in the paper I'm currently reading, they do say that a lot of tests are contradictory, and they do say that some tests do result in the laser not moving, right? So you're correct on that study, most certainly. But it does also say that these are real phenomenon. Atmospheric reflect. Oh my God, I can't even speak today. Atmospheric refraction bends light. Laser.
Oh, you just found out about that. Now you're the expert here.
Well, I thought about it. I didn't know what the actual word was, so I didn't want to sound like a retard and speak out about it.
So you're pretty sure that maybe the Earth curves at 8 inches per mile square, but every time we measure for it or try to, the laser also curves at that same 8 inches per mile square because reasons. And that's what's going on?
No, some tests do have the laser not hit the target, but others do. You know what I mean?
Do they find curvature, though, is the thing? Because if you send a laser over 30 miles, let's say, there should be over 600 feet of Earth curve drop at a distance like that. Do they ever find anything like that?
And how would you do that once over Earth curvature?
That's not the paper.
Even
the
if you
paper
tried
I'm
5
reading
times, how would you do that
says
one
it.
time?
What's
Wait, what did you
target
say?
distance? On the paper, what's the target distance? How far are they shooting it?
No, this paper I'm reading explains on the discrepancy between certain tests on why some have the laser hit and why some do not.
Yeah, we heard you. Yeah, so what was the distance?
What's the distance?
And the reason that the 2 reasons that they give on why.
Yeah, we heard you. So what was the distance?
This paper is not describing an actual test.
Are you?
It's not describing an actual test.
Yeah, but you don't even know what distance they're testing over, sir. How do you know if it's not a test? You can't even give us the numbers.
Give us some numbers, big boy.
Somebody's in the DMs.
What are you reading from anyway?
I'll post
somebody
it
in the DMs.
Give me a second.
The flat Earth call. Let me look at it.
Quick, shut down the server. He's got it. Atmospheric refraction. He solved it.
Damn, no one ever thought of that one.
Baseball
the
cards.
FE4 TDF. Okay.
We could all start trading baseball cards in the server.
He's like the 25,000th contestant. He's the first person that ever said that.
Are baseballs round?
Introducing a measurement up to 25 miles.
Okay, so there's going to be hundreds of feet of Earth curve drop. Did you find it or not?
So 25 miles. What? So I see what height the laser was at.
Whatever height it's at.
6 feet.
I put it in the chat.
Whatever height it's at, where it's supposed to reach its target, it should be about 300 feet in the air or something like that.
What? 25
Wait, how
mile
high?
one?
How high was the laser?
I thought I read out 6 feet earlier, right?
Okay, 6 feet, and then how far away was it?
You can double check that. I don't have it up in front of me.
Okay, I don't either.
It'd be 6 feet plus maybe, I don't know, 200 to 300 feet or something like that of curvature drop that there should be at a 25-mile distance.
322 feet for a 6-foot height. So,
should be pretty obvious.
So yeah, 300
so
feet
the differential goes from single digits to triple digits, right? That's 2 orders of magnitude. So it's pretty pretty significant.
And what's 300 feet like? What, 20, 30 stories or something?
That sounds like a lot.
If you look at the
can you tell the
paper-
difference between
300 feet is about the size of a football field.
Yeah, you think you could
that
tell the
sounds like a
difference
lot.
between that and maybe the height of a person?
Sounds like a lot of people. Stacked.
Well, okay, let's just say the average to make numbers easy. It's 300 feet, right? And for example, the average person height is 6 feet. That would be about 50 people stacked on top of each other.
You can tell the difference between that and one person.
Fall off that. Yeah, I would.
I think that would, get a lot of stuff behind that.
Well, that's how high your laser should be in the air by the time it's reaching its target if this curvature drop exists, you see.
Imagine shooting a laser over that and still hitting the target. Over 50 people?
This is the picture in it of the target.
That's where you'd want to place the target if the curvature actually existed.
Or 50 behind 50 people?
Yeah, so if you hit a target at 6 feet elevation, at 6 feet at both sides, and there's supposed to be 350 feet of vertical earth curve drop or whatever, I think that 350 feet of earth curve drop isn't a thing.
Did you gentlemen exhibit this much scrutiny in your 11th grade science class? Towards the
claim that the bridge was curved.
I looked at the water beneath the bridge. It didn't look too curved.
My thoughts exactly. What
Bridge
about
was
the
the only
water
thing
under the
curving.
bridge? Hey, it's all water under the bridge, right, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I go back to the paper?
I
Where's
don't know.
your
Can you
geometric
address
horizon?
something that was said in the last 3 minutes?
Yeah, where's your earth curve? Where's your geometric horizon? Where's this globe, period?
That's not what the paper is trying to state. The paper
Can I
itself
just move on to
is
some other topic that you guys will
Alright,
address and I'll ignore?
Yeah, so it's the first time
Honesty. I like the honesty.
he's reading the paper for the first time, and he knows all about it. He's the expert in the room on this paper that we just showed him.
We're all lay people. Let's just reason together. What's the paper saying?
Can I?
Well, first, he couldn't give the distance, so I found that in 20 seconds.
The first two reasons why you may or may not have the laser hit the camera is because atmospheric refraction bends light and laser beams get wider the farther they travel.
That's a really nice story. Did you validate that? How was
I have
that
a question.
verified?
I have a question. Okay, I have a question.
Question already? Wait, I just asked him a question. He just brought something up. I asked him a question. You're already diverting before I even finished asking it. What's going on here? Yeah. So
do you know
how
what? No. Do you know what refraction is?
Yes,
Yeah,
do you?
Yeah.
Do you? That's your claim. Define it. Define it. It's your claim. What is it?
It's the way light is bent. For example, if you shine a white light through a,
you're already wrong. Just stop.
He nailed it.
Dude, what?
Do you know
Bro,
what
no,
refraction
stop
is?
talking, everybody. Everybody stop talking. Friend, tell me what page you're reading from.
Am I friend?
I mean,
or is he friend? Wait, who are you talking to?
Are you the one reading from a page?
I'm the one that brought up the paper.
Okay, what page?
I posted it in chat. I'll resend it.
I mean, you could just tell me what page.
It's a direct link.
Well, I think at this point,
you could just tell me what page.
I think at this point you have to at least consider both options. Where okay, maybe refraction is bending the light, but maybe it isn't. So you have two options there, and you kind of have to consider both now. At the very least. So
he doesn't even know what page he's reading from, though.
It's a web page. It's a one-page web page that's one long page, basically. Paragraph or anything like that? Like, where are you reading specifically in the page itself? Middle, beginning, end?
At the very top.
Okay.
But it's kind of got two arguments here. With the
or like right
argument.
below the pictures at the very top.
So they're telling a story. Why don't you tell it to us?
Anyway, PDF readers have a page number as you scroll. I mean, I don't know. I would say it's not rocket science, but that's kind of.
So can you even accept that
it's only one page?
There's a picture from the page. It's basically saying the light's bending in some way over the Earth. But is it bending at 8 inches per mile squared over the Earth?
What?
No.
I don't see that. Where do I see that?
It's a Space Center link.
You can get the general gist of it based off of the captions and photos they put on it. I put it at 1:53 after the hour. This is basically saying the light's going to bend over the Earth, essentially.
You telling me that page right there? My goodness, dude. All right, never mind, friends. I'll look the PDF and find the page.
Toxic. So the laser could be bending or it could not be bending. Like there's two options, right?
Yeah. Is that all the information that they gave?
That was the information I wanted from this page. I didn't read the whole thing.
Oh, you didn't read the whole thing. You only just got the information you wanted. Gee, no wonder why I was asking what page, so I could validate the context.
I mean, the rest of the page is just more in context detail, and some of it at the bottom is even just historical evidence.
Such as...
okay, friend. What page?
Would somebody like to read all of it out?
Dude, I'll put everyone on mute. I'll put everyone on mute and I'll read the entire thing. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah, no, that sounds boring as heck, bro.
Look, there's two options, and he's at very least got to consider two options here. So, can you do that?
Yes, and so did the people who did these tests, and the tests progressed. That's why you gotta. I mean, good grief.
I can read it. Stop me if you wish, but I can read it. Do laser tests prove the Earth is flat? It seems like a simple, reliable test. Point a leveled laser across a long, flat surface, such as a large body of water, and see if it stays the same height above the surface. If the Earth is flat, the laser beam will stay at the same height. If the Earth is a globe, the laser beam should get steadily higher above the surface as Earth's curvature causes the surface to drop away below it. On a flat Earth, you might expect the level laser beam to stay the same distance above the ground. On a curved Earth, you might expect the level laser beam to increase its distance above the ground. In reality, it's not that simple. The light path depends on environmental factors. Over the years, many tests have been conducted to determine how far into the distance it is possible to see a laser at ground level, and whether this fits best with a globe Earth or a flat Earth model. Unfortunately, these tests often have wildly different results that appear to be contradictory. Some show a laser beam apparently staying at the same height, implying that the Earth is flat. Imagine that. Others appear to show the laser disappear below the horizon as expected on the globe Earth model. These discrepancies can be explained by understanding two things. Atmospheric refraction bends light, number one. Number two, laser beams get wider the further they travel. These are real phenomena. Anyone can see that laser beam spread out over a distance, although it's hard to measure exactly. And that refraction happens when light travels through a medium of varying density. Indeed, atmospheric Atmospheric refraction is a known problem in many fields. Surveyors must minimize and account for refraction. Sailors navigating by the sky avoid stars that are too close to the horizon because their positions are distorted by refraction. It is therefore surprising how many laser level experiments do not account for these issues. If you watch a long range laser experiment that doesn't even mention atmospheric refraction or beam divergence, the experiment is incomplete, and it's safe to assume the experimenter doesn't really know how to conduct this type of research. Light rays are usually bent towards the surface of a large body of water.
Okay, let me pause you for a second.
Yes.
What are you reading from the FE core document?
Hell no. I'm reading the thing that he gave in response.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. That might have been juicy to know at the beginning, my friend. I mean, the other guy is who I'm speaking to right now.
Oh no, he put something in the chat at the dude whose thing I'm reading, he put something in the chat at let me see what time. Toxic Vold at 1:52 about 5 minutes ago. HTTP : Space Center and Z resources fact solar system Earth flat laser test HTML.
Absolutely. So what we learned from all that is that there are real world conditions, correct, that could cause the beam to be either expanded or deviated, right?
Yeah.
So now he has to take those principles and scrutinize the data of the FE core. Or he could just say, well, light refracts, therefore I don't need to go any further. You can't just have a principle that, something happens, therefore it did happen.
It is sort of like begging the question, saying something happens when you might not have gathered enough data. Perhaps the Earth is just flat and the light beam isn't bending over anything.
Absolutely. So let me read this page 58 to 59 of the FE core. Refraction calculation of third measurement. The lake temperature was 7.6 Celsius. The air was 10.8 Celsius. Ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same at the two sides of the lake. The difference in temperature was marginal. The level of humidity decreases as you rise in altitude. Angle of incidence. Theta 1. 0.0047 degrees. Refractive index calculation. Based on the modified Eldon equation, n equals 1.00024567, 45 nanometers, 10.8 centimeters, 76%. Blobbity, blobbity, blah. You getting the point yet, homie? Angle of refraction is calculated with Snell's law at sine over 2 equals n1 times sine to the 1 divided by n2.4 degrees. Angle of deviation, 0.00000015 degrees. Therefore, we concluded that the ambient conditions refracted the laser beam downward by a whopping 0.329 millimeters.
Does that sound like 8 inches per mile squared? I can't tell.
Okay, yep. Latitude, longitude, GPS ellipsoid height, geoid height, the target, the latitude, longitude, etc., etc., etc. So now, and the thing that Lemon just read is that if they don't take this into account, they're not performing the experiment or test with proper scrutiny. And here they give you the data of them doing just that. Okay, so just saying a word, okay, is not a logical defeater.
And Googling some kind of
defeater.
And Googling some kind of rebuttal before you've even read the paper, it's not going to work either. Like, read the paper and then argue. Why not?
Yeah, my friend, Metabunk is never going to help you understand for yourself anything.
0.000032 millimeters over what, 25 miles? That's pretty flat.
Oh, I don't know. It sounds pretty close to 320 feet or whatever it was.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I wanted to say that laser test has been verified by governmental experts, in Hungary, where they performed these engineers. They performed these tests, and the engineers have been verified by governmental experts.
It's cool. Do they put out anything? Any photos or videos or whatever of them doing it?
Yeah, the Lake Balaton laser test. You can find that on the internet. You can search for it. Yeah.
E tu ci beszélni magyarul?
No, I don't speak. Sorry, I'm
Oh,
Romanian.
I'm gonna cry.
Can you type it in chat or something just so I don't know how to spell it?
Lake Balaton laser test.
Yeah, my
And
my
you
new
can
guy
find
friends.
It's
you
Peloton.
can also
P-E-L-A-T-O-N.
What?
P-E-L-A-T.
That's not how you.
Peloton.
I thought it was
Bro.
Balaton with a B.
Dude, it's not the freaking cycle that you do
It's
exercises on.
Balaton. I've been there in person, so yeah.
Right. So you'd be interested in watching the hour-long plus documentary about this whole shenanigans, wouldn't you?
Absolutely not.